my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Choking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me. They ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it. I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane. Busters never trust they jump. Like you want it. My opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it. My opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my chunt. Choking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me. They ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it. I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane. Busters never trust they jump. Like you want it. My opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it. My opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow. Only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed, same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes wanna rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, choking now I'm pulling sons. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, choking now I'm pulling sons. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
everyone, and welcome back to BMPS 2026. And you guys are currently watching the qualifiers of Week 3 itself. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be I Super Johnny to take you to commentary for today itself. And the stakes are, well, getting even higher as of yet here, because now we are going to be starting things off here with Group C. And this is going to be each and every single team's last chance to maybe qualify into the semifinals from the qualifiers directly into Group B. Can they do it? Well, it's a do-or-die situation here. Johnny, what do you think about Group C's overall performance in these past 2 weeks?
Oh, I think there are a few interesting names in Group C as we talk about the teams that have gotten demoted as well, because I think this week few of them are going to look to cause a riot, in particular Riot Nations, who have taken a tumble. They were in Group B before, and now we find them inside of Group C. So they will look to climb back. As you've mentioned, there is a lot on the line for the teams in these last few weeks. Week 3, it needs to be utilized to consolidate yourself in your desired group. If you are in Group C, you would want to climb up to Group B inside of Week 3 itself, because Week 4 is going to turn out to be different. Week 4 is where your placements are going to be decided in Group A, in Group B, and of course, elimination will be decided for Group D.
Exactly. And at the same time, so what's really impressive as well as when Week 1 itself, teams that came in from Group D in particular that were trying to push themselves in towards the grand finals, currently there are 3 teams on the line for that current situation here. That's going to be God's Reign, True Rippers, and Godsend. They came in all the way from Group D, and they're going to be playing Group B itself. So this week itself is potentially their last shot to actually directly qualify into the grand finals if they make themselves in towards Group A and qualify in top 8 for Week 4 itself.
Pretty much. I mean, we could be seeing that Cinderella story unfold in front of our eyes, as you mentioned, with True Rippers and with God's Reign. Both the team have a lot of potential in them. Punk, as an individual, if you talk about him, a redemption story, and that too, a massive one. If you see, as you mentioned, we started the journey of True Rippers all the way in Group D itself. Punk, with a new set of players, has definitely delivered, and he's there sitting in the top performers of every single leaderboard, if be it eliminations or be it the IGL.
Exactly. On screen here, this is pretty much Group A's teams that is going to be playing for this week itself. Here we saw Vasista Esports, WELT, and Genesis climbing back up in towards Group A. However, there is a little bit of a interesting twist. H4K has joined the fray as well for Group A itself. But for Group B, True Rippers, Godsend, 4TR, and God's Reign, these are the 4 teams that are pushing themselves in towards Group B here for Week 3. Like we said as well, True Rippers, Godsend, God's Reign, these are 3 known names. We kind of expect them to do well during Group D phases, which is on Week 1 itself. And guess what? They did not disappoint. They are now here, but now they're a little bit more to push themselves towards Group A.
And Group B is even more stacked now, with K9 dropping back from Group A all the way to Group B. Godlike getting demoted as well in that previous week was a big upsetting surprise, I believe, for the fans of Godlike Esports. But now they are here. They have this week to try and get themselves back to Group A so that the dream for the direct finals qualification is still alive. But as you mentioned, True Rippers, even 4TR for that matter, were very impressive in Week 2. And same goes for Godsend. So these 4 giants of Group C that have found that promotion for themselves inside of Group B, let's see how they fare up against the teams that are here from Group A itself.
Exactly. And for Group C, for Higbozon, Riot Nations, Rapid Chaos, and Lastade, they are pretty much demoted from Group B. And the one that came in from Group D here is going to be Team AX, Red X, Ross, Phoenix, and also Likita Esports. These 8 teams have only pretty much one last shot to try and push themselves into the semifinals from here on out here as well. So if they push themselves into his Group B next week, they have a very viable shot for the semifinals. But regardless of whatever the situation, they're pretty much guaranteed survival stage.
Yes, at least survival stage, as you mentioned, is guaranteed. But I think as we have the matches of Group C kicking off our journey for this Week 3 of qualifiers, my eyes will be pinned on Autobots and Red Ross in particular. AX is going to be the obvious contenders along with Apex Gaming and Mad King, so I don't want to talk about that much. But as far as the storyline for Autobots is considered, I mean, that promotion in the opening week, they made their way from Group D to Group C as by far the heavy favorites to get promoted. But then they just get left behind. That second week of qualifiers not really going too well for them. And now in the third week, if they can redeem themselves, the best possible qualification they can get is a semi-final spot.
Exactly. And for Group D here, they're pretty much in a situation where they are going to be fighting for survival. And what I mean by survival is that if you qualify towards directly into Group C, whatever the outcome in Group C, you are pretty much going to be playing in survival itself. So there is going to be a little bit of safety net on the line here for Group D. However, if you're still stuck in Group D in this week, well, you have to fight for 100% survival because the bottom 8 is going to be eliminated at week 4. So if you're placed in the bottom 8, you're pretty much out of the entire BMPS 2026.
Exactly. And I think Group D, because of that, is going to be the most intense group in weeks 3 and in week 4, in both the weeks combined. Because a few key names that have done well consistently over the last 2 weeks and yet find themselves in a position where they can't just seem to escape that death trap of Group D. Names like Quantum Spark, names like Esports Social. Esports Social, okay, let's give them a leeway. The performance during week 2 was a little bit underwhelming compared to how we saw them in the opening week of the tournament. But Quantum Spark, consistent 2 weeks in a row, almost making it to the 50-point marker, and yet they just keep on failing that last match. It's just that last Miramar that they keep messing up, because of which they're still stuck in Group D.
Well, as of yet here, the best shot here for them is going to be fighting for survival, and then is going to be qualifying in towards Group C itself. So that's going to be something that I think I'm looking forward to. Not can they maintain the consistency, because we've seen a lot of moments from Quantum Spark as well where they do have the firepower to take team fights, but it's just unfortunate that they just could not make it in towards the end game. But now, as of yet here, this is going to be third week. Let's take a look at towards the elimination leaders thus far here. Dhruv still sitting at the tippity top here with the first position with 33 finishes. Joining with him is going to be Taurus as well with 32, but falling not too far behind, we have Joker with 29, Lobster with 29, and Huntro from Godsend for 28 finishes. And out of all the 5 players on screen right now, the 2 players that really did really well in their entire journey for this past 3 weeks here is going to be Joker and Huntro from Godsend. Joker sitting at the Group A for the longest time for Seoul, and for Huntro, Godsend from Group D until now they're in Group B. Yeah,
I mean, I think at this point, this last 2 weeks, in fact, let's forget about week 4, right? Week 4 is for placement. If you want to get promoted, week 3 is your last chance to find yourself in a better placement, in a better group. And I think that is what these lads are going to be working towards. But MVP rankings did take a switch during week 2 itself, as Taurus was able to take that first position away from Dhruv. And of course, there was a little bit of an underwhelming performance from Dhruv in week 2. Rapid Chaos as a team as well was struggling. But Taurus, K9 Esports, as an individual, he did kind of okay, but K9 Esports as a unit kind of fell apart in the second week of qualifiers. We also see Joker make it to the list on the 3rd, Lobster on the 4th, and Punk, as we mentioned, he is there everywhere. I think True Rippers this time are on a tear.
And you know what's really impressive out of this top 5 MVP ranking is that Punk is the only one that has the most amount of damage out of the 5 players in this MVP ranking.
Oh, yeah.
And thus far, the highest average survival as well. So hopefully, if he is able to maintain his consistency, we might see Punk actually snatching the MVP by the end of the entire tournament itself. But of course, in the IGL ranking, yeah, he's undefeated right now. 25 average survival time on every single game, and top 5s out of the 12 matches that he's played, he's gotten 9 top 5. So that is very, very impressive for Punk.
Pretty much, man. I mean, because you look at the average points per game as well, 9.6. That's not too shabby. The only man that outperforms him is Fraggy from the side of Godsend with 10.1 point per game, which is what you would want if you are competing for the top 4 ideally. And I think that is the one reason why we saw Godsend as well step up nicely in that previous week. Majority of these numbers, I think, for the side of Godsend are from that previous week. Mysterious 4, they have been quite incredible as well, though.
Exactly. But at the same time, so Godsend, True Rippers, they are the only 2 teams that pretty much came in from Group D, and then they are still trying to climb their way to Group A. But on that IGL ranking as well, what's really standing out for me here is going to be the overall play style of how Nebula kind of switch up as well. We've known them for being hyper aggressive all year 2025. Their journey in BMSD, the qualification in towards BMIC as well. Well, not making it in towards representing the country, but he still did pretty okay during the run in BMIC. But now coming into even this year BGIS, their journey, you can see that Nebula was struggling during the grand finals as well. But now here, something changed. With the introduction of the new analyst, the entire team playstyle has completely shifted in these past 2 weeks.
Also, by the way, when we're talking about Nebula Esports, we don't talk about the grand finals, because apparently it was all just prep for BMPS. And hey, it's showing itself inside of the matches as well. Nebula is actually doing quite well. And I think this type of circuit, as you mentioned, that switch in playstyle, first week, middle pack run, but second week, we found them find that stability inside of their playstyle. But we have the schedule for the day. First 3 games, Rondo and the 2 Wrangles played by Group B. Then we have Erangel 2 Miramars played by Group B. We also have our predictions for the day. I have picked Apex Gaming from Group C to actually do well. And Group B, Godlike. Let's see how things turn out for these two teams.
And the majority of us still went for AX and also, well, I went for True Ripper as well. I believe in Punk's IGLing for quite some time now. Hopefully it is going to get him enough to see Group A. No personal bias, but I do love myself a Cinderella story. Started at the bottom and now you're here situation. And in this case, Godsend, True Rippers, pretty much the team to be watching out for.
I'll tell you why I didn't go for True Rippers. It's quite obvious that they will push through. I believe True Rippers will definitely make it through. Godlike, I don't know.
You just don't want to jinx it, huh?
I don't want to jinx it, yeah. So are you saying I just jinxed Godlike and Apex Gaming? Let's see.
Maybe, because so far all my predictions on towards Apex Gaming has been a little bit of a jinx here and there. And I think Team Apex Gaming is in the same boat here with Quantum Spark and also Esports Social, where day one they did really well, day two flopped the ball and could not get promoted. So it's very, very unfortunate to see them.
True.
But now for Godlike in particular, their situation is very similar to K9. They have been shuffling between A and B, both respectively, and now it's a proving ground for them in Group Week 3 itself. They're not exactly the bottom of the pack of Group A. They should push back to Group A.
I agree with you on that. I think with the kind of roster that they have, Admino, S-Power, Some, Manya, this is a championship team, and yet we see them struggling to even stay inside of their own group. So that is something else entirely, but we still have to wait for the matches. Before that, we are going to go through the action of Group C, and of course, to kick things off on this journey for Week 3 qualifiers. Ladies and gentlemen, the first map, Rondo, it is getting heated up.
Well, let's see how things go as well. We are going to be expecting some action-packed moments here in the map of Rondo for Group C. And the fight for survival begins for some of these teams. Can they push themselves in towards Group B by the end of these 2 days? We shall see. But to kick things off, this flight path is going to be coming in from the east side, passing towards the middle pack, and then ending towards the west side. So a pretty I would say, a middle ground flight path for all these teams.
Yeah, seems like a middle ground flight path if you look at the terrain. But when you look at the cities that are there, Jeddah City Test Track Stadium is also available. I think this is one of those flight paths that can cause a lot of chaos. You can glide towards Yulin, you can glide towards Danching as well. So options open up, opportunities open up for these players and these teams. We'll just have to see which teams are going to look to go aggressive right off the bat. Phoenix Esports, look at them. They're going towards Mehran. Mehran usually is not that crowded, so we can expect a slow start from the side of Phoenix Esports, but they can also ruin the day for someone's dream and also for Higbozon. Those isolated players, the players responsible for those recalls, can be shut down very early.
Yeah, but as of yet as well, look at this. Neox Factory is pretty much occupied all the way through. Troy Tamilas Esports already losing the first player right from the get-go. You can see it's just a huge fiasco of teams just fighting for survival here. And even the edges as well. Mad King's doing pretty okay, but even Team Apex Gaming is in the vicinity. I see like, what, 7, 8 teams in Neox Factory?
Yeah, hey, if it's available, everyone's gonna go for it. Fire sale inside of Neox Factory. And of course, as we see players trying their level best to hide inside of behind these air vents, it's not going to work out. You are surrounded from every single direction. Well, at least for Blink, it's just Nexus in the back line, so they can be safe for the next few moments. But as you talked about, Apex Gaming, look at them charge forward. It's Hydro, it's Jonathan. And well, doesn't matter. They are going to be the first ones getting knocked out. Now, Jonathan left alive, taking a duel against Professor. Does find the trade. But the player in the back line, he needs to heal up before taking this fight.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. Jonathan now thinking he's going to go for the pick-up here. But right below him is going to be AX looking to try and push up. And it's going to happen. It's going to be a 3-man push. Jonathan's got the S12K, but he's got to go for the flick. He's missing a couple of shots here, but he's able to get the first knock and convert those points. There's one player down below as well, but seems like AX from the far free. The outside flank got completely taken out by Mad Kings from the far horizon, I think.
Yep. It was, I think it was Mad Kings or it was someone else, but that third party was the shutdown, and Jonathan does somehow manage to still stay alive. Talk about the stars aligning.
Wow.
And in fact, stars of BGMI also lining. ClutchGod is there, and Jonathan is hiding in the factory.
Yeah, this off angle from Mad Kings, especially from ClutchGod, to take advantage of this entire fiasco, shutting down AX, shutting down Blink, giving Jonathan a little bit of signs of life here to give him a little bit of hope for survival to find points. And even Autobots was trying to third party, was completely caught off guard by this off angle from ClutchGod.
Hey, but somewhere else on the map, Last Stade making their last stand against the players of Likita Esports. They have found the opener. And they have the numbers advantage. Starboy, he is isolated, should be able to find the knock. Finish conversion could be a little bit tricky considering the pile-up from Last Stade was a little swift. And now Likita Esports, it seems like their struggles are going to go on unless they can get Evil out of this fight.
Yeah, Lastade has been struggling for the past few weeks here. Finally, we do see signs of life coming from them as well. 4 finishes in the bag, looking for the 5th here. Daniel looking for an outside flank, and Evil gets taken down. But now, coming in for the cavalry here is going to be safe for the rest of the pack from Lastade. But Daniel is making it a little bit easier. Tried to go for the finish point, but unfortunately could not get so. Gets picked apart, and Kalan goes for the confirmation. Lastade, they hold on with 5 points.
I mean, I understand the urgency to grab those finish points in that fight, but I want to know your take on this. If you are outnumbered, you find a knock, players up front pushing one by one. It's better to try and go for that second knock. You are getting taken out over there, but let's see, look at the esports. They are not going to scoff off too much about it.
Well, if it's any other map, I think I will be on the same page for you. But in Rondo, it doesn't matter, man. Every single point counts because eventually the multiplier will kick in. If you do not have more than double digits in this game, you are going to be in trouble because we are going to be seeing that the potential big vacuum of points into the top teams, maybe even 25 points, 30 points. It's very, very common here in this map in particular.
I mean, you already look at Mad Kings and TAG with 7 finishes each. Last Stade is there with 5. So these teams now, we have a lot of hope from them that they could potentially end this game with somewhere about 13 to 15 points. By the way, Jonathan, he's been stealing a lot of eliminations and 100% finish contribution for Apex Gaming as of now. All 7 eliminations on Jonathan, and he finally gets shut down by his longtime former teammate, ClutchGod. Mad Kings now beginning to capitalize the high ground advantage that ClutchGod has been able to maintain all this time.
Well, impressive stuff coming from Jonathan with 7 finishes, but I think what's more impressive is that Mad Kings is always been playing Neox Factory since the beginning of time. And guess what? He's found a secret sauce to farm finishes. That dirty angle that ClutchGod has gotten, he's gotten at least 7 just off this rooftop just because nobody expects him to be shooting from this angle. This is just so dirty. And look at him. He's down to his last 19 bullets. That means whatever bullets that he's gotten, he's used up to the max, and he's find himself so many finishes here for Mad Kings.
And unfortunately for everyone else, the secondary weapon he has is a UMP. So even at mid-ranges, you can dish out a lot of damage with that secondary, but I think with the crowd getting thinned out inside of NeoX Factory now, even Mad Kings should be planning their next move. But Gen XFM, we saw them under pressure a few moments ago, hoping for a reset, but Last Stade, oh no, Daniel goes down for the second time to the same team, to the same opponents. And with that, I think Likita Esports, they're down to the last man out of all the recalls available in this map.
Yeah, Red X Ross has a very, very interesting crossfire backup as well. Nice shots here coming from the back. But Autobots, they haven't been able to convert any of these points yet. This is quite concerning. Seems like they've only got 1 finish point. Now with the push, Aman. Oh, what a timing as well. Ralphie tried to catch him off the reload animation, but he was able to pop it, get it off in time. Gets the 1 pump and takes him out. What an unfortunate fight here for Autobots. But on top here, Bunny, ooh, he's going to try and stalk his way through. But it's only got 19 bullets. Gotta make those shot counts here in Neox Factory. But as the dust is about to settle in Neox Factory, seems like we are seeing a lot of teams outside already slowly rotating inside the zone. And in particular, Riot Nations and Aura, one of the first few teams to dock their way all the way towards the far north section. They are going to be at a little bit of stalemate. But again here, ClutchGod, how are they walking into him? Finally, he goes down, though. Gets a nice knock, but Aman, will he get those points is going to be the question. ClutchGod eventually goes down.
Yeah, finally shut down, and I think a big reason for that was first, all alone, second, running out of ammunition and utility, but even before getting taken out, he might have opened things up for the side of Mad Kings, but Shadow OG. Oh no, out into the open, wanted to lob a molly to flush Superb out, gets baited. Amani's still there. Last started, they are closing in. Gen XFM in the rare. I think Red Ross. Now is the time to go for a revive. Now is the time to go for a reset. But will they be allowed to push away from Neo X Factory, or are we going to see them lose their lives and their recalls over here?
Yeah, look at this confidence from the start. They've got 9 finishes. They still have all their recalls. They came in swinging. They heard all these commotions, and they are going to farm up all these loose stragglers. And guess what? Evil finds the first one. Aman is going to be the next to fall. And just like that, Lestade finds 11 points in the bag right from the get-go. And of course, inside the circle, seems that Riot Nations has been kind of swarmed here from Aura. There can only be one team in the center as of yet, and Aura is going to be the winner as of now.
In the next few moments, though, they need to start finding a way and exit route out of there. Autobots are closing in from the western flank. But last started, they are not done yet, racking up these eliminations numbers. They clean house of Neo X Factory, clean it up completely. There's no one there except last started now. And I think they are going to be happy with this early run of theirs. I think this last Starday, with how they are playing this map now, reminds you of what we saw from the players of Evox. I mean, these are the players of Evox, but what we saw from them in the early stages of BGIS. And this is a playstyle, I think me and Necro had this conversation last week. This aggressive playstyle is what fits this roster best. These lads aren't meant to camp.
I think I'm going to pull it back a little bit further as well. It's been a while since I've seen this roster play like during their Los Hermanos prime of last year itself.
Yep.
Because this was really, really lacking from them, especially coming from BGIS. And now even for the first 2 weeks, where was this Lestade that we predicted them for quite some time? And now they came here swinging. They just demolished the entire lobby. I'm really liking what I'm seeing here. And again, this is their last shot for qualifications into the semifinals here. Being in the top 4 right now for them, pushing to Group B and then ending on top 8. Is going to be very, very important for them.
Relegation might have actually woken them up. But again, as you said, I think I am hoping to see this team directly move to the semifinals. Still a long way to go before we have the result, but Riot Nation stuck inside of the blue for some reason.
Oh boy. Riot Nations, they were pretty much kicked out by Aura from the center of the circle.
Oh yeah.
And they are forced to recall outside the zone. It's a little bit of a late recall as well. Stage 2 has already begun. Stage 3 is about to close in, so they have to loot up as quickly as they can and then go on their merry way. But unfortunately, it seems like Mets is severely lacking on easies. Down towards his last 8 bandages here. No choice but to actually book it for the zone and hope and pray that they are able to find some loots or loot off the loot boxes of other players inside the zone. It's going to be a very difficult game plan here, I would say, at least for Riot Nations. But on screen now, AX been a little bit quiet for quite some time. Seems like they are going to struck themselves a little bit of an obstacle right in the middle of the zone, sharing it with Hick Boson, I believe. But with the circle about to close in, they want to make a little bit of a quick rotation. Seems like circle is going to favor them, and Mad King's already pretty quick on the feet in the center this time.
It's a big surprise, but I think Mad Kings can make it work this time. I'm a little bit worried about AX because we did see Hick Boson lurking in the nearby vicinity, and I believe there has been an exchange of information that handshake at a distance between the two sides has taken place. And Autobots, we saw them just a few moments ago on the map, west of Hick Boson. Another team that can potentially be the catalyst to that fight beginning. In a few moments, we'll have our answer as to who takes out who first, who gets the edge, but Phoenix Esports away from all of the conflicts of Rondo, outside of the play zone towards the eastern side. And even though the early game hasn't really gone too well for them, 3 players with no recalls, they are taking their sweet time to readjust to the rest of the game. It's stage 3. Stage 4, as soon as it comes to an end, recalls are completely gone for everyone else. I think that could be the moment where Phoenix Esports can strike. Till then, just keep your numbers alive.
Ooh, it's going to be tough to do so. Like, I agree with the recall part. They have to, you know, I don't know if they should be taking advantage of the situation, but they're pretty much out in the loop as of yet. So hunting recall players is already way past in terms of timing.
Yeah, true.
But as of yet, making the zone is going to be top priority for them. And based on this zone, it's going to be extremely hard to play just because, number one, the majority of the circle has a very, very interesting crossway of water river. And to cross a river from the north side is extremely difficult. And as of yet, in the middle of it all is a mountain terrain where AX has gotten full control. So if you get caught out in the open, AX is going to have a full line of sight to actually blast you out of smithereens. So very, very interesting one on how they approach. And even Lastade as well, is they have not exactly crossed the river as well. So I'm curious on how they are going to be approaching this.
But towards the western edge, Blink Esports, as they try to move in, run into the crosshair of Igbozon, opening found by Bunny. And as soon as the players of Blink start to retaliate, they're down to the last man. Mayank in a blink is down to the last. He's the last player surviving for his team. They have found a few trades against the players of Igbozon and have forced them into the line of fire of a different team as well. Autobots on the flank, let's not forget about them, can pick up a lot of eliminations from these fights.
Oh boy, Autobots still trying their best to actually find an entry point in the zone. That they've approached from the west side, but the biggest threat from the west side currently is going to be Higbozon. They are looking for those third parties. Even Blink, they've realized that they are the biggest threat. Autobots has got a very nice flank from the other side. They're currently boxed in, but Higbozon, they're still focused on Blink. They don't know they're getting walked up here as well. Ralphie goes in for the pick. Bunny now gonna confront him, but eventually trades 1-for-1. Lobster gets a pick off as well. But throughout all this commotion, Higbozon getting taken out, but Blink also getting isolated as well. And they just take two teams at the same time and just got completely obliterated. And Autobots comes out on top in this skirmish.
It's the third team on the sidelines that were just lying in wait. Perfect opportunity and perfect time for them to strike. 6 eliminations on the board for Autobots. And of course, now they also have control of the complete western edge, but Apex Gaming, outside of the play zone, find themselves in a world of hurt. These trades against Phoenix Esports are not proving beneficial. They have the opening knock in this fight. They have the upper hand as Apex Gaming have found a reset for themselves, but putting pressure on the players of Phoenix, it's not going to be as easy as it sounds.
Seems like a Phoenix, they're deciding that whether or not should they commit to this fight and realize that it's just not worth it. They're still outside the zone. They're trying to find an entry point into the zone as well. Team Apex Gaming is right beside them. And Mad Kings has done a fantastic job gatekeeping them. Meanwhile, we do see a little bit of fiasco down the middle as well. Team AX going to be camping all those compounds. And when we talk about choke spots, look at this bridge. Look at this walkway. It's completely isolated. Lastade, Red X Ross, they're caught in the scuffle. And AX has got a very unique 2-2 split to box them all in. And Cyrex is looking to get a little bit cheeky to try and farm off some finishes.
And I think he wants to move in. He's getting very eager. He is closed in the distance. There's just one rock for cover. But look at the utility that the players of AX and Lastade have been able to lob at the players of Red Ross in tandem as well, by the way. Red Ross are just pushed all the way towards the shoreline. Superb just gets a revive. But it's not going to be enough. 2 versus 8, I believe, is what the situation is right now. Well, 2 versus 7.
Well,
AX, they have all 4, and Lastade is just down to 3 players.
I like the discipline coming from Cyrex as well. Like, they were split off, and through the midst of chaos, instead of third-partying, they decided to group up to play for the endgame zone. So a very interesting approach of play style coming from AX, considering that they are known for their hyper-aggression. However, down towards the south here, seems like a Phoenix Esports having a little bit of run in here with Team Apex Gaming still. And this scuffle, they rotated away from Mad Kings to try and push in. And it's still caught in a little bit of crossfire, but the nades from Team Apex Gaming is going to be spot on as Hydro gets the final player from Phoenix and takes him out.
What a performance in Game 1 from the players of Apex Gaming. 11 eliminations on the board. And now from here on out, the goal is simple. Just try and get those placement points. But Sim, he is back after the blunders of the second week. It seems like Sim has chosen violence, finds the knock midway. Apex Gaming denied that push inside of the play zone. Now they just go after Hydro. Sim finally falls. What was the call over there from Mad King? They should have charged together, but a blunder being made. Hydro finally gets shut down, but that player loss was absolutely unnecessary.
Yeah, a little bit of mistakes there. But just like that, Team Apex Gaming, they did find themselves a decent amount of finishers, but they will be the next team to be eliminated. But on the west side, Autobots, they have been trying to find space for quite some time, and Aura, they had center control this time. They are getting pressured and boxed in by Autobots as they are about to come in. Blockster getting the knock. That's going to be the opener that Autobots needs to push through inside the zone, but Utilities down low as well. Finally, the slam comes in. Iggy going to be caught out in the open. They scout out the final player on this vicinity here from Aura, and they are going to go for the mad push. They take down Kaliuk as well, but through the mist of chaos, getting third party from afar, that is going to be a little bit of a problem here for Autobots if they want to go in for the reset.
Oh, they really need their player back. They need all four if they want to survive this Western Edge endgame. It's not a lot of space. Troy the Million as well, putting pressure from the north. Aura was already involved in the conflict against the side of Autobots. Look at Jazzy. I feel the intention is to climb that slope, so at least he can have a line of fire. Eden already taking a few shots, but no direct visual confirmation, I believe, has been gained about Autobots' position. Hey, towards the southern edge. As you were talking about it, one of the most difficult phases of the game was that early stage 3, stage 4 transition. And of course, stage 4 to stage 5 was even brutal, since now the circle has chosen the northern half of that river. Riot Nations late to the crossing, and it seems like they are going to get trapped towards the southern edge of this bridge. AX Lastade, even Riot Nations on that flank, too much pressure.
It's going to be a tough thing to do here, at least for Riot Nation. Red X Ross still has to make a move. They're pretty much boxed in all angles as well. The only way to survive this is to defend against Riot Nations. They need these confirmations. Superb, lobbing a nade, needs to be spot on. It looks good. Does it connect? Oh, it's not going to be enough. No, it does. It does get the knock as well. Riot Nations, they need to go for the reset. Another nade is going to be on his way. The strikes are coming in. Will they find those confirmations? No, they will not. But Red X Ross, this is the saving grace they need. They need to be on point. And unfortunately to say, Riot Nations, they get back to cover. They get back to safety. And they should get everybody back on reset as of yet. Red X Ross, their backs are against the wall. They are stuck. And they do not have the numbers to work with.
But I have to say, it's quite commendable that these two lads have survived all this time. The other two players from the side of Red Ross were shut down, I believe, at least 5 or 6 minutes ago. But Riot Nations, full reset coming through. Well, it's just one player who's still knocked out. Are they not going to bring him back? Are they? Oh, yeah, finally they are going for a revive.
Such a risky play, but they don't really have a choice as well. Red X Ross still has the line aside of this vehicle. Forces smoke up to pick up Sunoj. And I think on the far horizon, Mad Kings also could be having a little bit of scuffle here. They are still on the eastern side of the circle, which is across the river itself. And ironic enough, the first 3 circles, the circle actually favored towards the south side of the island itself.
Oh, yeah.
But this is one of the biggest pranks, forcing everybody cross back towards the west side. And that's why teams are getting just completely caught off guard and thinned out.
I think for Mad Kings, again, by the way, the circle moves towards the western side of the river. And for Mad Kings, you have that shoreline. So if you have still have deployable covers left, you can utilize to make a safe haven for yourself along the shoreline and take free shots on Lastade, on Troy the Million Esports if by any chance they end up overextending in the fight. But that's a story for another time. For now, Red Ross, it seems like, are nearing their end in this particular game. Down to their last man, Superb, putting up a superb fight for his life and for those extra points. Finds a knock. Dollar gets knocked out for the second time in this fight itself. And he's swimming away. He's actually swimming for the switch, really believing in his teammates that they will be able to wrap things up and get him back inside the action.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to help him out as well, because Riot Nations, with the circle forcing them to cross, they need to find a way to cross as well. But as soon as say this, look at this. Easy tried to walk up the bridge, gets shot from the side. There's Rapid Chaos looking to try and box them in. Riot Nations, they are the ones now getting pinned completely Adi going to be on top here trying to survive his way through. He does have only 1 health. He's going to finally take a little bit of a nosedive here to play revivals, but he needs to patch himself up. But Rapid Chaos there is there to receive him and say thank you very much for those points and those loots. And just like that, Riot Nations, they will fall.
Yeah, they fall out, but as you mentioned, I think Rapid Chaos, they was eyeing that fight from the sidelines, by the way, for the longest of times. And as soon as Riot Nations decided to move in, they knew that both the teams would be left bleeding. Took advantage, took those finish points, and find themselves in the top 5 for this game. Now, the next challenge, Lost Stade. How do you deal with them? Well, I don't think they can. Look at the radar. There's a sneaky bunch of boys in the form of AX, and they're just closing in ever so slightly in the range of utility. As both the teams, Lost Stade and Rapid Chaos, collide, and knocks are going to be traded from either sides.
Oh, massive nades coming in. AX finally joins the fray. They are going to take 2 fights at the same time. Autobots getting picked from the far fray. And on this fight, just like that, Rapid Chaos has been wiped out by Lastade and Team AX. Team AX looking for the chicken dinner. Down below here, Shadow getting picked up from Lastade. They were focusing on Mad Kings on the east side for the longest of time. They wiped them out, and now they survive. But AX finally joining towards the end game here, but they do not have a lot of elimination.
And I think in the end game is when we might see them farm those eliminations as things get kicked off with Autobots taking their first casualty of this match. Let's see how they find a way to deal with it. Because Autobots, there's a potential third-party opportunity for Troy Tamilas Esports as well. And they have been eyeing the same position where the players of Autobots are. Since Autobots took down 2 teams in tandem. And I think that was stage 4. But last Saturday, they made it to the top 4 of this game. Last 2 players left. AX a little bit distracted. And the circle, as it shifts to stage 7, it belongs to no one. Absolutely everyone will be forced to run out into the open, take these fights.
Yeah, and so via Team AX, they realize they have to clean out Lastade for those space, and Lastade is already set up shop to move up forward as well. They have a decent amount of ammunition that needs to clip onto Lastade, but it's not enough to go those knocks yet. But they're hoping to get a little bit lucky. Cyrex gets another chip damage once more, but look at Lastade's focus. They're already setting up shop for the next phase of zone. Galan, however, getting knocked from Troy Tamilas on the other side of the map, also trying to make their way into the zone here. It's going to put a little bit of pit stop on towards them, but Cyrex, guess what? Drives by, gets a little bit of nice vision, but misses the timing. Could not get the knock. And Lastade, they are going for the reset once more. However, Jaxi from the far end gets the re-knock once more on Lastade.
But Cyrex needs to be cautious. If you see the players of Lastade already knocked out, then you have to be aware that someone else did that job instead of you. And they have a line of fire for this position. Now Cyrex, look at him. He's now stuck in that deployable cover. Maxioso has a line of fire to keep him pinned. And this could force AX into an unfortunate fight against Autobots and Troy Tamilas on the higher ground.
Oh boy, shots are fired. AX already pinning on towards Autobots. Aryan has been doing a fantastic job making sure that Autobots do not crash in towards them for the longest of time. But as soon as the Sades Arif finds a very, very nice pixel shot, gets the knock, and AX now needs to go and recover Aryan. But the biggest problem here is that how will Troy Tamilas actually survive? Because in terms of ammunition, they're almost close to 0 on Maxioso.
Oh, but the distraction from the players of Autobots draws the attention of AX. Troy Tamilas could have some breathing room to work with. And they do end up stealing that point away from the players of AX. 5 on the board for Troy Tamilas Esports. And with this top 3 finish, I think they're off to a decent start to their day. Well, scratch that, make that top 2, as Autobots are going to be the team eliminated 3rd in this match. And now it's the final showdown, a 3 versus 3, unless the revive comes through for AX. Well, it does. Devotee is back on his feet. The splash damage is going to happen a little bit further away. And now Troy Tamilas Esports sit in this endgame fight at a massive disadvantage.
Oh my goodness, Troy Tamilas Esports, they're sitting ducks here. All of them have no ammunition except for Aiden's got like 1 clip. And Team AX still very healthy on those long range and still going to keep them at bay here. The only chance of survival for Troy Tamilas Esports is going to be close and personal with those shotguns. And they haven't found a chance to actually stock up on the sides as well. And now Raiden get the free knock onto his Aiden. It is now going to be a 4v2 situation. Troy Tamilas Esports, they've got to make those nades and shotgun count right now.
And it's point blank range as well. The nades go out. Maxioso could take a ton of damage off of that. Even Devotee in the backlines is going to make the job and their lives a whole lot easier. Last man, well, doesn't matter how he went down. AX, they show up in a phenomenal form right off the bat in this week 3, and it seems like back-to-back promotion might actually be a dream turned to reality by the end of their matches tomorrow.
Yeah, it might just happen, but great performance here coming from Team AX with this winner chicken dinner and a decent amount of finish points as well. So it will give them the necessary head start that they need here for day 1 in this game from this Rondo map.
I mean, yeah, phenomenal run, but this is a conversation I was having with Salty last week. I want to bring you in on this, I see. Why are we surprised whenever AX plays well?
Well, they're the most
right?
Well, they're the most inconsistent team. We know they do have the capabilities, and it's nice to see how they rotated in this game and how they prioritize the terrain to their advantage as well. Because this circle itself was extremely hard to play, and the biggest scam was the circle actually forced them back into his river, and AX played one of the most greedy rotations, and it's worked out.
Yeah, but I think we should not be surprised that AX is pulling shenanigans like this. Because, well, BMPS 2025 champions.
Right.
Exactly, took on some of the biggest teams, came out on top. And apart from that as well, I mean, as far as the individual talent within the roster of AX goes, I think it's quite phenomenal. I mean, Cyrex from Mad Kings was doing well already. Devotee has been a phenomenal player for the last few years. So, them making these awkward rotations work, I think, is their special trait, because of which AX have been able to accomplish what they did last year. And with how they are playing right now, I think IS might not actually be the tournament for this team. Pro Series is their tournament every single time.
Fair enough. But at the same time, so let's talk about towards their performance here in this game. Yes, they got the chicken dinner. Yes, they've gotten a decent amount of finishes here. But we have to talk about the design of the map itself, because we are going to be seeing them multiply from those recalls, the points as well. And I believe there are a lot of teams that did really well in this game. In particular, one of those teams has to be Mad Kings as well, because with Clutch God's performance in Nyx Factory right from the get-go, finding 7 finishes, and he's done, 2,000 over damage in that game to make sure that life was hell for every single team rotating in that zone in particular.
Yeah, Clutch God sent everyone to La La Land. I think a lot of old BGMI fans would get that reference, but I think it wasn't just him. It was the titans of the old era, the old gods of this Battle Royale genre returning with a masterclass. In the first few minutes of the game, both of these teams weren't there towards the end game stages. Jonathan as well with 7 finishes, 900 over damage dished out. Then you have the players of Last Starday. We were praising them so much for that early game aggression. It ended up becoming the reason why they got taken out early. But hey, 14 points on just 2 players. So even if you got taken out super early in the game with 14 eliminations, I think you will feel okay as far as the overall leaderboard is considered.
Exactly. I think Spy and Evo is pretty much the biggest contributors of their overall points for Last Starday as well. I think by the time before they got wiped out, they had 16 finishes. So that's really impressive coming from Last Starday. But before you guys we give you guys a result as well, let's take a look towards the highlights of what exactly happened as well. Right from the get-go, we saw a huge fiasco of teams gathering in the Nyx Factory. Jonathan was able to find 7 Ps by himself, fending off multiple teams. And of course, with the courtesy help of Clutch God on the far horizon, poking on top of this rooftop, just completely annihilating anybody who stayed too long on those roofs.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think it's a very rare side, by the way. That's what I think, because rooftop on Nyx Factory, it's the riskiest position to be in. You're getting shot at from every single direction. Even the players that aren't exactly in the Nyx Factory defined scopes will be able to make the opponent's life a whole lot easier. Even with chip damage, you go down easy. But Jonathan and Clutch God, they played it to perfection today. AX towards the end game, as you were talking about it, I think those awkward little pushes, surviving in the midst of chaos, not getting involved in the action, not going for the third parties for the longest of times, was the big reason why they kept their numbers alive, why all 4 players were there for the end game. Otherwise, I believe Autobots, they could have actually clinched this chicken dinner away. That western edge was completely empty, and it was emptied by them.
Yeah, but speaking of empty as of yet here, look at this. Team AX with the chicken dinner with 22 points. Let's start with 20 points here. A very close comparison, but the rest of the pack here, Mad Kings with 14, 13 for Autobots. Troy Tamilas with 12 points, 12 for Apex Gaming, Rapid Games with 11. We have 7 teams crossing the double digit in this first game. And the rest of the pack, even for Gen X FM, yes, they did not get position points, but they still got 7 points. So I'm genuinely curious here, how many points are at the bottom of the pack? Because this is going to be setting the competition, or in this case, the bar really, really high for at least for the top 4 chase as of yet.
Hey, but week 3, it's a pressure-filled week. And I think with the start, AX, Last Start, Mad Kings, Autobots, Apex Gaming, teams that a lot of fans were rooting for have gotten themselves off to that good start. But Red Ross, it seems like that shift in momentum from Group D to Group C, it hasn't worked out too well. This map of Rondo not really going their way, ending with 4 points on the board. Same goes for Higg Boson. I actually expected Higg Boson to do better than this.
Yeah, this is going to be a concerning factor here for at least the second half of this stage. Like, Rising Esports with 6 points isn't too shabby, but I feel like from Red X Ross all the way to Phoenix here, they do have a very, very wide gap to close the distance if they want to try and fight for promotion, which, again, semi-finals on the line. Skip Survival, directly qualify for semi-finals, and then your options are a little bit easier to work with rather than revealing your strats during survival stages. And we know for a fact that survival stages is a free-for-all, wild card, unpredictable. You don't know who you're going to be playing against. Even if you know who you're playing against, you do not expect things to happen or you don't even expect things that shouldn't be happening in front of your face.
Exactly. I think I agree with you on that. I think survival stages is a queue that you need to avoid at all costs. It is an absolute bloodbath, the most unpredictable stage of the entire tournament. And after you're done with that, you're instantly thrown towards the semi-finals. Like, go deal with this now. But, again, the story keeps on unfolding. We still have this week to get through. And, of course, if Rondo has not gone your way, you have to make sure that you're consistent in the next remaining 5 games. But so far, let's move forward. Have a look at the elimination leaders. We have Dhruv. He's back again on number 1 with 34 eliminations, tied up with Lobster right behind him.
Yeah, but you know who's a surprise entry here is going to be Cyrex and Jonathan here as well. Cyrex is closing the distance, but Jonathan has been very consistent for this past 2 weeks. And I think even in this game, he was able to get 7 eliminations in the map Rondo. And it wasn't towards the end game. It was right off the bat, finding finishes left, right, front, and center. So Jonathan also making a little bit entry. Seems like he's not really out of it yet as well. It seems like leaving Godlike has made him somewhat stronger.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time you're going to see a goat turn into the Apex Predator inside of BGMI. And of course, we'll have to see where the journey ends up for this team. But before the next map, a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BMPS 2026 once again, and this is me, Salty. Joining alongside is going to be Necro, of course, covering Group C in week number 3. Necro, I think it was a fantastic start inside of the first game itself.
Yeah.
We saw Team AX after a very struggling first 2 weeks. Yes, the second week was really good, and now they are just continuing that momentum. They're looking really solid right now.
I'm liking that from the side of AX, and even Last Start Esports doing pretty good for themselves. Troy Twinlin Esports as well, getting a nice game. And yeah, speaking of Troy Twinlin Esports, for me, they're currently the big surprise because it's been a while since we've seen Troy Twinlin Esports on this wavelength, and I would love to see them move on with the same pace.
You know, actually, we also have to have a look at the schedule today as well. And of course, the first map of Rondo is done and dusted. We know exactly that AX, they're going to feel a little bit more comfortable on this particular map. But moving on to Erangel, I think it's going to be a whole different ball game altogether, especially for the likes of Team Apex Gaming. I mean, they did drop down from Group B to Group C, but I think the journey from now on seems to be a little more clear. Jonathan is fragging out the rest of the 3 players as well, kind of giving in 12 points. Should be a good start.
It is a decent start, but considering it was also the map Rondo and TAG, they managed to acquire a lot of points in the first couple of minutes itself. I expected maybe TAG getting around 15 to 16 points in this game itself. 12 points is, of course, a great start. Nothing taken away from that, but it's also the map Rondo, man, and we're speaking of TAG over here. I at least expected them to touch that 20 points marker.
Yeah, to be honest, I did that as well, but hopefully on the map of Erangel, they will be able to do so as well. As ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be soaring up to the skies once again. The flight path starting off from mansion, ending at military base. Now this flight path, Necro, it is of course a very deviated southern flight path. Honestly speaking, I don't like it. It kind of takes away from everybody wants to go towards Georgiapol, towards hospital, but you know what? It is a start.
It only covers like 30% of the map. And maybe that's one of the main problems with this plain flat path. Tilted on the right side of the map, a little bit on the southern side as well, starting all the way from Lipovka towards the Snoka military base. And if the teams do want to head on around Zarki, Georgiapol, Gatka, that's going to be an impossible stretch. They have to go for a pit stop, get their hands on the vehicles, some basic weaponry, and then maybe head on towards those drop locations. Redix Ross recently has been playing phenomenally well. First game wasn't exactly the way they wanted it to go, but it's still fine. We know what this team is capable of, and we know they can pull off a major comeback.
100%. I think we saw their performance inside of Group D as well. They were brilliant. But also concerns are going to be for Likata Esports or Phoenix Esports as well. In fact, majority of the teams who had promoted themselves from Group D to Group C, they kind of struggle at least to get themselves a start inside of Group C because, of course, the pace is going to be very different. But right off the get-go, we see those dots spread out, and we do have 3 teams nearing around that military base region. I wonder what the strategy is going to be. Of course, you've got Rapid Chaos Necro, you've got Apex Gaming, Likata Esports, and then, of course, you've got Genix FM.
Yeah, and even the circle actually forming on the right side of the map. And considering Higbo's on as well, it's going to be part of that clutter. This will be interesting. TAG heading towards Norapnoi as usual. They are going to be away from all the smoke. Matt King's on the screen. Matt King's on the move, trying to make some early rotations on the board. Heading towards their designated drop location, moving towards that comfort zone. It will be a long stroll for Matt Kings. Last Saturday, they found themselves in one of the best spots possible, and they've already got a great start. What else can you ask for?
I'm going to be having my eye on Autobots, to be honest, Necro. This has been a team that has really outperformed the rest of the heavyweights. Of course, coming in from Group D to Group C, that promotion took them some time, and I kind of expected that Autobots are going to start firing on all cylinders right from the get-go itself, but you know what? It seems like they needed some time to adapt themselves, and now we'll have to find out, can this team maintain that much-needed consistency? Because 13 points on the board isn't really too bad. But let's talk about our defending champions right now. Team AX looking really solid. I mean, I just made a video about Devotee in the morning itself. His contribution inside of Group D was phenomenal. Those revives to get 3 players back up, that solo chicken, because of which Team AX could tabletop that group. But now, once again, it's not just Devotee. I think Raiden, Cyrax, and Aryan as well. They look like a solid team, Necro.
Yeah, now it feels like the missing form is back once again. But we might just be too early to say anything. We have seen AX pull off quite the notorious performances as well in the past. Throw a couple of games that they're not supposed to, and then just things go downhill. And I really hope this time it's not going to be the same scenario. Genix FM as well, another team that should be a part of the conversation. Recently, nothing taken away from them. The performance is definitely there. They are slowly and steadily improving, but we're not seeing those great achievements from Genix FM yet. We need to watch them win some games with a lot of elimination points, just place themselves around the top 3, and then maybe things can be a little bit different for them. But even Genix FM, they're definitely trying their best to improve.
They certainly are. But Genix FM, the problem has been that yes, a couple of games they do fire. All their players do end up on that finished leaderboard, and Genix FM do get a good total. But when it comes to converting that start to a big chicken, I think that is where Genix FM have kind of struggled. So you almost always see Genix FM in that mid-pack. If they do work around the differences, maybe Genix FM can also be along the tabletoppers. And of course, we have to remember this. This is week number 3, ladies and gentlemen. If you aren't in the top 4, if you're not promoting yourself to Group B, you are going to be at a massive loss.
That's the whole important point. If you're going to be staying inside of Group C, which means you're pretty much going to be playing the final week for nothing. You will just be here playing it like scrims, having fun. You've got nothing to achieve. You will be anyways moving towards the survival week, which is going to be a tough thing, of course. So it's better to just place yourself in the Group B and maybe heading towards the semifinals.
That's very true. But Team Apex Gaming, I mean, you know what? This is one of the reasons why I consider Johnny, I mean, I'm talking about iSuper Johnny, as one of the best talents out there. I mean, didn't mention about the Apex Predator in the last game, and I want to find out if the Apex Predator is going to be doing his regular job. It should be a regular day in office, but we do have the top 5 nade users, and right at the top you can see Cyrax and Noob up there from Mysterious 4. I wonder what's going on with this Mysterious 4 right now.
I mean, Mysterious 4, their performance, it has been incredible. Especially week 1, Mysterious 4, this team was on fire. Week 2, the performance was not exactly able to match the expectations. But I'm pretty sure this time, Mysterious 4 will be able to pull off some great things. I mean, these are the top 5 nade users. And there's also a man from AX. It's going to be Cyrax. And he's always been the main playmaker for Team AX. He's always been great.
Look at Hig Boson though. Godx coming in from Reckoning Esports. He did get enough opportunities inside of Reckoning as well to try and prove his own worth, but inside of Hig Boson, I think he has a much more impactful project on his shoulders. He's got a responsibility to lead that attacking lineup as well. We will talk about that, but for now, Team AX, it seems like they are going to be chasing the likes of Rising Esports. And Necro, it seems like your favorite team, they're running away from a fight. What's wrong with them?
My favorite team?
Who's your favorite team, Necro?
I didn't even know that was my favorite team.
Who is your favorite team inside of BMPS?
I don't think there's like any particular team that's favorite. You can't say a team that I like to watch will be Seoul.
Ooh.
Pretty nice, pretty consistent, aggressive. I think that team has got it all. But as of now, Hig Boson and AX, this is one of those fights that you never expected. And as of now, AX, they're in a lot of trouble. Another man falls down. Cyrax is well taken care of. Aryan and Devotee, they just want to pack their packs and back away from this spot. But eventually, Hig Boson, they also catch the remaining players. And even the last man gets eliminated. AX! Man, oh man. I'm pretty sure they themselves do not know what just hit them.
Absolutely, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Hig Boson out of nowhere. My one question is going to be, how did those drive-bys connect so precisely? Bunny was spot on every single time. Those shots from the shotgun. Are you crazy? Never really seen anything like that. But look at this, Genix FM trying to pull a page out of Bunny's book. Crashes onto a tree and Ghost FM gets taken down. Genix FM in the midst of a lot of troubles out there. Ripe Nations making a mockery of the opponents right now.
It's still quite the back and forth though.
Just one man left alive. He is, of course, doing a little bit of that retaliation job, but can Bunny really bring back this entire squad is going to be my question. Ripe Nations, though, even they are going to get a little bit of time to actually go in for that reset, Necro.
Yeah, getting a few scrappy points eliminated as well. And now Genix FM taking a bit of a pit stop in the fight itself. New players knocked to the front. Riot Nations now looking to charge on towards the last man. And this one single man from Genix FM, he's supposed to be fearless, and he indeed is. Gets the elimination on Dollar. Riot Nations eliminating the entirety of Genix FM. It's not going to be a piece of cake, that's what he says. Another man from Riot Nations creating a nice off angle, and the final man has to retreat. No other option, he cannot just keep on fighting it like that. But that hovercraft is almost on the verge of being blown up. Oh no, he needs to stop. He's being stopped in tracks, but what a spray! Beams the player down, 2 shots to the noggin, and he gets knocked. And now this is an opportunity opened up for him.
This is a brilliant stuff coming in from Genix FM, to be honest. Little bit of retaliation coming through. Riot Nations, they had so much lead in that fight, but the way Bunny responded back in kind, It's almost as if a revenge arc was there for Gen XFM, and look at those 3 points. Yes, for sure, it's not going to do them a lot, but I'm pretty sure that he is, or rather is going to be a little happy about avenging his brother's death. Have a look at this, Blink Esports though. They are eyeing up the compound of Phoenix Esports. A Krafton comes through. The invasion is also going to be extremely important through the smoke. Shots getting fired. Phoenix Esports taking a step back. And I'm pretty sure they don't really want to take this fight head on.
Yeah, Phoenix is on the run. All the players next to each other. The moment they get that revival, instantly just leg it. And Phoenix Esports is going to be fine. Blink Esports, I don't think they've got the guts to make the push like that. And it's also not going to be a good push, by the way. It's not going to make sense. It's better to just stay back and let the flow of the game take over. Look at the Esports on the move as well, and this man from Rapid Chaos Esports, he lets him pass! Catches the second player. Look at the Esports, it's a big surprise! And I'm pretty sure Fragger, he's also got his teammates to back him up. There's no possible way that man from Likitha Esports is going to be spared.
This is domination at its very best. Rapid Chaos Esports, my oh my, that was a bridge camp and a half. Try and hide your presence, turn it to absolute zero, and when the last man passes by, that is when you try and get the scalp. That was just absolute brilliant. Rapid Chaos, of course, being extremely technical in this bridge camp, now have to be technical about the rotation as well. Lovely timing of the map, lovely producers. We do have it, and Rapid Chaos, it is, of course, going to be evident. A southern injection ahead of the city of Milta, but as soon as they enter the circle, they're going to come face to face against Lastade, who in my opinion are moving northward. They are trying to move towards central parts of the circle. But of course, who's going to find the center of the circle if it's not Rising Esports, is it?
Yeah, Rising Esports, that's been their strategy. The go-to strategy. Stick to the center, do nothing. And then in the final few moments when the circle shifts away, get eliminated.
Wow.
But I really hope this time, Rising Esports is able to adapt to the shifts and maybe make moves on the fly. But as of now, they've been pushed on the edge. Mad Kings are going to be the one now attracted to that center. Straight up heading towards those compounds. Troy Tamilas Esports a little bit on the right side off the circle. Right now, it's not going to be a problem. TAG catching a lot of hurt from so many bullets. And that hovercraft is now going to be dismantled, stopped in tracks. One man from TAG is just out in the open. Fighting chances next to none, but even the man from Autobots Esports, he gets decommissioned as of now.
Yeah, Ralphie getting taken down is going to put Autobots in the back foot once again. But look at Team TAG, they are stuck in the middle of nowhere. Hugh Lamar was traveling on a hovercraft, by the way, but Autobots, with the way they chained their sprays down, with every single player targeting that one vehicle, there's no way that man is going to survive. Look at this. Higbo's on the other side, they have been struggling as well against Aura X. Got a lovely formation, one of their players has been knocked down. So we want to find out if Higbozon will be able to kind of take this fight till the ending stages. It's kind of sad, ever since Showdown happened, Higbozon never got to showcase their true potential. But we'll see if they do win that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's not just about showing your true potential. It's just them not being able to perform the same way.
Yeah.
Even in the BGS, right? The first couple of weeks were so good, but then later on, we never saw the same performance return. They were eliminated pretty early, since we thought a team like Higbozon could last forever in the tournament. But that was not the case. And speaking of lasting forever, even Gen XFM does not last for too long. 3 finishes in this game itself. Gen XFM right now is moving with an average of 5 points per game, and the goal has to be to push yourself outside of this group. It's going to be the promotion itself. So Gen XFM at least needs 10 points per game if they want to be promoted guaranteed.
You know what? Teams inside of Group C, they're going to be desperate. This is going to be your last opportunity. Get promoted or you are going to be in the deepest circle of hell. If you get relegated, there's going to be nothing worse. But have a look at this, Team Apex Gaming. They're going to be now under fire. Jonathan takes some shots outside of the shotgun. Goes exposed. 2 exposed to actually take down 3 players like that. But he still finds a knock. Team Apex Gaming, they're still holding strong. Through the window, there's going to be yet another man. Jonathan does have the DBS. 2 pumps is going to be enough. Strikes 1. but gets eventually knocked out. Where are the rest of the players, Necro? Why did not cover fire come in right in time? Team Apex Gaming, they're going to be absolutely pissed with that.
I mean, Autobots Esports did not even break a sweat in that fight. It was such an easy conversion for them. 2 men of Apex Gaming were instantly cut off, including Jonathan later on. And Apex Gaming was already at a disadvantage going for that fight. It was only a 3-man squad available for TAG. Jelly was taken down way earlier. And now TAG with these many problems on their court. Yeah, it's really hard for me to say anything right now. Rapid Chaos Esports against the boys of Likita Esports. This is another one of those fights that is on the way. And as of now, it seems like Rapid Chaos Esports, these utilities, not finding any success and they have to retreat.
I want to find out if Dhruv OG can actually prove himself inside of Group C once again. This man has been brilliant, being on the Eliminator leaderboard. In fact, not just on the leaderboard, he's #1 right now. Can Rapid Chaos continue that momentum? Can they push themselves inside of Group B, potentially making it a shot at semi-finals directly? We'll find out, of course, but have a look at this team Aura X. They're on the move, and this team has always preferred those central spots inside of the circle. They are quite exposed, as you can see right now, but you can also see the barricades of vehicle being struck together. And if they can actually utilize those vehicles as cover in the ending stages, it's going to be phenomenal. But have a look at this, Autobots. On the flip side, they are having a free roam on the territory. Shots being fired. There are going to be 2 teams on their flank. Blink Esports start taking shots.
And Autobots Esports, the vehicle, it's on the verge of being eliminated. Oh no, Autobots Esports, you got to be a little bit careful. A few more bullets on the vehicle and it's going to blow up, but there we go. Finally find a pit stop. It's now going to be their safe haven, at least for a couple of more minutes. Not every single good spot inside of the circle is a good spot.
I don't think there's any good spot inside of the circle. This is barren land, ladies and gentlemen, in between mansion, in between school. Has not a lot of compounds. Maybe those couple of shacks can be there, but definitely does not have space for 12 teams out there, Necro.
Indeed. And Blink Esports now catching some hurt. It's going to be Higbozon Esports taking those shots. Blink Esports is also getting a bit of a cover fire from the opposition. It's going to be a completely different team. And Higbozon, they might just end up exposing themselves a bit too much. There's a man Professor. And those taps are not exactly too precise, but it's fine. They're more than enough to get Blink Esports out of their danger way.
It's talking about danger. I'm wondering, how is Autobot surviving without any danger right now? They had Blink Esports on one flank, they had Higbozon on the other, and if they move northward, they are going to find Troy Tamilas Esports. It is almost a 7th circle of hell right now, but Autobots, they're still managing to keep themselves tall. Look at Ralphie. Takes a little bit of damage from the nade itself, but instantly is going to push back Blink Esports with a little bit of retaliation. Blink on the other side, they are heading straight towards Troy Tamilas Esports. It's going to be a fight, Necro.
Troy Tamilas Esports managing to wipe out the entirety of Higbozon, and now Blink Esports, they were here to third party. But are they really going to press the matters? Blink Esports is also getting shot at from the sidelines. It's going to be Autobots Esports taking those shots now, and somehow the tables are flipped. Blink Esports now on the receiving side of the spectrum, and even Troy Tamilas Esports from the top. With the utilities, they're doing some damage. Confirmation on one of the players on the back of that molly. Blink Esports, they've still got 2 more men standing, and a man is knocked out. Revival can be there. But as long as Troy Tamilas Esports is tossing utilities, that revival might just not be possible. And this nade, it's extremely close. Way too precise from Troy Tamilas Esports. Blink Esports still somehow alive with a 2-man squad as they get the revival on the fallen comrade.
You know what, there's just 1 man left alive, make it 2. Blink Esports finally looking to find a reset. Beautiful cloud of smoke to actually provide themselves from all the utility that has been showered by Troy Tamilas. But I'm wondering, all of those angles are exposed from their back lines. Autobots can take shots at any moment in time. Look at their vehicle smoke up. 2 players, Blink Esports, they're trying to be smoke criminals right now. Troy Tamilas have done a very good job in pushing them back, and yet another knock comes through.
Wow, Blink Esports within a blink of an eye. Eliminated from this game. Just too much pressure to handle in that scenario. Not a good spot either. From the back, it was just Autobots Esports constantly peppering shots. From the front, Troy Tamilas Esports was applying pressure. Where do you go? Nowhere. You have to be eliminated from the game, and that's what happened. And now Rapid Chaos Esports, finally after a long time, we're seeing a good game from them. 7 eliminations already secured. Phoenix Esports, they're just out in the open, way too exposed. And this elimination point is going to be gifted to the gods.
You know, I'm looking at Rapid Chaos. They have complete control of the southwestern part of the zone right now, but they can be caught off guard by the lads from Red X Ross. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Troy Tamilas Esports, they've got the God compound for themselves, and Autobots is going to be in the line of sight. Aiden takes some shots, points at Knock, but Autobots... Oh wait, he actually keeps tapping away. He still finds his connections. It's insane how he manages to keep on dishing damage against Autobots. And what can Autobots do right now?
Yeah.
They're stuck in a sandwich. It's even Matt Kings who is approaching them, Necro.
The man was just blindly firing around the vehicles and somehow finding those tap connections. Autobots Esports, they know someone's going to be sending it soon against him. And Matt Kings, they've got a wide spread. And it makes a lot of sense too. Matt Kings do not need to send it just yet. Everyone's waiting for the zone to collapse and the second zone to pop up. State 6, that's where a lot of things will be decided. And Matt Kings now, since they know the exact positions of Autobots Esports, they're starting to group up once again. Simp knows where exactly one of the men from the side of Matt Kings is. And as of now, Autobots Esports, what? Instead, it is going to be Troy Tamilas Esports making that pounce against him. And even Matt Kings, they do the same thing. It's a collaborative effort.
It is a punching bag that has been made out of Autobots right now. There's absolutely no way that this team survives. It's a massive collision. Matt Kings from one side constantly keeping up the pressure. Meanwhile, Troy Tamilas Esports just hit them with everything that they've got.
Oh,
it is Ari who does find a little bit of a trade-off as well. Beautiful shot through the blades of grass. That is 5 finishes on the board for Autobots. Matt Kings coming in from the back lines. But no way Hesperos snatches that away from him. It is unfortunate that Autobots had to go down, but Matt Kings, they keep themselves intact. Still 4 players left alive, Necro.
It's crazy the amount of teams are getting tag teamed. And now Troy Tamilas Esports, they need to recall all the forces once again. These 2 players getting pressured now by ORAX. Can they play the defense right? Utilities once again way too precise. What is that from ORAX? How did they know there was a man there? Great stuff. And now another man from Troy Tamilas Esports. Just imagine the amount of pressure that's going to be on the man's shoulder. Maxioso is popping that first aid. Another nade tossed out. Is he going to be doing damage? No, it's going to be the answer. Maxioso is still healthy, but he's also taken down a bit lower. More nades tossed down from ORAX. They just want to funnel the man out, push the man out of his comfort zone. But the amount of smokes Maxioso is tossing, he's going to be staying in that comfort zone for a long time.
That has to be his only win condition. Make a cloud of smoke, make the opposition force them to try and take the fight, and as soon as they appear on that staircase, he can shoot them down with the shotgun. Of course, we'll find out if he can survive till long, because Aura X, they are adamant. On the flip side, Red X Ross have been struggling. Rapid Chaos constantly keeping pressure. Flash through the smoke, does find connection. Rapid Chaos just keep on ramping up their finished numbers. They've reached 8 in a matter of seconds right now. Matt Kings from the sidelines. Clutch God does take a couple of those shots. Shadow OG has actually reached 5 eliminations. It's a fantastic stat out there.
Oh no, Rapid Chaos Esports, too many players on top of them, and they cannot sustain all of that damage. Rapid Chaos Esports, they break, and now there's just one man, the final glimmer, and even he gets eliminated. Matt Kings, now they're starting to drive their vehicles around, scouting out the grounds nearby, making sure that not a lot of foes will stay. And Rising Esports, even they wanted a bit of that piece of the pie, but Matt Kings, they do it successfully, making sure that Rising Esports, they will not be able to take the land.
Like I said, it's been a great game coming in from Shadow OG. Look at those personal numbers. 6 eliminations has been brilliant. Now Sim taking shots. Fox Opie barely manages to survive, but Nobi, brilliantly done. He finds that connection, yet another knock for Matt Kings, and that has been brilliant. Rising Esports, what was their game plan?
This week, Matt Kings have been a different beast.
Yeah, true that. You know what? On the flip side, there is yet another fight. Aura X, they found complete control. Troy Tamilas Esports bow out of this competition, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we are up to the top 3. Rising Esports, the central tactic has actually paid them dividends. They are, of course, going to get those position points. But my question is, did they gather those finish points that are so important, Ekro?
look at Mad Kings, the spread they've got. Man, oh man. It's such a wide spread. And Mad Kings, there we go. Clutch God closes in. Rising Esports now hurt. Man gets confirmed instantly. REX, 3 finish points secured so far. That's going to be more than enough to instill that fear in the opposition. But Mad King's not a team that's going to shy away like that. Not a team that'll be scared. Rising Esports, if you know them, you know they're not going to be participating in this fight. They're just going to be staying away from it as long as possible. Wait for the opponents to engage and then maybe do something about it.
This compound for REX, this is going to change the course of this fight. They are a little outside of the circle, which means they will have to eject outside of the compounds and move in. And as soon as they do that, Mad Kings Esports, they've got 4 different angles to counter REX, and this is insane stuff. Rising Esports on the flip side, they've been tucked in that corner, and I guess they've been found out as well as those nades come in. Still keeping themselves behind those vehicles, just surviving for a couple of extra more seconds. REX on the flip side, they are trying to make a move, but constant shots. Shadow OG has been prohibited from finding hitting up the knock, but they still do manage to find connections. REX, they go down 2 men just left alive. And now I don't think there is any question on who's walking away with the golden chicken.
REX is just getting mowed down. That's what's happening. The Blues on the move as well. It's going to be merciless this time. And just look at the amount of damage that's being ticked away. Mad Kings, they've got the widespread, they've got the man advantage, they've also got the positional advantage. But REX, they're also hammering them down. The trades are now starting to happen once again, and even Rising Esports was making some moves. And Rising Esports, they found themselves right behind Mad Kings. It gets even worse, but Mad Kings, they still strike him down, and now the man from REX makes that push. The timing was immaculate. When they were busy taking a fight against Rising, REX makes that pounce. And now Mad Kings, they're on the verge of being dismantled as well. What's happening? It's so confusing. So many teams taking shots at the same time. Mad Kings, they're on the verge of crumbling apart.
Just to give you context, this is a 2v1 situation right now, ladies and gentlemen. REX, they're still going to be on the outskirts of their compound, but the problem is Rising Esports, right in the nick of time, they just went out of that corner, and now they've found themselves a lovely position. Yes, Foul 619 has been knocked out, but the revive shouldn't really be that difficult. REX exposing himself. It's going to be the last man left alive. Fragger, can he keep himself alive? Can he go away from the sightlines as Shadow OG is constantly looking for players?
Oh, the nade. It's going to be the nail, or maybe not. Mad Kings is also taking a lot of fire from Rising Esports. And somehow Rising Esports is now able to flip the odds in their own favor. The revival on the fallen comrade is there. Rising Esports now has the man advantage. The table's now in the favor of Rising Esports. And all the single players from the side of Mad Kings. It's impossible to survive. Last man from Mad Kings out in the open. And Rising Esports now control a big terrain. And Shadow OG, what sort of shenanigans can he really pull off? Foul. Moving slowly and steadily. The man from Mad Kings is finally on the move. Shadow OG. He's got the big brains, but now he needs to make a big brain move. Stops on top of that airdrop. There's also going to be a few players now racking him up from the sidelines from Rising Esports. There's a nice flank angle available, but even that's not going to be utilized. As Rising Esports, they take the chicken dinner straight up. They snatch it away from Mad Kings. We all thought that it might just be Mad Kings taking it home, but in the end moments, somehow Rising Esports just pulled off a massive move.
Absolutely. I mean, what a turnaround it was. I wasn't expecting Mad Kings to actually give up on this fight. But you know what? The timing of Rising Esports, especially the timing of Yuva as well as Found 619 to move out of that corner, get into a different position, actually on the other side of the zone. Meanwhile, REX and Mad Kings were fighting. I think that move, that single move just changed the course of this entire game itself.
I know, right? And we've seen 4 scenarios so far with tag team efforts.
Yeah.
The last one as well was definitely a tag team because REX literally made the pounce on top of Mad Kings when Rising Esports was on the move in the back.
Yeah.
And every single person from Mad Kings were busy looking at Rising Esports, and that's when REX just got the advantage.
You know what? I still can't believe that Mad Kings look so solid right now. Yes, of course, the chicken dinner did go away from their grasp, but Necro, I think we've got to be very happy with the comeback in form for Shadow OG. 6 eliminations all by himself. That man is supposed to be an IGL, by the way.
Definitely the best team right now in this week we've seen so far.
Yeah.
right? Because the way Matt Kings played that previous game, even if you look at it on a tactical standpoint, Matt Kings was doing just so well. Every single cards were played right. But in the end, as I mentioned, the tag team effort from the side of Rising Esports and RX to shut down Matt Kings, it was just unfortunate. And I also like that move from Rising Esports. Nothing taken away from that. That was definitely a big brain move. They realized that Matt Kings is now just way too exposed and they have pushed themselves too deep. Let's punish them. Let's move back. Take the flank angle. The moment they got that flank angle control, it was over for Matt Kings.
It certainly was, but you know what? I think for Rising Esports, the only caveat is going to be the fact that they could not find as many finish points as they would have liked, I guess. Because of their positioning, because of their central positioning, I think Rising Esports have managed to avoid majority of those collisions. So the much needed points, maybe the 10 to 12 finish points that you would expect on a chicken in a game is not really coming through. But if Rising Esports can maybe, let's say, stay consistent with the chicken dinner approach, maybe with the positional point approach, I guess it is going to be good enough to actually keep them at the top 4. Because at the end of the day, you need no finishes, you need no points. You just need to stay in the top 4 to qualify.
Yeah, and Rising Esports can definitely do it, at least in the early stages of a tournament. But when things do get a little bit tighter, we know Rising Esports struggles. So, survival game, Rising Esports have always been on point. The same thing can also be said for teams like Team Tamilas as well. They're really good when it comes to that survival aspect of the game. But when it comes to taking fights, when it comes to taking things in your own hands, that's where we do see these teams sort of struggle. And that's why Rising Esports was taken down with a two-man squad in the first place, right? And we saw Fox OP, UOP once again doing really good for themselves. But back towards the conversation that I was having, right? Speaking of Mad Kings, this is definitely the best Mad Kings we've seen so far in the BMPS 2026. I'm loving the shape and form from them. And of course, the man himself, Shadow OG, getting 8 finishes on the block.
I mean, this guy is just talented by birth. I don't even think that this man needs to actually spend time inside of training grounds and whatnot. I think all of those is just made for average Joes like us to actually get inside a TDM, to try and grind as much as you can. This man steps into the battleground, changes it on its headspace altogether. 8 finishes, 695 points of damage. Brilliantly done. I think his positional aspect has been brilliant. The amount of intent that you get to see from Mad Kings has been brilliant as well. Clutch God, Shadow, 11 finishes shared between them. It takes us back to 2019, 2020, isn't it?
I mean, it definitely does, but looking at the overall form that Mad Kings had in the past 2 weeks, then you start to think about it. Okay, what exactly happened then? And now Mad Kings is able to perform so well, so good, that is also making me question, are we going to see the same form last, or is it just for 1 or 2 games?
Let's not jinx it anymore, Necro. We'll find out what exactly happens. But as of now, of course, have a look at this. Rapid Chaos. I think yet another team that also showcased a lot of potential. I mean, through OG, we've only talked about his individual prowess. We talked about that Rapid Chaos as a team isn't really functioning as brilliant. I think this was the game where they doubted, where they silenced all those doubters.
For a moment, we thought even Blink Esports could actually do a lot better.
Yeah.
They pushed in, they got that third party as well, perfectly done. Higboson were eliminated by Krafton Esports, but then Blink Esports from the back. They were also getting pressured by Autobots Esports. And yes, kudos to Autobots Esports. Even they have been insane. Autobots Esports over here were tag team by Krafton Esports and Mad Kings together, and that's why they were just completely in shambles. Later on, it was, of course, Rising Esports and their heroics securing this entire game in their own hands.
In my opinion, I still kind of feel like RX, in spite of all that advantage, in spite of having that compound, I think they kind of fumbled that lead, but I guess I'm just going to let that slide. Inside of the final stage, especially when you have to move away from your compound,
Exactly.
the circle is forcing you out. There's not much that you can do. But in my opinion, there was just too much experimentation. Let's just have a look at the match rankings, ladies and gentlemen. And Mad Kings right up the get-go, 19 points from this game. But I'm looking at those 13 finishes. Brilliant numbers, in my opinion.
Yeah, of course. Mad Kings 19 points. Since, as I mentioned, this is also the best Mad Kings we've seen so far. I'm pretty much happy with this performance. Rising Esports getting 15 points, more than enough. Rapid Chaos Esports as well, in best shape and form we've seen so far, getting 13 points for themselves. Krafton Esports getting 12, RX getting 9. So you can't say the top 6 right now is in a comfortable spot. They've got enough points as they needed to. Latter half of the board, though, this is where the real problems now will strike. THE just getting 0 points in this game. Man, that's bad. Look at the Phoenix Esports, AX, bad performances.
You know what? I'm looking at AX and Last Started right now because these two started Rondo on a brilliant run. all of a sudden the overall standing just opens up because there are going to be new entrances. Look at Mad Kings, look at Troy, look at Rapid Chaos. 2 positions jumped, 3 positions jumped, and 4 positions jumped respectively. I think that is a brilliant start. At least you have that foundation. But you know what, Group C, I think with 1 game left to go, if anybody wants to keep themselves for competition tomorrow and wants to qualify and wants to get promoted towards Group B, this is going to be your last shot, because tomorrow otherwise there's going to be too much to actually do for.
We all know it. It's still going to be back and forth, right? Maybe RX can be kicked outside of the top 8. Maybe TAG can make the entrance. Even Phoenix Esports can still stand a chance to directly push themselves in the top 4 if they get 20-plus eliminations and a massive chicken dinner. So Phoenix Esports as well can instantly do it. Anyone right now in the overall standings can do it, and that is one of those things that's creating a massive confusion. And so far, we haven't really seen anyone from the latter half of the board unleash the beast here, right?
Yeah, I think they need to do something right now. Do we have something that we can give them, Necro? It seems, do you want to give them the white one or the black one? In my opinion, the white one.
Yeah, the white one tastes better.
The white one tastes
and it's also pretty healthy.
Yeah, it's supposed to be healthy. How about you utilize that white monster and actually help yourself in the weight loss journey? Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to unleash that beast, utilize the white or the black monster. It is just as brilliant. Doesn't really matter. But of course, getting back into that conversation once again, I feel like you talked about Phoenix Esports making a comeback. I am looking at TAG, man. I expect TAG for a banger performance in the next game.
It's not even a question. TAG has no names. They're supposed to make a comeback. But you know what? Maybe after this break they will make it. So right now, let's move on to a break.
इन जैसों पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
बीजीएमआई क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख,
बीजीएमआई पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we are headed towards the last game for the opening day of this third week for Group C. Things have taken a turn now, I see, haven't they? Out of nowhere, Mad Kings show up with a new kind of domination and a new form that we haven't seen them in yet.
Exactly. At the same time as well, Mad Kings, they started their journey in Group B and they were relegated. And week 2, they couldn't even stand a chance to actually fight back, to push back towards Group B. But now with this performance, it does give them a shot for the potential grand finals moment. Well, not really. They're pretty much fighting for semi-finals altogether as well. It's nice to see they're back in action. You can see the confidence has kind of worked things out. We know for a fact that this roster is still relatively new with Sim into the mixer, and things hasn't been working out, especially for first week in particular. They actually had to swap Shadow OG back in on week 2. So they are still adapting, but I'm really liking what I'm seeing right now for this week 3 itself. They have adapted. They've been very consistent in these past 2 games. So hopefully this upcoming third game will give them the significant lead that they need to stay in the top 4. But there is a twist. Can they stay there at the top 4 by tomorrow is going to be the question.
Exactly. I think that has been the challenge for a lot of these big names. Either we talk about Mad Kings or teams like Apex Gaming. And Apex, in that last match, well, the performance was a little underwhelming compared to how things went for them in Game 1 itself. Third game, last match of the day, and then you have to wait till tomorrow. So it is time for us to see how things go down, how the teams compete against each other, and how the overall leaderboard is going to look like after this wrangle is done and dusted for the day.
Oh, this is going to be the most important one here for them to set up the lead. And as of yet, of course, even for Team AX, who clutched the winner-winner chicken dinner in the first game, being the first team eliminated game number 2, has gave them a little bit of a gap to work with in terms of the overall leaderboard. So currently sitting at the tippity top here with 33 points from Mad Kings, getting themselves another 17 points in this game. Well, I would say it's a little bit tough, but getting 10 points from this game is a very, very healthy lead for tomorrow to set themselves for success for the Group B in rounds in week 3 itself.
And apart from them, I think Troy Tamilas Esports, they have also kind of been consistent. Not a lot of eliminations from Troy Tamilas Esports, but we saw that positional play in Game 1, and it kind of pays dividend on the overall leaderboard. 24 points sitting on the second, followed by Rapid Chaos, and then we have AX, the winning team from the map of Rondo, pushed all the way down to the 4th position. But as we have this last angle of the day for Group C on our screens, the flight path starting from the centric point of the military island, leaning towards the western side and ends towards the north between Zarki and shooting range. The northeastern quadrant has been denied, but for this particular group, I don't think we have a lot of these teams that start from the northeastern quadrant of the map. Majority of them have opted for the southwestern drops and, of course, the centric drops of the map.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky one here. And now with the circle forcing themselves back in towards God Count once more. So teams on the west side is going to be very, very happy from their usual drop spots. But teams that are heading towards northeast here, they have to go back out and then come back in. So it is going to be a longer journey for some of the teams. In particular, Blink, Phoenix is going to be those teams that they have to be watching out for. Even for, I think, Aura is going to be having a little bit of a far-fetched rotation down towards the east side that they have to work things out. But for Higboson, very happy for them.
Yeah.
Like, in the middle, no contestation, nothing. They can pick their poison however they want. But the only downside is it can get a little bit boring for them, especially for first 2 circle. And sometimes those boredom can sneak up on you in your minds and just like make you a little bit more complacent and catch you off guard at times when it matters the most.
I think 2 things can happen. First, as you said, you can either get complacent and get taken out that way, or the second, you get over paranoid and just start scouting position where no one is absolutely there. That is also a situation we've seen teams in making unnecessary rotation, even though they are sitting smack center, just trying to scout opponents and then end up losing players. But Higboson, I think for the first few stages, I think most time to breathe is their luxury, at least as far as stage 2, stage 3 transition are considered. So hopefully they are going to have ample loot in these early stages. But right off the bat, we did have last star day, one of the first few teams to exit that plane, headed towards Milta and Milta Power. They already have control of Milta City. In fact, I believe they have pushed through and now are headed towards Milta Power. But this east to west rotation that last star day will be required to make, I think it kind of fits their play style. We've seen this team get very aggressive today, and if they are forced to take fights while other teams try to gatekeep them, keep them outside of the play zone, I think Last Star Day can actually have an edge in those conflicts.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, based on their current spot as well, rotating into this zone is going to be one of the trickiest because, number one, Gatka Circle. So, a straight line drive through from Milta, you have to pass through farm, you have to pass through Pachinki, which oftentimes there are teams gatekeeping around those area. And if you go for a longer rotation path, which again, that means going towards Military Island and then coming to Western Bridge, you risk getting run in by teams gatekeeping on the bridge here. In particular, I'm talking about Rapid Chaos, I'm talking about Gen X FM, I'm talking about Team Apex Gaming as well, who oftentimes rotate from the Western Bridge as well. So there are a lot of problems that they have to go through. Even from the north, it's not exactly the easiest rotation because you have to pass through Rozok, go towards the shooting range hills, and then coming through Georgiapol, which again are 3 major choke points that they eventually need to run through.
Pretty much, and I think it can be a big challenge, depends on the timing of Last Star Day and of course the other teams as well. But on the other front, I think since you did talk about Rapid Chaos and Apex Gaming, both the teams playing from that military island, I'm actually very surprised that Rapid Chaos aren't being sandwiched on that military bridge. We have seen an attempt in the past from other teams where they've tried to sandwich and force those bridge fights, but it's not really worked out too well. The circle kind of forces them away eventually. But Rapid Chaos in this game have to be extra and overtly cautious, because if they are, as you said, complacent in crossing that bridge, multiple teams can take either the Lighthouse or even Apex Gaming can try to catch them off guard just by waiting inside of the village or towards the hill present towards, well, the southwest of that military bridge. But for that, Apex has to rotate early and just set up a camp to catch Rapid Chaos off guard.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, those teams, right now, have they learned a secret strategy? And what I mean by secret strategy is that you talked about forcing fights into his bridge.
Yeah.
And in 2026, the only team that has very, very good success in forcing fights in bridges and then winning those fights is Genesis. And unfortunately for them, they're not in this lobby. So did they take a page off them? That's going to be my question, because so far there's not a lot of teams actually wanting to climb on top of the bridge with those bikes. It's just so extremely risky. But if you get it done, it pays off tenfold. Meanwhile, in the zone as well, we do see Gen X FM already making a little bit of rotations here. Blows up Lucifer's vehicles, got them pinned out in the open, and now Gen X FM is going to pick them apart. Lucifer getting a little bit of a flank here. needs a little bit of backup. And GenX FM, they're looking trying to extend them out. But as of yet, REDX Ross, they need to pull a Hail Mary to try and go in for the save. 3 players in those compounds got him boxed in. This smoke is not enough cover, but seems like it is enough time for Ahmad to sneak in for the save. And he's going to try and make a run out of it as well, but Depop gets the knock on him instead.
Almost making that great escape plan of theirs work. Red Ross, Lucifer, the first casualty of the game, falling at the hands of GenX FM. And again, as you did mention, a last-ditch Hail Mary coming in from Red Ross. That split not really working out. Lucifer was done for. It was a very risky move from the side of GenX FM as well, by the way, to commit and get Dip OP to make that push out into the open, because that would have isolated that fight to a 1v1 between him and Lucifer. And 1v1s, I feel, are like a 50-50 when it's players of this caliber playing against each other. But luckily for them, I think that escape option kind of did backfire on Red Ross, and now they're just forced to play with 3-man roster. But all the teams down at the center, especially Higbo's on, I wonder if they've heard that commotion and are they going to be aware that teams have moved in on their position.
See, that's the thing, right? That's a risky play that they had to attempt as well, considering how early it is into the game. It's barely even the completion of Circle 1. So technically, you won't expect third parties. You have like a 3 to 4 minutes window gap to kind of work around with based on the current situation just now. They had to make the play to try and get him out. Unfortunately, still losing Lucifer. Well, at least they tried, so that's what it counts as well. And for Depop to actually go for the split, again, timing, right? Like, you're still pretty early in the game. We are not going to expect a lot of teams rotating this early and congested as well. But as soon as I say this, seems like we are going to be having a little bit of a revenge grudge match here for REDX Ross versus GenX FM. It seems like they're not too happy about losing Lucifer. They do get a knock on towards them. Actually, they do get the confirmation as well.
Yeah, they do end up finding the trade, and this is just unfortunate for the players of GenX FM now. They were hoping to have the upper hand. They were hoping to have the edge till the end of the match, but this is what I don't like, that over-aggression, that over-commitment to run out into the open when you have the center of the circle all to yourself. Mad Kings, though, still sticking around the northern edge of the circle. I think they are aware of Autobots towards the northern Georgia Pole position, and maybe about Blink as well. But Mad Kings and Autobots, this showdown towards Georgia Pole and northern Georgia Pole has been going on for ages. And Mad Kings, they haven't had a lot of success whenever going up against Autobots in head-on fights. Just because of this, Autobots, they like to stay back a little bit longer than expected every single time.
Usually by Circle 3 before they actually rotate in. Just before Circle 4 ends, they will actually reach the circle. That's like one of the latest rotations that worked out for them. But hold that thought for now. Lestade, we talked about this, one of the furthest team that has to rotate from the east side, has made their way into the zone. 9 minutes into the game, they finally had their first contact. It's going to be the members coming from Aura. Decides to take a little bit of a drive-through along Pochinki, and fortunately for them, there's nobody in Pochinki, but they are going to take a little bit of a necessary pit stop because stage 2 circle, Pochinki still in play. I think this is the best time for them to actually just hunker down and gather information, considering that they are severely lacking in those hit counts, I would say, for all the teams around them. But Team Apex Gaming is going to be joining the fray from the south side. They themselves find a little bit of a nice pit stop to kind of scout things out. And I think they did scout out the members of REDX Ross, who's into like those vicinities. So Team Apex Gaming, do they actually want to collide on this? Like, this is a very good spot that REDX Ross has, but it seems like they know that there just might be a lot of vultures around them that is also trying to look for the third party. They did hear Rapid Chaos going to be driving alongside them. Realizes that if they go in for the slam, Rapid Chaos is going to get a free shot on towards them.
I think those vehicles were hurt by the side of Red Ross, and that forced them back into cover. But Rapid Chaos from this hill can actually take a few shots onto the players of Apex, and that could be the opportunity. They need to get a few early points in. All three teams push towards the southern edge of the circle, and if the circle again moves towards Gutka, takes a northern shift, then that open field rotation, it will be a big challenge. But Mad Kings, as they face the first challenge in the form of Blink Esports, they might have taken an early knock, but there's a swift trade coming through. And now they don't want to hold back any longer, making the pounce. Blink Esports still trying the level best to react, but bringing Professor back into action. it's not really going to work out too well. ClutchGod gets knocked out on the sidelines, but Noob was already there to cover up for the bait, and Sim through the window. Nasty shot found. Blink Esports eliminated from the game in a blink.
What a trade from Sim as well. That knock onto the Shadow OG was annoying to deal with, but instantly finding a reflag and realizing that let's not pick him up and then let's just pressure Blink into to making a little bit of mistake, and just like that they dismantled them. Yes, they've lost ClutchGod, but the job is done. They still get 4 finishes in the bag, and that is really, really impressive of Mad Kings to actually find a very decisive move in the midst of chaos.
But it's a very awkward position for Mad Kings to push all the way just to go against the players of Blink. They were playing from Georgia Pool. They could have rotated along the path that Autobots are taking, or maybe even control the summit for a little bit, scout for information as to what is happening in Gatka, but you can see the commitment Mad Kings have to getting their spot back inside of Group B, just going all out from that Game 1 to Game 3.
Well, it's going to be extremely difficult to do so here, especially for this circle. A lot of open fields in play. You know, they had the first contact against Blink. They were the first one to actually drop a player of them, and then after that, they just went on a stalking, hunting spree all the way through. ClutchGod made a little bit of mistake here by going for the flank, got taken down with the shotties from afar. But all is well, they still got 3 players, but the bigger question is, how do they push inside the zone? Look at this, Mad Kings. They are going to be running in Troy Tamilas. We are going to be seeing a little bit of drive-by here from Sin, but no connection so far. As you can see, Mad Kings, they're scrambling to figure out what to do next, because now they're about to run into his Lastadi as well.
It was a risky rotation from the start, and again, forcing that fight against the players of Troy Tamilas Esports. Might have drawn the wrong kind of attention on Mad Kings, but hey, lucky for them, Lastadi and Troy Tamilas end up colliding into each other. Lastadi has found a point, shut down one player from the side of Troy Tamilas Esports, and that allows Mad Kings to get away. But somewhere else, in the lands of Gatka, we have Rising Esports just destroying and handing a beat down to the players of Likita Esports. It is not looking good. Likita Esports down to their last 2 men.
But at the same time, Rising Esports doing a fantastic job holding down the fort. Third parties are surely being picked from the far to try and poke their way through. Immediate reposition, and Autobots will be able to secure the last player of Likita Esports. But again, Autobots being very sneaky and cheeky with it. But Rising Esports was able to catch wind of it, immediately repositions, forces Likita Esports to be on the other side of those compounds, and gets a freebie on towards that pickoff. And just like that, Rising Esports, they successfully defend that.
And I think incredible for Autobot Esports to actually make this play work. They were, as you mentioned, the last ones to rotate from the northwestern quadrant, and instead of directly breaching the zone from anywhere up towards the northern sides, they switched to the southern half. They're all the way towards Ferry Pier, and neither Likita Esports nor Rapid Chaos nor Rising Esports would have anticipated this rotation from Autobots.
Well, seems to me, as of yet, we just saw one of the players from Troy Tamilas Esports getting picked off as well. The initial encounter with Mad Kings and Lastadi has caused them a little bit of panic here to try and make it for the zone. And even then, they've just lost a player to Jonathan as well. So down towards the last 2 players from Troy Tamilas Esports in those small little shack. But this circle is going to force them around Gen XFM. And in this case, Gen XFM, it feels like circle gods are favoring them. But it's really unfortunate for them. They've lost a player for it. They need 4 players to defend those compounds on the north.
Oh, Lastadi. Garland, the star, has been dropped to the floor. And Lastadi, the backup has arrived for them as they try to deal with the players of Aura. Gen XFM, they're looking for a third party. And Lastadi are left bleeding. Dope. It needs to land the dopest nade of them all. And look at the run in indoors. They're not going to see him coming. He gets the first finish confirmation, but that would have been a mistake. That might have been a mistake, in fact. A Shadow instantly turns around, finds the trade, and now down to the last 1v1 between these 2 teams we go. Fragger, he's taking damage from the molly. He's just going to burn alive. Sliver of HP. There's the shutdown. Phoenix Esports with a 4th party in this fight.
Oh my goodness, the third party, but Shadow, guess what? He's able to get the knock as well, but he's still fending for his dear life. Vasista Esports, he know he's done for. He's gonna try to secure another point, and just like that, Phoenix Esports, they lose 2 despite the third parties. But in the midst of all this chaos, the biggest nuisance of this entire fiasco has to be Gen X FM in those compounds.
Yep, I 100% agree with that. Open field, Gen X FM, they can stay in cover and take shots on this building. And neither Troy Tamilas Esports, neither Aura, Ola Stade, or even Phoenix now, neither of these 4 teams anticipated that this is how bad the situation was going to get for them once they made that bounce. From their POV, it was just a compound that they needed to take. But now Gen X FM, they farmed a few early eliminations, caused a lot of chaos, and eliminated a few competitors from this match. They have cover. Can they make it all the way towards the end game?
Yeah, at the same time, Team AX seems like they're going to be taking a little bit of pit stop here, knowing that the circle is pretty much out in the open. So they are going to wait for the right timing here to actually try and go in for a little bit push inside the zone. You can see Raiden already smoking up to try and protect the buggy, knowing that it is kind of exposed. Rising Esports does have some sort of line of sight, but they do need to get out of the zone, and Team Apex Gaming also going to be pushing up as well to try and get in the zone. The challenge comes through. Jelly is going to be looking to try and punish this, but Rising Esports, they're not looking at them.
This could be bad for the players of Rising Esports. Jonathan even spots Fox OP out. Yuva is dropped to about 70 HP. Fox takes a lot of damage as Jelly makes that push on the flank, and Rising Esports, the timing kind of works out, otherwise that would have been a confirmed knock. And Apex Gaming, as they keep on lobbing out the utility, the nades, they are not getting a good return on all of the investment that they've made into this fight. And they completely ignore Yupa as well. They just assumed the house was going to be empty. And Rising Esports end up finding the first pick in this fight.
What a cheeky spot to be hiding here coming from Yuva, completely catching them off guard. But Jonathan, what a game sense from him. What a nade to get the knock to try and save this fight. Now into a 3v3. Rising Esports now has no choice but to go in for the slam. But as of yet, Rising Esports, they have been completely dismantled down towards the last 2 players. But Beard Baba, with the counter nade, gets the knock onto his Jonathan. But Hydro says, don't worry, I've got your back. Now a 2v1. Molotovs has been used to try and stop them from pushing through. But Team Apex Gaming, they are looking for those off angles to take him out.
But they have to make sure this happens as quickly as possible, because here's the third party, AX. They do have a drive-by nade lobbed in the factory, but it doesn't work out too well for them. Devotee, he's the last man surviving. His teammate Raiden has been knocked out. And Apex Gaming, man oh man, what a brilliant reset. That nade from Devotee, it does get to the 2-pointer off the backboard of the broken wall. Gets him value, and the shutdown onto the players of Apex Gaming. Devotee, with the devotion to his fight, finds the 3-piece for his team. And now all he has to do is get that revive back. And then maybe they can hope for a better fight against the players of Rising Esports.
Oh my goodness, Team AX, that was the timing they were looking forward as well. And just like that, Team Apex Gaming, they have been eliminated. But for Team AX, what a phenomenal push, what a clutch from Devotee. But in the midst of it all, inside the game, Troy Tamilas Esports still trying to hunker for their dear lives, hiding in those shacks there, trying to buy a little bit more time, finds a couple of picks. But Rising Esports now, they're trying to push in. Zaref himself has been lurking in this shack. Pushes in the wrong timing, gets a freebie. That's a point for them, and a decent amount of utilities to work with.
I see. Red Ross, why are they there to the last man? Like, what went wrong for Red Ross?
Well, all I'd say it's no idea, because it seems like this terrain of an endgame zone has pretty much caught them off guard.
Yeah. Just 3 points.
Yeah, just pretty much getting picked left, right, front, and center. You can see all these teams are just scrapping their way, not trying to be caught out in the open. That's exactly what happened. Rising Esports with the split, now leaving Fox alone, now gets run in, and Team AX is able to finish the job that they initially intended to. Now taking another team out of the back from the south side. They are a little bit late, but they're still a force to be reckoned with.
That was a little too overwhelming for Fox OP. AX, as you mentioned, they finished what they started, that third party into Apex and Rising Esports finally getting concluded. But Mad Kings, things go very wrong for Mad Kings in this game. This should have been their match. There should have been a lot more elimination points on the board, but settling for 6 as the last man gets shut down, running into the open fields, running into the arms of Zeref from Red Ross.
Yeah. But at the same time, let's take a look at the replay here. This timing from AX as well. Like, oh, the third party, but Apex Gaming, they got the reset. But this counter nade from Devotee, forcing Team Apex Gaming in that situation, completely threw them off guard when they actually swung right. They were so focusing on the right, trying to pick Devotee, did not realize there was a nade being bounced off from the wall on their left and got just completely demolished there. That was a very, very sick nade from Devotee.
Yeah, it was. That was a highlight moment from this game, for sure. But can AX actually move from there to clinch the chicken dinner off this map and dethrone Mad Kings as the leaders of the leaderboard as this last angle concludes? They have a decent position to work with as well. So much control towards the south. Autobots are down in numbers, and so is Red Ross.
At the same time as well, Zeref did a phenomenal job at holding down as a solo warrior. He was able to find another piece as well, Sim being one of the casualties, but this time with the circle forcing them out, he has to run out in the open. So he's pretty much his journey is about to end. But Team EX seems like they are going to make it for a book it in the zone itself here. They're getting shot left, right, front, and center, but does not realize in the backs there is going to be Autobots as well. But Riot Nations, they will be the first one to get the knock first. Smokes are coming in. Raiden almost get knocked, but this nade a little bit off the mark. The second one will connect-ish, but it will. Raiden did get the first 8 in time, so wasn't able to get the knock there, but does do the chip damage.
Yeah, but it's going to be an absolute collapse for the players of AX. Riot Nations, that high ground also gave them vision of Devotee in the backlines, and that one player was the cornerstone of that play. AX required him to provide the suppressing fire, but as soon as he fell, Riot Nations had free reign to just move down the ridge and lob those nades to just finish off AX. But hey, Rapid Chaos, we have drove again the eliminator for now, at least for these few games. And let's see if he does manage to get himself a little bit of safety net, so he stays there at the top of the eliminator leaderboard by the end of the day. Rapid Chaos, Troy Tamilian doing quite well in this match.
Wow. At the same time, Lobster destroying that vehicle, causing the explosion, gets him a nice knock as well. Lobster, a potential eliminator candidate in this game. Looking to try and farm his way through, but Riot Nations, they're doing their best to try and pin Lobster out in the open. As you can see, suppressed fires are coming in, but it's not going to be good enough. Arif trying to buy a little bit more time here for Lobster, but unfortunately, the only knock they got was Adi.
Arif's shack is in the circle, so I think that push was made out of greed. Because Lobster, as you mentioned, now he's going to be pinned down. That vehicle that Arif had, it's not in commission anymore. So Autobots could potentially get stuck just behind those hay bales and that shack. If the circle takes a northern shift again, it's still stage 6, stage 7, 8 remain before the blue collapse as well. But Rapid Chaos, decent spot to work with, still close to the center. And you can see them utilize this position, just keeping the pressure on anyone in these open fields. Red Ross shut down, eliminated from the match. We are down to the top 6, and Rapid Chaos are the only team inside of this stage 7 play zone.
They've got center control, but it's not really a good spot to play with. And unfortunately for them, they've lost their eliminator as well. Drew was taken out mid-rotation. But as you can see, they are a little bit panicking to try and take those fights because it is a small slope that is on a low ground for them. Yes, it is center, but in terms of teams, look at all these teams surrounding them as well. They can actually creep up on them and just completely bombard them. And you can see the hesitancy coming from Rapid Chaos to try and take space, knowing that in this final endgame zone, there's still 16 players left alive. So one wrong move, they are going to get picked apart. You can see driving around the far horizon is going to be a flash to try and get information. They know there's a team down south known as Autobots. They know there's a team of Riot Nations, but they most definitely know there is a team from northeast corners from those compounds from Gen X FM, and that's the reason why they haven't made their move yet.
Oh, with Rapid Chaos, they've started to circle. Flash wants information about where the opponents are going to breach this play zone from. As you mentioned, big threat. Any of these teams creep close to Rapid Chaos, they're just going to blow them up. Smoke though from Reeve spotted out. Shots taken by Psycho, but no contact found.
Yeah, Reeve is trying to crawl his way as well. Psycho is a little bit off as well. He was hoping to get a little free shot, but eventually might scout out a Reeve because it seems like the slopes are pretty much going to be dissipating very, very soon. But at last thing here, Reeve finds a small little hay bale, actually creeps up into cover. And fortunately for Reeve, guess what? From Ari's perspective, he is in zone, so he actually made it through.
Even though it's a few meters, at least he can make or try to make sure that Autobots this time finish in the top 3, finish on the podium, but Higbozon, they've kept their heads down this entire time. Finally, it's Q for them to move out. Airdrop looted by Bunny, but we'll have to see how much value Higbozon gain off of that airdrop loot. Have they found replenishments for armor, helmet, maybe a weapon like the Groza to work with? Or the MG.
Oh boy, seems like our Autobots' problems is beginning to pile up once more as the circle is going to force Arif out in open. He's pretty much locked in, pinned. Rapid Chaos has got it completely locked down. And now they're going to be sending 2 guys, but Troy Tamilin is going to be creeping up from the east side as well. Seems like Troy Tamilin, they are distracted from Rapid Chaos. They are going to be firing shots across as well as Higbozon with the knock. Now shots are coming in. Rapid Chaos realizes that they are a little bit too close. Takes shots at them, try and zone them out as of now.
They're trying to keep 12 million inside of the blue. They just need to force them to stay outside of the play zone for the next 12 seconds. And with how much pressure there is on Troy Tamilin, I don't think Rapid Chaos are going to be required to do that. But what is going on? Flash! Why did you make that 100-meter dash? Just falling and crumbling as the third party from Higbozon is going to be a successful one. The end of the journey for Troy Tamilin, but Rapid Chaos, this should have been their game. They messed it up, down to their last 2 players. A Psycho gets the shutdown on Autobots. Reeb, Lobster, the last man still surviving, can actually get a little bit of revenge against Rapid Chaos Esports over here.
Yeah, we were down towards the final 4 team, and Higbozon's got 4 men alive. They are the biggest threat as of yet. They've been waiting patiently from the northwest corner. At this time, full control in the favor of Higbozon, which initially was in the hands of Rapid Chaos. Now, down towards the last 2 players. Like you said as well, they're pretty much stuck. Flash getting taken out was one of the worst possible scenarios you can ask for. And now, control is in Higbozon's end. They are going to go in for the drive-in. They scout out Riot Nations, and here comes the slam. They slowly gobble them up. Sunoch is going to be the next to fall as well. No third parties. And just like that, they go out with a bang. Rapid Chaos Esports finds Lobster, and that's going to be Autobots down on 4th position. Or 3rd position, actually.
Yeah, Autobots getting eliminated earlier than expected and earlier than they anticipated as well. But Higbozon finally a comeback initiated on day 1 itself as Psycho gets burned first and then shot with those shotguns, gets riddled and sent backpacking. Higbozon clinching their winner chicken dinner. And I think, yeah, things, what we are saying right now, it would have been completely different had they missed out on this chicken dinner, because Higbozon was sitting smack center of that play zone from the start of the match, from stage 1 till the very end. It was a decent run. They have a decent number of eliminations. I think they should find themselves within the top 5, top 6 of the overall leaderboard. But the question is, can they keep the ball rolling tomorrow?
That's going to be a completely different day as well. This is going to be a very, very nice comeback here coming from Higbozon, especially with the experience that both GodX and White Tiger has playing in the circuit for this year as well. And even for White Tiger, playing in the grand finals itself was very, very impressive of him. But of course, let's talk about what exactly happened in all this scenario as well. Rapid Chaos, they had some sort of center control, but this endgame circle was very tricky to play because of how open it is. There's just not a lot of terrain to work with. Initially, the game was pretty much dictated by JetX FM, but again, losing a play right from the get-go has caused so much problems for them towards the end game, because eventually they just got taken out by Higbozon for absolutely nothing, just because they did not have the numbers to fight with.
And I think they lost their numbers in overcommitment with the fights from the south, the fight from the flank, which was getting forced by the players of Autobots. And of course, that one play where Flash just for some reason decided it was a good idea to switch places with Troy Tamilas Esports, who were getting shot at by 3 different teams, by the way. One was Rapid Chaos, the other was Autobots, and then there was Higbozon from the northern side. Troy Tamilas were bound to be eliminated. Rapid Chaos could have just held back and protected their numbers for the endgame fight.
Correct. Just because, like you said as well, Autobots was also flanking them from a different angle. Rapid Chaos has got 3 different angles marked in, and they have a very decent cover to actually survive it. So I was very surprised that they decide to risk it for the biscuit. But the MVP of this match as well is going to be Shadow from Lestade. A phenomenal run for them. He's found himself 6 finishes. And Lestade is still getting the momentum that we have yearned for them as well. They've got a decent amount of points from this game. But aside from Shadow, everybody else has got bits and crumbs. Lobster with 3, Devotee with 3, Psycho with 3, Zeri with 3. Everybody was just getting caught out in the open just because of they don't have enough space to kind of hunker down and take a 4v4 fight.
And of course, you also see the amount of damage these lads have dished out, despite the fact that they just were able to clinch 3 eliminations. Goes on to showcase how many third parties, how many finishes were getting stolen in the late game stages. And of course, I love the form, or the switch in form that we see from Lestade in week 3 itself. 15 minutes, you get 6 eliminations. Hyper-aggression played to perfection from Lestade in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and even this fight as well, where the third parties keep piling through as well. We saw how initially Gen XFM was just dictating the way through. Lestade had to fend off so many teams, but eventually just bowed out to Gen XFM. But personally, I felt like AX pulled one of the sickest rotations in terms of timings because number one, they were outside the zone. They were just waiting patiently for a big fight to happen. Came in for the slam. Third party was a spot on as well. Devotee single-handedly taking 3 players down was just phenomenal.
For me, the sickest rotation has to be Autobots in this match, I see. Starting from Northern Georgia Pool, they push down towards Ferry Pier and then somehow traverse the open fields, find themselves inside of the top 2 of this match.
Okay, fair enough. I think, well, top 3 was pretty good, yeah. But Lobster, he has been just very, very hungry with those finishes as well. Them getting knocks here, getting picks here was very, very important for him. But as an eliminator-wise, 2 of the stars in the top 5, Lobster and also Dhruv, was taken out very, very early in this game. Well, not really early, more like very little finishes compared to what Lestade did in this game. But nevertheless, here, look at the split of points in this game. Higbozon with the chicken dinner with 19 points, but Rapid Chaos with 11. 8 for Autobots, 8 for Riot Nation, 6 for Red X Ross, Mad Kings with 6, Lestade with 6, 5 for Troy Tamilas Esports. Despite Troy making it to his endgame, just says a lot of how all these teams has been picked off out in the open just because of mid-rotations.
They were pushed towards the edge. Troy Tamilas not really given an opportunity to fight in the end. But as we move to the next page of the leaderboard, there we have it. AX with 5 points in this game. And again, it kind of gives them a little bit more stability at the top of the leaderboard. They will be overall over 30 points. And I think once we have a look at the overall leaderboard, things get a little bit more clear. All right, AX is not over 30. They are at 28, getting close. But Mad Kings, 39 points, closing in on that 40-point marker. We have Rapid Chaos with 35. Troy Tamilas Esports, 29 points. So even though they do not get a lot of points, they don't get a big chunk from this map of Wrangle, things on the overall leaderboard still seem okay.
Well, I think out of all the groups, this has to be the closest group in terms of gap-wise here. Just because of the fact that, yes, Mad Kings and Rapid Chaos, they have a decent lead, but this lead can be caught up tomorrow itself in the remaining 3 matches here. But from top 1 all the way to top 9 in particular, have crossed the 20-point marker. That's crazy.
But I see, did you see on the bottom of the leaderboard, a team that was there in Game 1 faded away completely in the next 2 matches. Apex Gaming, just 14 points in 3 games. We'll have to wait till tomorrow to find out what fate holds in store for them. But for now, a very short break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BMPS 2026. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and now we've pretty much concluded the matches for Group C in this first day of week 3 itself. My name is ICBaby12 at your service and we have Salty to take you through the commentary for today itself, and we're going to be bringing a new fresh group into the table. It is going to be Group B, and this is where the stakes matter the most for all teams in Group B because this is their final shot for this week to push themselves into a Group A and then in week 4 fight it out for the first 8 grand final slots.
You know, I feel like Group B is going to be exactly at the spot where you don't really want to be, to be honest, because if you get promoted towards Group A, you have a shot at grand finals directly, right? But if you do get demoted and relegated, then it's going to be so much more difficult. But of course, we do have the elimination leaders, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, we are going to see Taurus come back in action. I see K9 Esports, they went up to Group A, they got themselves a reality check. Now Taurus is going to be back inside of Group B.
Exactly, but Jonathan sneaking up into his elimination leader was really, really impressive as well. But he does have a 3-game advantage over the rest as of yet, especially against Taurus as well. So it's not that hard here for Taurus to actually play a little bit catch up, but they still have tomorrow's this upcoming game to actually worry about as well. So Taurus, one thing to close up the gap is great because Dhruv has taken a little bit of a tumble despite having a 3-game advantage. Yes, he's number 1, but he did not have a lot of eliminations. So Taurus, in this upcoming 3 games, if he does well, I just think he might be the number 1 by the end of today.
You know, I hope your verdict comes out true, man. There's a saying that anything that is being said by a pure-hearted old man comes to be true. And it seems like that might actually be coming true as well. Imagine Taurus, a debutant, and then, of course, you have the Apex Predator Jonathan in the mix of things as well. But you know what? All of this is done and dusted. There's one team I want to talk about, IC, and that is Godlike being demoted, being relegated inside of Group B as well. Nobody expected that coming, but if they don't perform inside of this week, I think for them, the journey is going to be down and out.
Yeah, but now, speaking of which as well, they will be starting journey from Orango and then ending their day for today here with both Miramar maps. So we are going to be expecting a little bit of a long, drawn-out game coming from this group itself, especially for Group B. We are going to be expecting a little bit more tactical actions coming from them. And I'm looking forward to see whether or not K9 can they do it again, qualify back into his Group A, despite getting kicked back down to Group B itself. So it is going to be a little bit of a weird spot, but in case you do not know who Group B are, these are the teams that are going to be playing on screen here. We have K9, Learn From Past, WINGOD, Godlike, Zero Arc, Mysterious 4, 8-Bit, Myth Official, Ares, HADX, Naksh, Jaguar Esports, True Rippers, Godsend, 4TR, and also God's Reign. How can we forget about the bottom 4?
Yeah, man. I mean, we talked about the teams who came in from Group A. Of course, Learn From Past, who WinGod. These are going to be names we will talk about during the matches. But I'm so excited about True Rippers, I see, because, you know, coming in from Group D, they made their way inside of Group C. They performed inside of Group C as well. And now they are in exactly the spot that they want. If they make it to Group A, it is going to be a generational run for Punk, and I'm just waiting for that.
Exactly. When we talk about the Cinderella run as well, guess what? We thought it's going to be one team. It's actually 3 teams as well. With Godsend and also God's Reign, who started at the bottom. Now they are looking to be at the top. And they're just 1 week away from qualifying in towards Group A as well. Can these 3 teams maintain the 100% win rate target to actually head towards Group A?
This is going to be the biggest setback, or not the setback, I would say. This is going to be the biggest hurdle. Group B is going to be their toughest challenge so far. They faced Group D. Yeah, they were comfortable. You saw True Rippers, God's Reign take fight quite comfortably. Group C, yeah, we saw that little bit of chaos. It was understandable. Inside of Group D, inside of Group B, participate for that. You've got teams like K9 Esports. You've got teams like Godlike. You've got teams like Zero Arc, Mysterious 4, 8-Bit, Myth Official. Everyone is well settled. And mind you, all of these teams, they are a structured lineup which has been carrying on from BGI. So they've got that team chemistry as well. I just hope True Rippers and God's Reign, they actually make it through. I've been very, very happy with Neo's Igeling so far, to be honest.
Yeah, we have to see whether or not can they actually maintain it as well, because when the week 1 happened as well, we saw a little bit shakiness coming from God's Reign. And again, for the past 2 weeks, God's Reign has always narrowly gotten enough points in the final few games to sneak into top 4. And is their luck gonna run out, or do they actually have the skills to back it up? We shall see, because we're about to start their entire journey here as of yet, because Orango is gonna be the first map. They have to begin here in week 3 of whether or not will consistency and skill beats talent, because now we're going to be jumping straight into the map of Orango.
And well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the skies once again in a lovely flight, which is, of course, taking us over the islands of Erangel. Our journey starts at Milta Power today and ends at Zarki and Shooting Range. Actually, this kind of flight path is very interesting. I guess it does have that little bit of that northern intent, but if you still want to go towards maybe somewhere like a military base, maybe a Primorsk, it's still not out of range. But right at the get-go, for God's Reign, somebody who loves to go towards military base, I think Neo will have a job cut out where to drop in, keep your players safe, and then actually go back towards military base and loot up.
Speaking of a little bit of a tricky spot here, I'm curious to see whether or not are we going to see those major drop clashes, because as of yet, I'm curious to see where True Rippers actually go this time. K9 opting to skip Pochinki altogether. Somrush has been switching his drop spot this season in particular. Godlike is going to be in the mix. Obviously, he's going to go for Pochinki, so makes sense why K9 has opted to actually switch up. Or I might have spoken too soon. I believe K9 has opted to go for Gatka this time. Nothing super crazy. God's Reign heading down south, a little bit far-fetched. Might have a little bit run in here with maybe Myth as well in terms of rotation, but nothing out of the ordinary yet. I don't think we are going to see those drop clashes. Interesting.
You know what's very surprising is Godlike is sticking to their drop location of Pochinki. We saw that drop collision happen inside of Group A last week, where Revenant XSPARK had dropped alongside Godlike and then took Some out. But I'm very happy with the fact that Mania is sticking to his drop location, he's sticking to the green game plans. Yes, a one-off game, you might not really perform at your best, but there's still going to be chance. And to be honest, I feel like this is an empire that is relying on Mania and the shoulders of Espawa, Admino, and the likes of Some, because I can't see this team crumbling down. It would really be sad to see the El Clasico BGMI not have one of the biggest names right now.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because as of yet, I know Somrush is very stubborn when it comes to taking their usual draw spots, especially during their BGIS run, right? Like their conflict with Pochinki, untouched, Godlike Esports has no choice to back off back then. Even for El Pozo against Nebula, doesn't want to get rid of it. But for him to actually concede it, it's just weird. Even for, like you said, Revenant XSPARK also looking for a little bit of drop clash was very interesting. But all being said as well, but personally in this group, I'm very surprised nobody has opted to go for Novo. So the entire military island is in the hands of God's Reign. And for this circle to actually work as well, considering that it shows Yasnaya, it shows Rozok, we might see the school apartment circle or maybe even the shelter circle, which is somewhat favorable for God's Reign. But if it goes far north to a 70, this is the worst possible spot to be in for God's Reign. And we know this is their home for the longest time.
Yeah.
And we've seen their struggles all year last year and even earlier this year as well, when if the circle just doesn't favor them, regardless of early, regardless of late, it has been working out. And most of the time, God's Reign has opted to go for circle tree. And I think in BMPS in particular, Neo taking the iGelling, they have tried going for early rotations. But even that didn't really pay it out for them.
I wonder what is going to be Neo's plans right now. Because, like you said, their success rate on those northern final circuits has been really, really bleak, to be honest. Anything that goes beyond Yasnaya, you don't really see God's Reign survive till the very end. We'll find out, of course, if God's Reign do make it, but for now, I guess there is going to be no challenge. They will get to loot up. But do we talk about Godsend Esports and their run? I mean, this BMPS is supposed to be the series of the pros, but then we did have those slots coming in from the open qualifiers, and Godsend Esports, they were just surprised us all, coming in from Group D and Group C, and then again now they are competing inside of Group B as well. Huntro was, of course, a guy constantly featuring in those elimination leaders. I want to find out, can he stand the test of time? Like I said, this is going to be the most challenging lobby. And I guess, you know what I mean by a challenging lobby? I think it's going to be a test of patience. You can't just walk around the map and find finishes easily or comfortably. I guess you will have to work hard for it.
Well, you don't. Let's just put it bluntly as well. This is the toughest lobby because it's like tier 1 and tier 2 level.
Yeah.
And coming from open qualifiers, obviously they're fresh new faces. But as of yet, Godsend, they are too hard to ignore. Started at the bottom. Initially, we thought they were going to get wiped out. out of nowhere qualifying Group C. Fine, Group C, maybe it's a little bit of a what-if situation. You know, you're going to get messed up in Group C. But now they push themselves to Group B. I feel like they do have the capabilities. Like, the first week was a complete flop for them, especially for the first few games. Maybe first game jitters, you know, not used to the competitive setting. But over time, you can see that they have finally adapted to the play style of the lobby as well. They finally figure out what works and what doesn't work for them. And hopefully that consistency or this raw talent that they are bringing to the series itself is going to put a fresh face of perspective for all these other teams who have been competing for the longest of time.
And that is what happened inside of BGS as well. You look at those fresh faces in the form of Myth Official, WELT Esports as well. And Myth and the performance did give us a spark inside of that tournament as well. Nobody was expecting an undergod lineup to come in from the in-game qualifiers and go all the way through the grand finals, but they did that. They made it possible. The same can be said for Gods and Esports, but looking at the circle which did drop in front of us, I mean, Rozok, Yesnaya, School, Shelter, Milda, all of these regions is going to be under contention, but there's still that part of Severny which is causing me problems, I see. What if the circle moves up north? Or what if it goes up to the northern hemisphere? Team Ares will have struck a gold mine already. Their drop location at Kameshki, it would just pave them so much dividends.
Well, for now, the circle is still a little bit undecided, so I can't really say that. Well, if it goes to Stalbert, yeah, sure, you know. But right now, it's
even
pretty
for Severny, I guess.
Yeah, but right now it's pretty apparent it's still centered right now, right? Like, it still could go Shelter, it's still first circle, it's still rather big as well. You can see, like, K9, they've opted to try and take a little bit side path here in case the circle pulls towards Rozok. And they're just waiting very patiently. And you can see the competition scale has kind of shifted, right? Like Group C, we saw early skirmishes, people fighting out open. But in Group B, you can start to see that the stakes are very, very high. Everybody wants to push into Group A. You can see calculated positions in rotation, being very patient on their rotations as well. One of the best examples in comparison in the playstyles between Group B and Group C was, if you guys were watching Group C, that's exactly how Team AX played. They just wait for they wait patiently, wait for something to happen, and then if it's a good time to strike, they vote third party.
And absolutely, and that's been giving them a lot of results as well. It's early finish points that we are talking about, but inside of Group B, you will have to be a little more patient. Have a look at that Jaguar Esports. Breaking open the silence. There were a couple of those gunshots heard. It was HADX who were on their path, on their trajectory, but Jaguar Esports did successfully manage to send them back as well. It's a good start for them, but I still want to find out where is that early skirmish going to happen, because there's a massive cluster, Ice. There's a massive, massive cluster right at the center in between Rozok and in between schools. There's at least 6 or 7 teams, and they're just holding back because the circle is still rather big. There's still stage 1. There's no compulsion to take a fight.
Yeah, again, you know, right now, I really like what I'm seeing from Jaguar Esports. They're setting up a little bit of pit stop to try and catch people rotating their way through. Unfortunately, the early fire against HADX, you know, scared them off to actually commit as well. So the ambush was completely bailed out. But it seems like the circle actually shifts back down southeast corner. So it's not going to be going up north. So Jaguar Esports, they can still wait things out. And they are one of the closest to the center. You can see immediately they booked out of the ambush point, rotated the photo centers, and took the compound right in the middle. This is very quick rotations. Myth is trailing right beside them, but they saw and caught wind of those Jaguar Esports. Immediately say, you know what, Jaguar, you take the compound. We're late.
You brought up the point of Myth Official. I guess they are going to be a little pissed right now because they dropped in at Milta. They were right at the spot where the circle is trying to form as well, but they kind of exited from those compounds. We have to find out, can they reacquire them? Can they find their position in those good spots once again? But right at the get-go, there are going to be a couple of those teams who did get relegated. I'm talking about WINGOD, I think, did surprise us all with their performance. But yeah, those dull moments, those lull moments kind of pushed them back inside of Group B once again. But it seems like they are going to be late. That northern rotation kind of put them off guard. True Rippers, haven't really talked much about them. Omega this time is going to open fire. Team 8-Bit was right on the periphery of that ridge, but no shots being connected. This is, like I said, Icy, it's going to be a test of patience, man. The trigger discipline inside of this lobby is exciting.
Yeah, and it seems like all 16 teams have really redone their homework, right? Like, this is stage 2, but all the power position spots has been occupied by a specific team, right? So they don't really rotate out in the open. They know specifically what to do in what scenarios. They're just hunkering down as well. HADX has found their compound. They're just going to wait patiently. They're hoping to pick people off from the east side. Jaguar Esports took one of the strongest position for this zone in particular, just because when stage 3 happens, they're still going to be in the play. That's where they are looking to try and punish teams that are rotating their way through. But even for Myth, they're stalking their way through. They realize that, oh wait, I don't have a compound. HADX is there. We're forced to be out in the open here, so they might be the guinea pigs that are going to be running around here. But speaking of guinea pigs, look at this. Godlike Esports getting a little bit of a surprise factor. They are creeping it up for the wraparound against Learn From Pass. And now Max being dropped down low. Manya is going to strike and going for the big, and that's going to be knock.
That is a perfect strike. Godlike Esports, they find a scalp for themselves, but yet to open the mark. But the problem is there's still going to be 0 arc in the backline. So there is immense third-party potential. Unless and until Godlike play as a team, I guess, taking down 2 teams at once, it's going to be a massive challenge. Well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Godlike get up the mark, and Learn From Past is going to be the first team to lose a player inside of the battlegrounds.
This is a very nice surprise jump coming from Godlike Esports. They waited for the right moment, reeled them in, you know, made no sound, made sure they were a little bit overextending, and then they strike. Shot from the sides, completely caught off guard, but little did they know from behind, Manya was already crept up that close to them. Immediately had no choice, Learn From Past with no information, had to back out. But it seems to me the circle is going to shift towards the west side. Jaguar Esports already repositioned for one of the strongest compounds in this game. They are going to be the team to be bullying every single team from northeast corner unless they lose a gunfight.
You know, Godlike is going to be very happy with this circuit. And like I said, I had a hunch, man, that the circle is going to be toying with the teams inside of this lobby. It's not going to be a central shift. We saw a southern shift first, and now there is going to be a massive western shift that comes through. 40R, we have to talk about this team because they were the quickest to try and make the move. They were also the first ones to occupy central positions. But this circle, I see, in between school, shelter and farm, it is barren land. It is almost an action replay of the first air angle that we casted. But like I said, it's completely out in the open. If you don't have your vehicles, you are going to be stuck in open land. You're going to get shot from all sides.
Yeah, seems to me, K9, they're going to be playing a little bit of an edge circle. Seems like Somraj has made the call to say that, you know what, we're going to be hugging the edges here to find a third-party point, but in front of them is going to be Mysterious 4. And currently, Mysterious 4 is caught off from the sides as they try to push it towards apartments. There is going to be a Learn From Past firing shots. Mysterious 4 a little bit split off. This might be the perfect time to actually strike on Mysterious 4, as they are looking to try and go for the regroup. Unfortunately, no shots connected. They are going to be able to get out for a little bit of reset. But Learn From Past, the timing is off. They themselves are going to try and find a way to exit apartments themselves to make it into the zone. As you can see from the perspectives of WINDGOD as of yet, how open this endgame is.
This endgame is very open right now. There's just been 2 casualties inside of the entire lobby. And I don't think the circle is big enough to host 62 players. Where are these players going to go right now? K9 quite close to Godlike. And like you said, they are still playing the edge of that circle gameplay. Initially, they were around that cluster between Mysterious 4 and Learn From Past. Now K9 is knocking on the doors of Godlike Esports. And Godlike, I guess, Manya is hearing all of this commotion. He's hearing the sounds of the vehicle as well. If they pop up from the edge, I guess there's going to be some shots.
Yeah, I'm really liking what Godlike is doing right now. Like, Manya has realized this is a little bit too many people. Let's set up ambush points. And once again, he's away from the pack. He's setting up for a little bit ambush. And the moment his teammates take shots, he is going to shoot them at the back. He's going to pull another move on Learn From Past on everybody else once more. So hopefully, you know, it works out. But again, considering how passive it is, it just might actually pay off in this scenario. He might find 2 to 3 pickoffs just like that.
Yeah, true that, I guess. Especially in games where the pace of the rest of the teams, or where the pace of the lobby is a little slow. You want to be holding good positions. You want to be holding those power spots. And Manya right now is going to get overwhelmed. I'm not really sure if he's been spotted, but I'm pretty sure now the footsteps are going to be heard. From the backlines, it is going to be S-Power. A couple of those shots connected. One man is going to be low on HP, I see. But K9 Esports, when are they going to strike?
Oh boy. If Manya wasn't spotted out, that would have been the perfect trap for
Yeah.
Godlike Esports. But because K9 pushed up closer to him, spotted him out, they had no choice but to have S-Power fire back to scare him off to regroup. So Godlike's surprise ambush has been foiled here in terms of plan, but they do have center control of the circle. The Potato Hills on the west side is a pretty decent amount of compounds to work with. So all they need to do is just group things out, take fights one at a time, and they should be good.
But look at GDR, by the way. That rotation is brilliant. We'll talk about them, but for now, it seems like Myth Official, they are going to be in the midst of battle. Harshal gets taken down by the nade. The sniper tower, not really the best of position. Zero Arc battling a lot of these challenges. Myth Official, though, retaliation is going to be there. Sarwar has been flushed out of the compound. The nades are brilliantly placed. But look at this from the backlines. It's finally those shots can be heard and teams are in firing radius. If they are going to be in range, I'm pretty sure Godlike is going to be unleashing their beast. But Myth getting back Harshal is going to be a very important task for them, I see. And I don't really see that Harshal is getting back on his feet anymore in this game.
Yeah, Godlike Esports finally hearing all these commotions. They are going to react to those sounds. They're ignoring the surprise tactic. This time they are going to be firing away to try and zone people out. And they do have a very decent high ground to work with. Myth Official getting completely pinned down in those Harry Potters. And they've got them completely isolated and stuck as well. So now Godlike Esports needs to force another team to push in towards Myth Official. And you can see Manya is looking around for the next potential candidate to try and zone them off. But unfortunately, there's not any teams that they can spot out yet. So they just have to wait things out, play this a little bit more patient. It's still very, very crowded, I would say. Stage 4, 56 players left alive. This is by far one of the toughest lobbies to play as of yet.
Yeah.
But on the sides here, we do see a little bit of a Finnish stealer here, coming from Learn From Past, stealing a couple of points themselves.
You know what, I'm getting anxious right now. All of these teams inside of the circle, they are of course taking these fights, but they're also backing away. This time, finally, Ares Esports, they strike and the nades were brilliant. Godson has been reduced to a 3-man lineup, and as soon as that happens, they get the heck out of here because no way they're taking this fight with a man disadvantage. Team Ares with one finish.
Yeah, but you can see Godsend is already panicking as well. But seems like Ares Esports, they know exactly where the last player of Godsend is, and they are going to go in for the slam. But for some reason, they were miscommunicating. The split has caused them to lose players from both fronts here. Godsend, they lose one, but at the same time, on the other end, they are able to find one themselves. But they're down low. Fraggy being the last player left. Ares still thinking if they want to overcommit. Doesn't matter. The nade is going to be a spot on, and Godsend has been eliminated just like that. They looked completely clueless. They were dissected by Ares Esports.
Yeah, they certainly were, and that was a beautiful lead coming in from Ares, to be honest. But we move forward, ladies and gentlemen. Learn From Past has been extinguished as well. It seemed to me like it was a long-drawn battle between them and WINGOD. The player from their side as well has been scalped up, but 3 players left alive. WINGOD, I think it is going to be a positive trade as long as they keep themselves alive. The circle is still favoring them, by the way. Godlike having control of the Potato Hills, WINGOD on the outskirt of it. Meanwhile, K9 from the backlines can cause problems. There is so much commotion. Teams on the outside of the circle as well, I don't see a clear winner here. This is going to be a chaotic endgame.
Yeah, but as of yet, Godlike, they're doing a fantastic job of holding those Potato Hills. As of yet, that has to be the God spot for now. But the biggest threat, like you said, is going to be K9 from the west side. But let's take a look at the perspective in front of them as well. Naksh, as of yet, going to be hugging on the southeast corner. And you can see the panic is growing, growing within them as well. They're just hearing so many gunshots around them, and they do not know which to take fights as well. But even then, Naksh, their ammunition is running down low, and that's going to be a problem. However, it looks like we do see a little bit of casualty here. Godstrain trying to go for a rotation, goes in for the slam against K9, and now they are going to collide. And guess who is going to be very happy from this? From the sides, Godlike, they heard this big commotion, and they are looking to third-party this massive clash.
You know, brilliant comeback coming in from Neo. A couple of those players were knocked down. Justin was finished off as well. Delta PG, one of your prime assaulters, being brought down. I think Neo did fantastic to bring back his team as well. He's the anchor, of course, but Godlike will try and scalp all of these finishers up. They are broken already. And look at Somego, those nades coming through. None of them strike. Equinox and Neo, like I said, big responsibility on their shoulders. But it seems like they're slowly kind of walking away from the fight. The blue zone creeping up as well. There's no space for GDR to take this fight as well.
Equinox, last man standing, tanking the zone. He's gonna try and find a knock. And Mino finally takes him down, but Godlike completely takes them out. And just like that, two teams getting eliminated. But wait, hold that thought. They're not exactly eliminated here. Godlike, they hold the potato hill, but for some reason, K9 still has a player surviving on the sides. But two biggest threats on their backs already cleared out. And throughout the commotion, Mysterious 4 is going to try and creep up and try and stalk them out as well. Godlike Esports, they have to get back into formation. And Manya is trying to fire off a couple of shots here to scare off Mysterious 4, but it seems like it is good enough to force Mysterious 4 back. They've pushed them back, and Godlike still holds the God spot once more.
You know, it's a good thing that Godlike is playing like a unit once again. You can see that coordination between Man, you can see that coordination between him and his power as well. Let me know this time it was a close encounter against Smoker, but finally managed to get the finish as well. 6 eliminations on the board for Godlike Esports. Seems like Manya's Godlike, they aren't really bowing out as of yet. Like you said, Mysterious 4, they've been setting up camp right next to Godlike, but the fight is still yet to take place. On the flip side though, Nox, they're completely out in the open. I can't even find a reason of why they are there. Executor was taken down by Nade itself. There are 3 teams right around them. There is going to be 8-bit, there's going to be Myth Official. Even WINDGOD is trying to iron out this fight. Nox, boy oh boy. How are you planning to find a comeback in this fight?
Yeah, they don't even have ammunition to work with here, I would say. But for now, Jaguar Esports, they had somewhat of a center control this time. They will creep up one towards the compounds, and they are isolating fights. So for TR, the only enemy they need to confront. And this is the restock that Jaguar Esports can look to go for as well, because as of yet, the vehicles of 4TR already taken out. But while they're happening as well, they're leaving Avnish on the sides to scout out what's happening on the outskirts as well. But with the zone forcing them in, they have to play this timing on point here. Even WINDGOD Esports, they're struggling to try and push through. At the backs, they do have 8-bit stalking the way through. But finally, Jaguar Esports, they finally make the push against 4TR. Arthur gets one down, but they take the compound for themselves, and Jaguar Esports will win the fight on the northeast corner. But the stage is about to move, the circle is about to move. There's a lot of problems, a lot of chaos. And Mysterious 4 seems like Punk is going in for the slam, and he's gonna get taken down. What happened? True Rippers, we did not see them at all, and just like that, they get eliminated.
I am as surprised as you are. True Rippers, there's no way they could have been taken down in a 1v2. Punk had found the first knock, but the second was a little too optimistic for that lad. Nonetheless, Mysterious 4, they aren't safe either. Jaguar Esports arrive in time, and the speed with which they found the first knock on Henry, it's scintillating. But from the backlines, can Nu provide some of those cover fires? Jaguar Esports, I just have a look at this. It's a brilliant 2-2 split. 2 players on the outside. They were trying to protect the backlines. Meanwhile, Jaguar Esports really invading the teams on the inside. It seems like this team knows exactly what they're doing. They've come in here with the game plan in week 3.
Exactly, but we're down to the final 6 teams. WINDGOD Esports doing a fantastic job zoning 8-bit out. But for some reason, 8-bit is able to creep into the zone from the east side. And Juicy is still outside though. He's pretty much locked off. But WINDGOD, they've realized that there's a bigger threat in mind, and that's going to be Jaguar Esports from the east side. Or in this case, the north side of this map. As WINDGOD Esports needs to move up forward to climb the hill. And that hill is still going to be an uphill battle for them.
Oh.
Probot, oh my goodness, what a shot, Shogun. Just a pixel. And now getting that knock is going to be crucial for them.
But this is too messy right now, to be honest. You can't even protect yourself. You are out in the open, you're exposed from all angles. You find yourself a knock, and as soon as you do so, there's just somebody else who has a line of sight on you, has got their crosshairs on you. Like I said, there's just one team who has been doing fantastic so far, kept themselves, protected all of those players, and still finding finishes. It has to be Godlike. Control of the potato hill has been quintessential for success. But what is going to be the next course of action?
This is a master controller in action right now from Godlike. They've just toyed with every single team in this lobby, setting every team in the places, in the position, and then just making other teams take each other out. And it feels like they're just playing chess as of yet. But on screen now, Jaguar Esports has the move. They go in for the slam, and Mysterious 4, they get clean out. They lose a player, but the job is done. 9 finishes in the back. What an aggressive start here from Jaguar Esports. And guess who's still stalking them? It's Godlike Esports on top of this hill, just waiting for the right moment to strike once more, as every single team is struggling to climb up. And on the finish feed, you can see Godlike peppering shots across, raining down death and destruction on every single team trying to climb up. And 8-bit, they've just lost a player. 0 arc now. Sawar outside the zone will eventually go down. But Godlike, they won those points. They've sent up Sawme in the front lines to try and wreak up a little bit of points. But seems like they may have made a little bit of mistake here. S-Power has got the knock here. And Sawme may rethink his approach right now.
Yeah, maybe. I think he will be forced to actually fall back. Look at this though, Team 8-bit. No positions being given inside of the circle. Look at what is going wrong. Godlike Esports, 2 players being knocked out. Has to be a cause of concern. Sawme in the front lines is so deep into enemy territory. There was no reason to actually abandon this position.
Oh no, you can see Manya, he must be fuming. All his decisions of formation and just completely dismantled because Sawme got a little bit greedy and picked off. And as of yet, they need to pick S-Power as well. Now they've lost the numbers. And this is good for the rest of the lobby because as of yet, 8-bit, as well as WINDGOD, who's been struggling to breach pass into the zone. WINDGOD has been a thorn in the sides of 8-bit. Trying to find a little bit of opener here, but with the knock of Sarak and the confirmation from Probot, this is a very beautiful defense coming from WINDGOD Esports. Just making sure that 8-bit just cannot do anything about it. Now Infinity with the white flag and the nade spot on, and 8-bit just get completely annihilated as WINDGOD single-handedly dismantled all 4 players of 8-bit.
You know what? I don't even think it's a defense coming from WINDGOD. They are gatekeeping the likes of anybody and everybody that come in front of them. That was Team 8-bit, of course, looking to breach past the circle. WINDGOD is also in a similar position. They're like, if we don't make it inside of the circle, nobody else is allowed to move in as well. Meanwhile, Godlike just keep on racking up those numbers. How many eliminations did they reach, by the way? Jaguar has been finished off with 9. But Godlike and WINDGOD, they've been soaring up high and set up the Summit Clash, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a 4v2. 2 men for WINDGOD Esports. Do we see an upset, IC?
Yeah, it might not happen here because Godlike, they've been playing this entire game like a chessboard as of yet. They set up the stage for themselves with 9 eliminations, and this time they are going to clean house with the winner-winner chicken dinner. They are a tier 1 team for a reason. Godlike giving us one of the masterclass performance in this game. Now Infinity, can you raw firepower deal with Godlike is going to be the question. But you can see and Mino is just toying with them, driving around, trying to find an opener, but he finally goes in for the strike. He takes down Infinity.
There's just one man who can actually stop this from happening. Godlike Esports 4 players climbing on top of that last guy. Infinity could not do anything. And the golden chicken to the team with the golden jersey. It is going to be Godlike bagging the first winner-winner chicken dinner inside of Group B. What a performance.
This is one of the most tactical games we've seen all 3 weeks here in Group B, and Hero Extreme Godlike has pretty much given us a masterclass on how to play a tactical game on the highest level. Manya's IGLing in this game was spot on. The control of Potato Hills, the control of making sure that other teams take each other out, setting the chessboards in their favor. Godlike just absolutely dismantled everyone in this game. K9 stood no chance. God's Reign stood no chance. Mysterious 4, what are you doing? Get taken out by Jaguar Esports. Godlike has just played them all to perfection. What a masterclass.
Brilliant positioning, brilliant teamwork as well. Something which was missing from Godlike inside of week 1, week 2. All of a sudden, it seems like all those things have been worked out on, and I think brilliant positioning as well as the fact that they had the high ground control for so long. Yes, the circle did kind of support them. Yes, the circle was constantly shifting on top of them as well. But the way they controlled the entire pace of the lobby, I think there is going to be something to smile for, at least for all the Godlike fans out there.
Exactly, and when we talk about control as well, there were 2 teams that did exactly that. Number 1 is going to be Godlike, obviously got Chicken Dinner. Number 2 is going to be Jaguar Esports on the east side as well. They made sure a lot of teams were pretty much stuck on the open as well. And I think the third wow factor that survived this master chess here has to be WINDGOD, because they were the victims, but throughout all the challenges, all the obstacles that they have faced through, they were able to overcome out in the open. They were able to completely shut down 8-bit, which was very, very impressive. And making it in the top 2, props towards WINGOD because that was not a easy game to play.
I think, like you said, they were the victims for sure, but they also made sure that the teams around them is going to be a worse victim. They are going to feast on them. But have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, a welcome back to the MVP leaderboard at Mino from Godlike with 4 eliminations. But I'm looking at the damage numbers, man. I'm looking at 859 points of damage. This, I think, has been missing from Admino for a while. The damage numbers for Admino and S-Power in totality didn't really make sense for so far. But finally, you get to see these boys in action, and once again, their firepower just shines through. Like you said, Jaguar Esports were also pretty nice. Balu as well as Avanish, they stand a chance inside of the top players as well. 8 finishes shared in between these two players.
Exactly. And joining them here, we also have Infinity as well from WINGOD. I was hoping a Probot is going to be part of the equation as well because we saw that very, very quick 1 pixel snap and taking out the players from Jaguar Esports, which was very, very... Like, the timing was so small, but his reaction was so spot on and precise, and getting the headshot on a moving vehicle right beside him, that was really, really nice to see as well. I think we will be able to catch in on the highlights here, but let's see. But in case you missed out on the action as well, let's talk about what exactly happened. Godlike Esports, they started the journey by setting up bait and trap situations to try and bait teams out in open to go for pickoffs, which they eventually got a few points. But however, they had to switch their rotations later on. But the rest of the team, they were also stuck in awkward situations, and this was the biggest threat for Godlike, which was K9 Esports, who's been stalking them from the sides. But the moment God's Rain rotated in and had to force a fight, you can see Godlike Esports immediately take them out and eliminated the biggest threat of their formation.
Absolutely. And you remember a conversation at the start of the match, right? God's Reign and their success rate with these northern circles, with these school and shelter circles is almost next to 0. And that's one of the reasons why as well. That was a very awkward push against K9, against Godlike. But of course, all of that was fine. Jaguar Esports having free roam inside of the circle, inside of the final circles, being able to execute teams at free will. I think that is something which shouldn't really have been allowed. They really achieved flow state inside of that game, ladies and gentlemen. But look at the match rankings right now. Godlike with 21 points, 11 finishes. I think that is a good start, man. Half the job seems to be done.
Yeah, but at the same time, 4 teams completely creating a huge vacuum of points in this game. We talked about Godlike, we talked about WINGOD, we talked about Jaguar Esports, but 8-Bit, they themselves also securing 12 points in that game. Despite being on the back foot of WINGOD for the longest of time, they still survived the odds and they pushed through. And they did get themselves a decent amount of points. However, for the rest of the pack, like I said, this was a game that was set up by Godlike in terms of chessboards. Look at the chess pieces right now. Zero Arc with 4 points, Mysterious 4 with 4 points, Myth with 4 points, Ares with 4 points. That is going to be quite concerning because it's very rare we do see 4-pointers in the top 8, especially coming from 4 different teams.
And I was actually very anxious to find out what happens in the second half. Look at this. I mean, GDR, 4TR, K9 Esports, Scots and True Rippers. Majority of the teams who actually found themselves a promotion from Group C did struggle inside of this group IC, which is very surprising in my opinion. I'm looking at God's Reign, I'm looking at True Rippers, I'm looking at Gods and Esports as well, and these are teams who definitely do have the caliber, but all 3 of them have been brought down to less than 4 points. I think that is going to be a very surprising start for these teams.
Yeah, but 2,126 damage from Godlike. How? Like, we barely even saw them like do a lot of damage.
Yeah,
they were doing all these long-range pokes to force people into awkward situations. This is just so disgusting, so dirty, but it's so tactical of Godlike.
It certainly is. And the reason why I personally am very happy is because we did not get to see any of these tactics in week 1 and 2, right?
Yeah.
And it's been a very long time that I found Mania at his best, finding those spots. You remember those days when Mania was known as the circle magnet? He used to find the center of the circle every single time, but all of a sudden it seems like he did not really drink enough monsters, ladies and gentlemen, because you know what? If you drink the monster, you unleash the beast, ladies and gentlemen, and definitely Godlike was in beast mode. But for now, that is just the first game. We'll find out what happens, but after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut off the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. All of a camp, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the.
The monsters, the beasts have been unleashed by the teams from Group B as the fight continues to see can a few names like Godlike get promoted back to Group A, or are we going to sit an absolute switch in the lineup going into the fourth week of qualifiers? My name is Super Johnny. Joining me for the next game, it's going to be none other than Necro alongside with me. And of course, Godlike off to a start that everyone wanted from them. But then again, are we surprised? This team was playing in Group A a few days ago.
Exactly. They're supposed to perform this way, and they're not supposed to be in the Group B in the first place.
Yes.
But you know what? Looking at the latter half of the board, now I'm really concerned for True Rippers, Godsend, Learn from Past. Teams that have been performing so well off the rip, they've been in a good form. Right now, for some reason, in the first game itself, they were not able to perform.
I would like to add another name to that list, Mysterious 4. Not really a decent start to their journey inside of the third week of qualifiers, but luckily for them, that was just game one. They still have 2 Miramars, which can be utilized to recover at least a few points for themselves. And if they can find themselves inside of the top 8, then maybe going into the last Miramar, they can try and be inside the top 4 at the end of day one itself.
And I also see a world where there's a chance maybe True Rippers can be relegated from this
Oh,
group.
no, don't say it right now,
I really do
Necro.
not want to imagine that, but the way things have started off, man, I really do not want to imagine it, because you know, True Rippers in game ones, usually they're decent. This is for the first time we're seeing True Rippers dropping the ball in the first game itself, but let's just cross the fingers and let's hope that Learn from Past, True Rippers, and even Godson Esports, they are going to be keeping that torch alive, and they will be moving on forward. It's not just about them, right? There's still a few more names like Zero Arc inside of the mix, and Zero Arc as well, the first game, it was an okay start. Maybe you can't say it's just classic Zero Arc. You can expect a lot more from them in the future.
Yeah, pretty much. I think Zero Arc, it is a team that has a playstyle similar to Godsend, similar to True Rippers, wherein there are not a lot of flashy plays being made, but they rely on being consistent. They rely on getting those top 5 finishes and maybe a few extra crucial finish points towards the end of the match. So I think True Rippers, Zero Arc, Godsend, they are going to stay focused on that storyline for themselves. Again, going for those top 5 finishes, but we'll have to see how consistent they can be inside of week 3. But as we have a look at the Eliminator leaderboard, he is back.
Untouched.
39 finishes as of now inside of BMPS 2026. He was being chased by Taurus, but we are going to have to wait for Taurus to begin his matches again.
Surprisingly, this man is untouched.
Yes.
We thought that the previous group, or at least the previous week, Taurus is going to be taking over this man, but no, that was not the case. He was still on the first spot. And today, Rapid Chaos Esports had a surprisingly decent day, which means Dhruv's lead is just going to be enhancing even more, and it's not going to be good news for all the players underneath him, especially Taurus. And looking at Taurus' run of form recently, I'm not a huge fan of the way the man's been playing. I really do want him to go back to the same ways he was playing in the week 1.
I think it might have been just the difference in the level of competition between Group B and Group A. But let's see how this week's Group B turns out. We have seen in that first game of Erangel, the level of aggression was there across the board. Teams being very cautious with every single mini play that's being made inside of those fights. But as we move on to the map of Miramar, things can definitely change, and it's not just going to be the terrain. This time the flight path starting from the south of Los Leones, sticking towards the western half of the map, ending west of La Cobriera.
Heading towards truck stop, El Hazar now going to be a tough rotation, a tough stretch, which means go for a pit stop, get your hands on the basic loot vehicles, and then move in towards that spot, which also means we might see some pit stop clashes happening.
Yeah.
And you know what? Speaking of clashes, WINDGOD Esports is one of those teams that can definitely bring in the X factor, including 8-Bit as well. Even they're part of this group, and I do have a lot of expectations from 8-Bit.
Yeah, it's not just you. It's everyone, 8-Bit. I think with the kind of roster they have, and especially the form we have seen from Sarang in the last few days, there is hope that 8-Bit can find themselves potentially inside of Group A at the end of their journey this week. Off to a decent start, 12 points, not too far away from that podium position, but as far as this map goes, Los Leones, it's their home. They get it uncontested in this particular match, but there is a cluster down south. We have God's Reign, who will look to move towards Impala. We have Jaguar Esports, who can take control of the hills down towards the southeast. There's Myth, there's Zero Arc, and luckily for 8-Bit, even the circle just forms up right on top of their heads.
Exactly, circle forming completely on the right side of the map on the southern side. And it's really interesting now. Especially going to be catching a lot of those teams off guard who are dropping on the northern side. I'm speaking of K9 Esports and Godlike. It's going to be long rotation for them, which means the initial looting phase is now going to be limited. They need to loot up as soon as possible and be quickly on the move. 4TR, a team that's going to be starting things off all the way from Picado. It's going to be good in the hood for them. True Rippers as well, still heading towards their drop location. It is going to be a tough stretch for True Rippers.
True Rippers are a little bit far away, all the way towards Graveyard, and considering they have a few players inside the edge of the circle, maybe they might just stick around towards the northern edge of the play zone itself, in stage 1 at least. Although there is a fight that I do expect to commence soon. It could be Godsent against the players of Ares, both the teams occupying the western edge of the circle right now. But on our screens, we have the players have learned from past. They dropped towards La Benedita, looting up the small compounds. And in fact, right now, we just see them picking up those vehicles. Maybe an early rotation to head towards Impala, try and blockade it up, not let the players of God's Reign through. That could be a potential strat, but it's not going to be that easy with Jaguar Esports sitting on the flank as well.
Learn from past is literally looting scraps. That's what they're doing. But you know, just like the saying goes, little pieces of scrap makes an inventory.
I thought they made scrap metal.
No, that's a different thing.
What is Admino doing, though?
He's just having fun because he knows the first game's great. Godlike is off to a rocky start. And they probably do want to rock the floor even on the map of Miramar, but it's not going to be an easy piece of cake. At least they've got the momentum, so that's one of those things to look out for. Zero Arc, another team that's currently chasing him. With just 4 points in the first game, you can't say Zero Arc could have done a lot better. But considering the amount of teams that were able to get 4 points right next to Zero Arc, man, it feels like there was a big bottleneck around that area.
It was. I think majority of the points were claimed by the top 4. You do see 21 points for Godlike, so they were the ones vacuuming all of those eliminations along with WINDGOD, Jaguar Esports, and 8-Bit. And the rest of the lobby all the way from the 5th all the way towards the 16th position where the players of HADX are. Look at that. Just 5 points and HADX could be inside of the top 5, right?
Exactly. Still, the overall standings are pretty fragile. And you know what, Johnny? Speaking of the overall standings itself, one conversation really pops up in my mind, and that's going to be Zero Arc's past. We're speaking of Rivalry NRI. We're speaking of NRI Esports.
Yeah.
This team, when they made the entrance for the first time, we saw Servar, and the way he was popping off was insane. It was brilliant. Expectations weren't there from this lineup, but the moment they played on the day one itself, we thought, man, we might have just found the team that we've been searching for, a under-God team that's just smashing down the foes.
Yeah, and it's been incredible to watch Zero Arc perform the way they did in that previous week. And as you were talking about it a few moments ago, yes, this particular week, and in fact just the first match, the map of Wrangell, it might not have given them the result that they were hoping for, but one thing is for sure, with how the individuals from that side of Zero Arc are playing, there can still be hope if they can get those finishes consistently in this week, then we might just see them again find themselves inside of the top 4. WINDGOD on our screens now, finally finding a way to gain some cover, some terrain inside of this opening zone towards the western side. I think they might want to push in a little bit further because there will be more distance to cover if the circle just takes an eastern shift towards the shoreline, and it seems like the teams are expecting that to happen. Majority of the teams have gone for the highways right now in the early stages.
Indeed. It's still the early phase, so you cannot even say anything confirmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, teams are just placing themselves roughly. Based on the terrain, based on the circle. Nothing is confirmed. And we've seen so many times this circle just taking a curveball shift inside of Los Leones, or maybe on the southern side of Los Leones. It's happened.
I think this one might be the hills as well. I'm going to trust the IGLs in this one. It seems like the general consensus of the lobby is to go for the hills of Los Leones. Even 8-bit have started to move in early, but Mysterious 4 on our screens. They have to be very cautious. There's true rippers around them right now. And these lads can be caught off guard mid-rotation. It's an open field rotation that they're making.
All right, Johnny, make a prediction. Circle going up or south?
South.
You think?
Yep.
I'm going to say it's going to go north.
All right.
There's a lot of those open fields on the northern side as well, so maybe the circle's going to be shifting around there. But let's see. It's not too far away. Stage 2 is going to be hidden anytime soon. K9 Esports is still on the move, and K9 Esports is actually going to be ramming against the players of Godlike soon. There's a big possibility of that happening. Godlike is just right there in the close proximity.
Somraj actually turns his buggy in that direction just to maintain vision as well. So intention can be clear of just fighting mid-rotation. Both the teams roughly about 800 meters for them to go before they touch the edge of the play zone. What is Myth up to, man? They've taken some control of the hill, but they don't have any cover to initiate the action to try and fight it out. But Detrox still wants to have a go.
There's only 3 teams outside of the circle right now. Ares, K9 Esports, and Godlike. Only these 3 teams. Rest, every single team is around the centric part. Just imagine, Johnny, the amount of cluster that's currently forming there. And then in the final few moments, hell's going to break loose. This is definitely going to be one of the most passive games we witnessed.
And it can turn out to be, but I think this stage 2, that might just force a lot of chaos into this lobby, or upon this lobby. As we do see Mysterious 4 just rotating through, well, threading the needle basically between 2 teams, 40R, one of them.
Oh,
I know,
my prediction was right.
Is towards Los Leones. Just throws everyone's game plan of taking control of the hills out the window. Now you see God's Reign stuck in Puerto Parasi. There's Godsend on the same hills as well, with Zero Arc playing the southern edge.
But you know, Johnny, who's lucky?
Who?
K9 Esports and Godlike.
And Godlike, yeah.
100%. Their drop location was so far away from the circle initially, and the moment they made that rotation inside of the circle pops up right next to him. They're so lucky. Myth official, they were taking those shots, but it's not going to make a difference. Right now, it's just about adjusting yourself in the circle once again, and there's going to be a lot of urban warfare happening soon.
And I think 8-bit end up becoming the unluckiest team of the bunch, at least as far as this stage 2 shift is considered, because 8-bit had the center of the city all to themselves. They could have stayed protected, they could have stayed hidden, but for some reason, I think they also expected that southern shift to happen. They moved towards the eastern edge of the city and now find themselves in a massive cluster with the control of Los Leones being snatched away by teams like HADX, by teams like Godlike Esports, and that's not going to make their lives any easy.
Indeed. Mysterious 4, they found themselves around the southern side of the circle. It's out of Los Leones. Being in the urban cities is not going to be good news. You will have to face so many bullets. I like the position of 8-bit. On top of the hills, they control so much terrain. They can take shots against anyone that's trying to make a rotation. At the moment I say so, 4TR. They were on the receiving end, but now it seems like they're also inflicting a lot of pain and hurt against True Rippers. as one of the men instantly gets confirmed, and now Termi comes in as a backup. But Termi as well gets instantly struck down. He was lost, did not even know what's happening around him. But even 4TR is also getting struck down at the same time. Punk and his teammate, they're still around the spectrum as they wipe out the remnants of 4TR.
What a play coming through from True Rippers. 4TR, they tried their level best. The cover provided by Rapido was impressive as well, but towards the end, as soon as he was spotted out and distracted by Punk on top of that hill, I think that distraction just allowed Omega to move in for that cleanup, but the job is not yet over. 4TR, they're getting pressured by the players of Godlike as Godlike looks to move in. The revive comes through now. It's 3 versus 4 situation, but the Molotov, it chips away the HP. Omega with the nade finds the opener. Manya knocked out, but S-Power moves in for that trade.
Trades back and forth, man advantage now in the hands of Godlike. Utilities tossed, and True Rippers is still standing tall. It's just one man, Omega on top, and can Omega really save himself? That's my question. The floor's lava, Omega's also catching too much hurt from the sidelines. It's also Jaguar Esports taking those shots. Godlike right now untouched. There is a man still knocked out. The revival's gonna be there. It's not even a concern. But Jaguar Esports in the outskirts really almost saved the day for Godlike.
Yeah. Again, another drastic shift from the play zone, as now it's just right on top of Los Leones. The western half of the city completely empty, but as you were talking about that fight, Jaguar Esports, I think now they have to be extra cautious as well, because Godlike is going to be aware of their position in the open fields of La Benedita, and traversing from the northern half, they are going to have to force themselves to go wide up north all the way towards the crater of La Benedita and then keep moving along the west. Well, there's God's Reign as well that can catch them off guard over there, but we'll see how their story unfolds in this game. 8-bit though, we spoke about it a few moments ago. Quite unlucky. The moment they exit Los Leones, the circle is on Los Leones, and now the circle is just going to force them to try and re-enter this city that they abandoned right off the bat.
Oh, Nux. Right underneath the man of True Rippers. And imagine the amount of pressure the IGL is facing right now. Teammates eliminated him all by himself. And God's Reign now taking a fight up close and personal against the man of Mysterious 4 as Noob now is getting charged on. Noob himself is trying to inflict some pain against the man that is charged against him, but it seems like even Noob is now taken down way too low. The man from God's Reign popping that first hit. Noob knows it's going to be the right time to approach the fight, and he does so perfectly.
Yeah, but the backup is it is a little too late. Henry with the Molotov onto Delta PG does try to force him back, but Mysterious 4, they need to back off. There's the trade. Delta PG with an nade, knew exactly where Henry was, finds the knock and the opener in this fight. Now God's Reign, they have a fighting chance to find their way out of this, but Mysterious 4, the pressure keeps piling on down to their last man. Noob, he does not have the HP to win this, but if he's lucky enough with the shotgun, he might just be able to find a few extra points from this fight.
God's Reign. Both the teams can now feel the pressure on the equal level. The fight's taken down to a 2v2. The man from the side of Mysterious 4 is definitely feeling low. But now Justin gets caught off guard. He wanted to sneak in that revival, but Mysterious 4, they're the opportunistic bunch as they wipe out the last man as well. God's Reign has been sent back to the lobby.
4 eliminations on the board for Mysterious 4 and a phenomenal execution of God's Reign as well. But with this position, it will be difficult for them to keep on racking up those finish points till the end game. 2 players just left inside of the match. But Ares, oh no, that's just unfortunate. Completely surrounded by the players of Myth Official, and the utility do not seem to miss. They found the opening finish. They have found the numbers it want us to work with. Can Myth get a squad wipe over here as well?
Good question.
And while all this is happening, look at 2 teams. Godlike towards the north and WINGOD down south. Just chilling, completely far away from the action.
They're relaxing because they know they don't even need to make a move. It's fine. Let all the teams duke it out against each other inside of the city while you reap the benefits outside. You play for the longer game. And even Zero Arc is actually really secure. If you look at the left side of the map, Zero Arc is untouched. But right now, Myth, they're definitely on the verge of being demolished if they do not play this fight right, Daddy! What a hold it was! One single man instantly strikes down 2 players without even hesitation. Daddy is definitely proven out to be the daddy right now in this fight.
Oh man, I mean this is it's been a while since we've seen the players of Myth play with the same confidence. The last time we saw them play like this was the earlier stages of BGIS. I'm quite happy, but Jaguar Esports, surprise, I really did not think, Necro, they would be able to make that push towards these compounds. And now they find themselves quite close to the players of 8-bit. 4 versus 2, at least for the next few minutes. As Juicy and Skips will try to keep this team at bay and at the same time try the level best to not get taken out by Naksh Esports.
Yeah. And looking at Naksh, they've just been living in the chaos, quietly. As I mentioned, Zero Arc is also going to be a part of the city, but Zero Arc is not even participating in a single fight. Having a look at the replay of how exactly the previous fight started. Unfortunately for the boys of 4TR, it was not that good of a start. True Rippers almost had things in the bag, but it felt like later on True Rippers were almost crumbling as well. But then in the final few moments, Omega came through as a backup, and he played that to perfection.
A very impressive fight from 4TR to kick things off, but as you mentioned, True Rippers, they found those picks, and then Godlike instantly moving in for that third party, not giving TR an opportunity to celebrate. And True Rippers, I think we spoke about this before we jumped into the action. That previous game of Wrangle was not that good for them. This match of Miramar was very important. They needed to recover about 15 to 20 points from this game, but now with just Punk surviving, that's not really going to be possible.
Yeah.
I think the best situation they can settle for and hope for has to be a top 3 finish, with Punk also getting a few extra eliminations before he get taken out. Maybe 10 points from this game.
True.
They've gotten 4. 5 is the total tally.
They've been getting unlucky, though. Especially if you consider that previous fight. The moment they were done with that first team, 4TR, an instant slam came through from Godlike. What are you even supposed to do in that third party? You're already down bad. You're already hurt.
Not lose players early?
Maybe, I guess. That's one of the ways to look at it. Since they started things off with an advantage, I agree with you.
Yeah.
That fight got way too close for comfort than it should have.
I think that was supposed to be the play for True Rippers as well. I think they were expecting expecting the fight to be completely one-sided in their favor and not really allow the players of 4TR to even react, but it's 4TR, man. It's the former roster of Non-X. We've seen how much firepower that team holds, so yeah, quite unfortunate. But 8-bit, man, oh man, Sarang just completely catches Admino off guard, and that is the danger, man, from the side of Godlike, put out of commission.
I've got too many questions. I have way too many questions. Godlike was chilling on that northern side for the longest, and then they pull off a move like this. He's driving as if he was in a picnic.
True. I think with the amount of silence we've seen from the players of 8-bit in the last few minutes, I think they just expected them to move out away from these hills. But man, oh man, learn from Fast Honey. Sitting on the stairs, just waiting for the players of WINDGOD to chime in. And he just kept on waiting. WINDGOD do end up finding that finish for themselves.
It's kind of funny. He just straight up ran into that wall. And then he realized, oh no, there's a wall in front of me. And then he just looked back and he's eliminated.
Wasn't even a metaphorical wall, a literal one.
Yeah, literal wall. Well, I'd really hope that next time surrounding awareness is something that he's working on. As of now, though, Myth, man, it's quite a gutsy rotation they're pulling off. Ice in the veins with that one. And Myth is going to find themselves a temporary shelter. But they're also taking too many shots amongst themselves. And man, oh man, one man is already confirmed. The sacrificial lamb, he's been gifted over.
And I think the next one might be there as well, as Daddy did get knocked out in the back lines. It's just down to Harshal and Detrox, and I wonder if they are going to try to fall back to try and bring Daddy back into action. He has been quite decent in the fight so far, but we'll have to wait and watch what happens with the players of Myth Official. On the other side of things, Sarang still keeping the players of Godlike in check, and an update from Myth. I believe one more player has been knocked out thanks to that Molotov. Oh no, it was a confirmation. Daddy getting finished off by the players of Naksh.
Circle closing in too. It's probably going to be moving outside of the city, that's for sure. 8-Bit. They're ready to lock horns against Jaguar Esports. And I'm not a big fan of this separation 8-Bit's got. 2 of the players inside of the city, 2 players outside on top of the hill. Man, it's a concerning spot to be in. Especially if the entirety of Jaguar Esports just straight up makes that pounce, 8-Bit will have no chance to defend themselves rather than sheer heroics.
With this sort of a split, I think 8-Bit, and I agree with you, it's very risky. They're going to be forced to play late game. They are going to be forced to rotate after everyone else. Because the intention over here would be to try and sandwich teams while they move out. While it is a little difficult to execute, if 8-Bit is patient enough, they can rack up a few early eliminations, I think, during that stage 6 transition. And luckily for them, I think Jaguar Esports and Mysterious 4 are not left with enough bodies to even try and react if that collapse from the players of 8-Bit happened. The circle still sticking on Los Leones.
I know,
Godlike
right?
still controlling the northern edge. This has to be a good game for Godlike and K9 Esports.
Circle actually shifted inside of the city. HADX now finding themselves in the best possible spot out of nowhere. Even Naksh Esports is in a really good spot. True Ripper's Punk is the only person standing. If he had his teammates, maybe he could have done a lot more. But right now, Zero Arc, oh no, they're stuck. What a mistake. And because of that, Zero Arc now losing out on one of the crucial men. Learn from past can still stand a chance to strike down a big foe like Zero Arc in this process. But the remaining 2 players, they just ran away. They don't even care about Survivor anymore because they know the man is irretrievable.
Yeah, he just ran right into the crosshair of JD Gaming over there. And Learn from Past were able to capitalize without even breaking a sweat. But as this finish gets picked up by the side of Learn from Past, we just saw on that finish beat, another man from the side of Zero Arc did go down at the hands of HADX. But 8-Bit now getting pushed and pressured by the players of Jaguar Esports. As Shogun points to 8-Bit. What just happened? Just dismantled 2 bits and pieces all alone by the solo player.
Crazy stuff. 5 finishes racked up from 8-Bit. And since they've also lost out on those 2 players, this is exactly what I was saying, Johnny. I was not a big fan of that split in the first place. And this is what I said too. The moment Jaguar Esports makes that push, 8-Bit's not going to be able to defend themselves, and that's what happened. But right now, Godson Esports, they've got the same matters. They've got the same trouble at hand. Losing out on Fraggy is going to be a stinger. But now how can you retrieve, or how can you recover from such a setback?
Levi, he has to be very cautious and just track the players of WINGOD Esports to perfection. The other players from Godson Esports are still on their way. Backup is almost there. Too much pressure on Levi. Also, for a few seconds, going back to that conflict between Jaguar Esports and 8-Bit, I don't think the split mattered all over there. They lost a 1v2. Shogun just outplayed both those players in that fight.
Only if they had all the 4 players, maybe Shogun will not have been able to win that fight. But Godson Esports, look at this scenario. Man, WINGOD is just stomping on top of them. And Godson, they're losing the grip in this game as well. Johnny, it's not a good look. WINGOD as well, they've lost out on Ryzen as of now. And Godsend can definitely steal away that elimination point.
Yeah, knock secured by the players of Naksh Esports. WINGOD, they're going to try and save Ryzen. Quick rotation coming through from Kaiser as he switches focus on just trying to help his team stay 4-man strong instead of just going after those finishes. Oh, no, unfortunately for Punk. Punk has been spotted out. Utility lob towards him by WINGOD. Does manage to stay alive for the next few minutes, though.
He's just going to be quiet. He knows he's being blessed by the Circle Gods, and all he needs to do is just stay quiet. But no, the moment I say so, it moves away. And now Punk is going to be in a great problem. I just hope it does not get punked. Since the Circle is on top of Naksh, this is going to be the maximum advantage they've been gifted with. For Godlike, Sama in the outskirts, the man's trapped. Any possible way you could get him out of that spot, it seems like it's going to be impossible. And now he just gets mowed down. The confirmation, though, someone else takes it.
Yeah, it was HADX that ended up stealing that finish, but WINGOD Esports, it seems like they switch focus now. Again, just running after the players of Godsend, and Huntro gets taken out. WINGOD Esports, man oh man, what is that pressure? No breaks at all. They just keep pushing forward. And Godsend just weren't able to react fast enough.
Learn from past. JD Gaming spamming its out of that smoke. The bullets are definitely whizzing past the opponent. And even HADX is now starting to face a lot of problem. You can see in the elimination feed, not even a single team is now going to be out of threat. And look at Learn from past, straight up just marching. That nade was cooked, but I don't think that was the right idea. The man instantly gets slapped. The trades are still there. Learn from past in a big problem.
Well, the nade is being cooked still on the other side. Yeah, she's going to hope for a revive, but I just wanted to say this. Stage 7 ending in 50 seconds. We still have 11 teams remaining in this game. And as you see, the player numbers drop consistently. Majority of these teams are just down to those 1 or 2 players still surviving somehow. That is what will cause chaos in the next game, Stage 8. But K9 Esports, they're going after HADX. That nade, a little bit unfortunate, just ricocheted on the wrong side. Taurus still looking to secure his first finish of this match.
Yeah, Johnny, in the final few moments, this game is going to look like a TDM. And as of now for HADX, as I mentioned, they've got a decent spot to play with. All they need to do is just maintain that man number. That's it. And the game is going to be there. Right now, the gods are favoring them too much. And that's what they need to take advantage of. Jax and K9 Esports, as of now, taking a bit of a back seat. I don't like this stalemate. Not a big fan of it. Someone needs to execute the fight. Someone needs to start it. But that man from True Rippers, Punk on top. This nade, it might just be the deal sealer. The second one is going to be the combo. And Punk has been eliminated from the game.
WINGOD with the Wombo combo over there. 6 eliminations on the board. But they have to be cautious as well. They're pushed towards the southwestern edge with Mysterious 4 Goku right behind them and Zero Arc waiting for them up front. But with the shift of the circle, I think the game might have just been gifted to the players of Naksh. Oh, needs to be cautious. 8-bit are still waiting on the sidelines. And in a situation like this, it's all about information. Can you track the footsteps with enough precision? Can you keep track of the gunfire all around you with precision as well? But before all of that, HADX and K9 sharing that building all to themselves. Differences need to be settled. Same goes for WINGOD as they do try to gain some terrain against the players of Zero Arc. Chandan runs up to the first floor of the broken building. It's a 4 versus 2 situation.
And WINGOD Esports with the biggest man advantage inside of the fight. Zero Arc does not even stand a chance. Morty's taken down to barely a pixel of HP, and even he gets knocked out. Where are the remaining men of Zero Arc? That was my question, and eventually even the last man, he gets snuffed out. WINGOD Esports winning that duel as we shift towards HADX against K9 Esports. And for K9 Esports prolonging this fight for such a long time, it might just not be the ideal circumstance. Caesar, he wants to move up from the sidelines, but then he realizes the blue is now going to be doing too much damage, and K9, they connect that precise shot.
3 finishes on the board for K9 Esports. Valiant effort over there from the players of HADX, but, well, they've had enough of an opportunity in this game now eliminated. We're down to the top 7, but what HADX has done is just forced K9 towards the edge. Look at this, stage 9. It's the end game now. We still have 14 players, 7 teams alive in this match. This is what urban warfare is all about. Just keeping your head down sometimes, taking those shots through the windows and finding opportunities to third-party everyone else. But it seems like this might just be a match for K9 WINGOD or Naksh. M4, Jaguar, 8-bit and Myth forced towards the edge are going to be the first ones to get shut down.
And this is one of the main reasons why I love urban warfares. The frags are just going to be all over the place, dead bodies all over the place as well. Things are just so random. You can never draw a proper path. You can never be tactical. Because you never know. There might just be a nade being flung on top of you. And this man still is somehow alive, by the way. Every single piece of utility tossed against him, and he still stands.
Well, PMW IGL, in fact, finds a trade. For a second, I thought he would be done because there was a stun that was lobbed towards him. We saw that animation when we were on his POV, and then you could hear the sound of that sticky bomb just go off, that melody in the distance. Not in the distance, we're right next to him, but somehow he does manage to stay alive. Although WINGOD, I think, raining death and destruction from the top of these broken buildings, find yet another knock. And the finish confirmation should not be that tough, but it could get stolen, and it does. Deetrox from the flank, still greedy for points, still want those numbers on the board for Myth Esports.
Myth was literally collecting scrap in that instance. And right now for WINGOD Esports, even they're down to just this one last man. The fight's taken down to a 1-on-1-on-1. Or maybe scratch that. WINGOD still has 2 more men standing. Deetrox is the only person standing for Myth, and maybe this man is going to be a Myth after a few seconds. The Blues on the move, the pressure's going to be amping up even more. Deetrox, you need to make a move right now! He almost converted that! Oh my god, but WINGOD Esports, they get this chicken dinner secured. Back-to-back solid games from WINGOD Esports. Man, oh man, they might have just done it already.
Yeah, this is why pushing in tandem is always better when you're fighting out into the open. 1v2, they have the upper hand. Ain't no way Deetrox get both of them unless he lands incredible flicks on to those last 2 survivors. But WINGOD Esports, this match, it helps them recover. A lot of eliminations on the board. Infinity with 6 finishes secured. Definitely the star performer for the side of WINGOD. But 22 points. 22 points. They definitely are going to try and topple over Godlike Esports after this.
Indeed, without a doubt. I think WINGOD Esports is going to be on the first spot. It's not even a question. Probot, Ryzen, Infinity, Kaiser. I mean, these players, they have been inside of the circuit for such a long time, but we've never seen them perform so well. And now for the first time, it's like WINGOD Esports, even as a banner, they're making a name for themselves with performances like these.
Also, a lot of eliminations secured by the team that were in the top 5 of this game as well, so they are going to have that boost of placement points. There was Myth, they ended up with 9 eliminations. I believe 8-Bit as well was there with 8 or 9 eliminations. You had WINGOD who were making that comeback run of theirs.
K9 as well.
K9 as well had a decent amount of eliminations towards the end. So I think this vacuum of points just between 4 to 5 teams, and of course, Godlike getting taken out competitively early in this game is going to force the teams inside of the top 5 to be a little bit closer than we expected.
I really do want to be surprised, but then at the same time, I think, am I really surprised?
Also, by the way, let's not forget that before this match began, only 5 points were needed to find a way inside of the top 5 of the leaderboard. I hope that has changed.
Hey, maybe HADX have done it. Right, they had a good spot inside of the circle for the longest, and HADX was the team that was on the 16th. So maybe they have gotten enough points, but since we've also seen this game and so many teams had decent amount of points, now maybe the threshold is going to go up even more.
It can go up. I think the threshold for the top 4 will be a little bit higher than we expected after the second game itself, because I think a lot of these teams will be in the mid-20s.
Yeah.
But one of the teams that will not be there is going to be True Rippers. I think we'll circle back to that in a few moments. MVP of the game, well deserved. Deetrox, 824 damage dished out. The survival instincts kicked in at the right time, and 6 eliminations were secured by him. I think this is the Deetrox we always expect for the side of Myth Official. Nothing less than this.
Once again, the man just carrying his team on the back, and then you've also got Infinity from WINGOD Esports with 6. Even Chup coming through from 8-Bit. Even 8-Bit had a decent performance. Nux, they had to center the circle for such a long time. I thought the conversion is going to be theirs. I thought the chicken dinner will be Nux's, but they messed up in the final few moments, and that's why they were not able to secure the chicken dinner. If you move on towards the match highlights, things will be converted, and things will be visible clearly. Even Zero Arc, they were surviving for the longest of the times, but they were not able to secure any elimination points.
For them, I think for Zero Arc, the late game rotations is where they started to drop individuals, and by the end of that entire fiasco coming through, they did not have enough players to just pick those fights. And I think the same thing happened for Nox. In fact, they just got tunnel visioned to the teams moving in from that southwestern edge and lost track that in the backlines, other teams have taken compounds. But we have the recap of this match, and this was the first conflict. 4TR taking on True Rippers, and as soon as True Rippers survived, we saw an instant pile-up of the players of Godlike, and True Rippers, well, they did not get to celebrate those 4 eliminations that they were able to secure.
But you know what, Johnny? At least True Rippers is getting some sort of points. For teams like Godsend Esports, for teams like Zero Arc, now it's going to be concerning string, especially for Godsend. Godsend were not able to have a lot of points in the first game. Godsend did not have any sort of points in this game as well. It is really concerning, because if Godsend Legions or if Godsend Esports does not perform, there's a big chance they might be demoted.
Yep, and again, this is going to be right after they were just promoted to this Group B itself. So that is not a journey that you want to go on. And I think Godsent, they still have 4 matches remaining. There's a Rondo tomorrow that can help them just completely turn things around, change the course of their fate inside of Group B. But they will have to wait till tomorrow for that. Before that, the next Miramar, if they can secure a 20-point chicken dinner, I think it still helps them secure a reset on the overall leaderboard. K9 Esports, I think they just completely were caught off guard by Ryzen being on top of that roof. Had they known, they would have just smoked off the entire pathway that they used to rotate and run towards the broken buildings. And then towards the end, I think Detrox, that was a valiant effort. Had this nade connected and then he was forced into 1v1, he could have won that fight, but that wasn't the case. He landed a shot onto one player and then instantly Ryzen was there for the trade.
I'm going to be completely honest about that previous game. There were just a lot of those RNG factors that came to play. And that's why a lot of these teams were instantly cut off the moment the final few moments hit. Especially when you've got so many teams in such a small circle, you never know where you're going to be shot at from. And that's where WINDGOD Esports played the cards right.
As you were saying, you are going to be caught off guard a lot of the times, but I wouldn't say that's RNG. I think you need to be prepared and just cautious of which window exposes your back as well. And I think one of the teams that was doing that really well in the early stage was Naksh Esports. But in the end, I don't know how they were caught off guard, to be a little bit more honest about it.
Yeah, they were in the smack center. This was supposed to be their game,
Exactly.
but Naksh Esports just messed up. 8-Pit as well getting 12 points. That's a great effort. Myth getting 15 points. Nicely done, especially because of Detrox. They've got the majority of the chunk of the elimination points. And WINDGOD Esports with this chicken dinner is now going to be on the first spot in the overall standings. For True Rippers, those 5 points that they got, it's not a lot, but at least enough to keep themselves out of the bottom 4.
Yeah, especially considering that there was a little bit of a vacuum building up within the top 4 teams, and we'll have to see the impact of that vacuum, especially with Godlike Esports being handed a very, very nasty reset with this match. Let's just move forward, have a look at the overall leaderboard right now and see how the story unfolds. WINGOD is there with 36 points, sitting at the tippity top. On the second, we have Team 8-Bit with 24 points. Godlike pushed down to the third with 22. Then you have Jaguar Esports with 20. Myth with 19. Naksh with 13. K9, 9 points. Mysterious 4 with 9 points. And True Rippers, as you were talking about them, those 5 points held them at least catch up to the top 10.
Yeah, and HADX getting 4 points off that entire game as well is definitely concerning because HADX, before this game, they were on the 16th spot. And look at Godsent Esports, Johnny. A team that's been in a great form, in a great shape since the start of the tournament, started the journey off from Group D, then moved on towards Group C. Now inside of the Group B, they're fumbling up too much.
It's not just them, learn from past as well. It seems like they've started to crumble apart, just 3 points in the first 2 games. Not really what we expect from Godsent, from Learn From Past, from 40R, and of course, outside of the top 8 right now, the biggest names, True Rippers and God's Reign. I think with True Rippers and God's Reign, both of these lineups, similar stories. One team losing their IGL, the other IGL inside of True Rippers just forming an entire new roster to try and compete in the BMPS 2026. And the only way they could have redeemed themselves was to make it all the way towards Group A. But can they actually make it happen? Well, the story continues, but after this very short break, don't go anywhere.
लेफ्ट रहा डे पुश பண்ணுங்கடா
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है जाना किधर है
ஐயோ மச்சான் ரிவைவ் பண்ணு
What revive? I don't understand, bro.
No यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग
shoot guys மச்சான்
क्या कर रहे हो यार?
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार ऐसे कैसे चलेगा
உங்களால தான்டா தோத்தோம்
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी?
IPL champion of CSK.
மாஸ் மச்சான் ஐயோ தல yes
Yellow army, bro.
சி லாங்குவேஜ் இல்ல சிஎஸ்கே இருக்கு மச்சான்
गाइस बंदे
come on அவன சுடுங்கடா come on man nice shot man
well played guys
yeah
bro CSK skins
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா
Now we don't need call outs. Just whistle podu.
BGMI ஆடு whistle போடு
Welcome back after that short break. Now it's Salty with me on the panel. And Salty, after that previous chaotic game of Los Leones, I'm not going to say Miramar. It was a Los Leones game because that's how it started and that's how it ended. We saw so many teams dying an unfortunate death. I really hope that's not going to be the same circumstance in the upcoming game because there's so many teams that deserve to get more points. I'm speaking of Godlike Esports because we have seen that team in a great form. But right now, they're just fumbling over and over again. I want to see them back in form.
I want to see them back in form as well. I mean, there's no doubt about the fact that, you know what, the Cinderella run that actually started from Group D, it is kind of looking like to come to an end inside of Group B. I'm talking about not just Godsend, I'm talking about True Rippers, I'm talking about God's Reign, and I'm talking about Godsend Esports. All three teams, it seems like something wrong is going wrong. But out of all of this chaos, what has gone wrong with WINDGOD Esports and how are they playing so well?
Everything is going right, my friend. WINDGOD Esports back-to-back 2 blockbuster performances and now in the overall standings just rocking the stage. For Godlike, I maybe thought that even they had a decent stance inside of the circle, but the way they messed things up, the moment they dropped down that body towards the players of 8-Bit, I thought, okay, Godlike is now losing too much grip. I don't think they're going to be able to sustain that entire spot.
You know what? Mania was never actually known for his performance on the map of Miramar, so maybe, you know, on the maps of Erangel and Rondo, he will be able to keep up. But you know, there's also a very surprising storyline. Look at 8-Bit right now. They've been struggling inside of Group B throughout the first week and two itself. But in the third week, it seems like they have come up with a different plan, and certainly the plan is working.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these teams realize that, okay, now it's time to wake up, and out of nowhere, they're just performing so well. That's what we saw in the previous group. That's what we're seeing inside of this group as well, and Godlike is a prime example of that. First game, they popped off on a different level. Second game, fine, they messed up, but they already compensated for this game in the first game itself. So it's fine. They had the cushion to mess things up. And if you look at the individual players as well, right now, Dhruv is still topping the charts with 39 finishes, but Lobster, man, just one finish shy.
You know what? I'm still looking at Taurus right now because he had a chance to actually make a comeback. He still has yet another game left in his arsenal, but it seems like from 32, it's not going up.
Look at Jonathan. With 33 finishes, even he's made the entrance. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these fans are now going to be happy, and TAG, I just hope they pull off a comeback because the way things are looking in that group, TAG is just slipping down the bracket slowly and steadily. And my prediction was that TAG might just slip down to all the way to Group D because the way they're currently playing.
You know what? That is a very hot take, by the way. Johnny used this term, hot take, and I think that is a very hot take, Necro. I'm going to hold on to that thought for a second because tomorrow they will have the map of Rondo. Tomorrow they will have a chance of a comeback. So I'm going to keep the positivity alive in this room for now.
They played Rondo today. What are you saying?
Oh, yeah. Kind of. I'm kind of messing, man. We're talking about Group B here. You're bringing in teams from Group C. Yeah, I kind of lost in the middle of my thoughts out there. But
it's okay.
It's completely fine. Talking about 8-Bit, talking about WINDGOD, talking about all of these teams right now, I think out of all of them, 8-Bit has surprised me the most. I was expecting good performances from WINDGOD. In fact, I was expecting all 4 teams from Group C to actually make a mark. But WINDGOD, no doubt about the fact that they've been amazing.
Of course, they've been incredible. Consistency in both the games, and that's why they've got 36 points. 8-Bit as well, the same thing can be said for them. 8-Bit too have been playing pretty well, delivering nicely. For Godlike, the first game was incredible. Second game, they messed up. Jaguar Esports getting 20 points as well. Now, Jaguar Esports is a wild card entry. We never thought Jaguar Esports can do this good. They're good right now, but I just hope that we're going to be seeing the same consistency carried on.
Yeah, that's going to be a big question mark on them as well. Even Myth Official, you look at that, I think 19 points. They're not too far away from the rest of the standings. At least against 8-Bit, they do have a 5-point deficit. Anything can happen. Surprising fact is Jaguar is doing very good apparently, especially in that first map of Erangel. The way they were moving around in circles, the way they were hunting down teams, especially in such a passive lobby, in such a controlled lobby, I think that is exactly where Jaguar Esports kind of moved up. But with one final game left to go, you know what? This game decides everything. Which are going to be the teams who get promoted, because from this point on, if you don't make it to Group A, your chances of survival, I think it's going to be next to none, because you go to the semi-finals or you go to the survival stage, there's going to be cutthroat competition.
We're seeing a lot of these X Factors actually do good all of a sudden this week 3, right? But what about teams that were supposed to do good? I'm also speaking of 4TR. I'm also speaking of Learn From Past. We saw them do so good inside of the week 1. Week 2 was a little bit shaky, but week 3 now is even worse. And especially when you start talking about teams like LEFP, you know their journey has been solid. solid. Even if you look at BGIS, they were doing so good. Yeah, a few changes inside of the playing four now in the BMPS, but still, the performance was great when they started things off.
You mentioned a very important team right there. You look at 4TR, you look at the way they qualified from Group C to Group B, right? They were struggling at somewhere in the bottom of the leaderboard. Their maps of Miramar were extremely strong. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners for 4TR to actually propel them inside of Group B. But all of a sudden, in that match, it did not look like 4TR have a chance. I just hope that in the last game of Miramar, maybe there's going to be some adjustments. Anonymous is going to bring in some changes, hopefully, but 4TR needs to do something.
And the same storyline pretty much follows up for Zero Arc too.
Yep.
For some reason, the performance is once again lacking. Week 1 was incredible for Zero Arc, but then Week 2 came through. Zero Arc dropped in form a little bit, and now it seems like the form is just completely lost. 2 games done and dusted. First game, they had okay points. They had 4 points. Second game, they've got next to nothing, which is a big concern. So I really hope that in the third game we see some recovery, at least get 10 to 15 points in this last game, so that's going to keep you alive, and that's going to make sure that you're not going to be having nightmares when you go to bed.
You know, nightmares, you talk about nightmares, man. I'm having nightmares right now thinking about God's Reign and True Rippers on what is going wrong, ladies and gentlemen. All of those questions will get answered in this very crucial map of Miramar. Of course, match number 6 of this particular day, Group B, is playing their third game. So half the journey inside of Week 3 is going to be done and dusted. And we mentioned God's Reign, we mentioned Godsend 40R. They certainly are not in a very comfortable position. I mean, you look at all the other teams, they somewhere are sitting around that 10 to 15 point mark, but Godlike Esports on 2, 40 are on 3 points. I don't know what's going wrong.
If you look at the entire group, there's just so many deserving and known names that you really do want to see inside of the Group A, but there's only 4 slots available. And that's the insane part about it. K9 Esports is one of them, Zero Arc, True Rippers, God's Reign, even Myth, now WINDGOD 2 with that performance, 8-Bit as well, Godlike 2, even Nux can do it. There's so many names that are deserving, but only 4 can make it. But at the end of the day, who's going to be the bottom 4? Even that's one of those questions that popping up. Because the way Godsend is currently playing, yeah, it seems like they might just be one of them.
Yeah, going down to Group C just means one thing. You are heading towards survival stage, ladies and gentlemen, and you don't really want to go there. But let's just focus on this game for now. We do have the flight path. Majority of the teams have ejected them outside. So it did start off from Puerto Parásio, ends at Montenuevo Negro. This is a very southern flight path. And one thing is for sure, I mean, if you do want to go to upper north, K9 Esports is going to head towards El Pozo quite comfortably, but anything north of that, I think, is going to be a big problem. The challenge gets amplified by the circle, and the circle ends up at Truck Stop. Truck Stop, Al-Azhar, these are extreme eastern parts of the map. I wonder what's going to happen.
We just had a conversation about this team, and Rapido gets confirmed. Things cannot be worse. 4TR off to a bad start once again, but for Godsend Esports, it's a dream start. 1 finish point secured. This is going to be an opportunity they can capitalize on even better in the future. Jaguar Esports, a surprising entry inside of the top 4. Looking pretty solid, but they're also being trailed pretty closely by a lot of these teams. So Jaguar needs to maintain that lead. They need to be consistent.
I'm looking at God's Reign right now. This is supposed to be their circle. This is supposed to be their game right now. They've always excelled on those Impala circles. They've always kind of dominated whenever these circles end up on the eastern parts of the map. It's still closer to the rotation path as well, so shouldn't really have much troubles. And like you said, Jaguar Esports, they do have God's Reign right next to them. At least for now, there's still that decent bit of separation between these two teams, but they might just be colliding any moment.
I don't think so. God's Reign was heading towards Impala, and Jaguar, they're maybe heading towards El Azhar. So I don't think they're going to be crossing paths anytime soon. WINDGOD Esports, looking at this team, today's performance has been immaculate. No matter how much you try and praise them, it's going to be less. But since these are also the rookies on the block, there's a chance the cookie might just crumble.
Which cookie?
The rookie cookie.
Rookie cookie. Well, well, we'll find out which cookie crumbles. But I hope that under pressure, Godlike shouldn't really, because this week is so crucial for them. I mean, imagine this. You are one of the biggest teams in the nation out there. So many fans root for you, of course. Your stalwart exits the lineup. He makes a lineup of his own as well. For Godlike, this is testing times. And I just hope that these group of players They stay united. They stay strong as much as they possibly can. Of course, there's going to be a lot of word in the media, but Godlike will have to sustain under that pressure. Making it back inside of Group A will be a statement, Necro, and then, of course, they can fight for the direct slot inside of the Grand Finals.
Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I've seen some yellow hearts. You know what, chat? Spam some yellow hearts. Let's see it. Learn from past. A team that's currently around the bottom pack. Just 3 points secured in the span of 2 games. Not the performance you expect from a banner like Learn from Past. Week 1 was great. Week 2 was shaky. Week 3 is terrible. But does that mean they're done for? No. They've still got 4 more games, counting this one in. So they can easily make it. Speaking of the caliber the boys possess, they definitely can make it. It's not even a question.
I mean, can we bring back the map on our screens for a second? Because the Mysterious 4 is doing something which is extremely mysterious right now. Look at... I mean, Goku is so far away from the rest of the team that it doesn't even make sense. He's probably not even collecting information. He's all the way towards Al-Azhar. Meanwhile, the rest of the pack is still in Hashin the Del Patron. They are trailing behind for sure. But is that one man who is so far up ahead going to be a risk for the rest of the squad? Is my question right now. WINDGOD Esports on the move. They do have Godson trailing them for now. And Godson, like you mentioned, they do have the first finish in the game as well. You know, the first finish, it kind of settles down the nerves. You know that you're now settled in.
Yeah.
You know that what finishes are going to come by. Let's just focus on our game. But as long as the first finish does not come by, majority of the teams, they do try and play a little tacky.
K9 Esports. Those shots were definitely precise from Manya. But not enough to get the knock. The man is definitely struggling though. And now the recovery as well might just be there. The escape options were available and they take the chances. WINDGOD Esports this time in the first game itself, it seems like they're getting hunted down. Infinity, the man who popped off in that game, he might just be popped early. And Godson Esports, this team is on the hunt. I'm loving it. Off the rip, they took one of the players of 40R down. Now they're struggling, and they're also taking down this man from WINDGOD Esports.
This is what they're best known for as well. I'm talking about Godson Esports. Playing under pressure and not really letting that pressure affect them by any means, to be honest. They've done it time and time again. I mean, coming in from Group D, battling against so many teams out there, it's not easy. And we constantly mention that Cinderella run because I want to see somebody coming in from Group D and actually make their way towards Group A. But Godson Esports, I love the fact that they are onto an aggressive start. They are hunting down players. They are searching for players, looking for fights. And this is what is going to give you results. Possibly not in this map itself. You might get taken down, but the approach, the intent, it is going to help you over time.
And you know what? Teams like Godson Esports really do deserve a lot of praises. A team that came in from a complete open tournament, which was Upthrust Esports Rising India Series. And now over here from that entire fiasco, they definitely do deserve a lot of praises. It's not easy. It's really tough. Thousands of teams registering, and then you are the chosen one. So it is definitely going to be a tough pill to swallow. That the performance right now in this week itself is lacking, but I'm pretty sure it's Godson Esports. Even if they do not really do this great in this week, I don't expect them to be in the bottom 4.
True that. Same can be said for True Rippers as well. I mean, they aren't in the greatest of positions. 10th position, 6 points for them. But elsewhere, have a look at this. Naksh seems to be on the offense, and WINDGOD not really in the greatest of positions to fight back. Ryzen all by himself, 3 men right up front through the window. The shotgun strikes, and Naksh is going to find themselves the first elimination. WINDGOD. Wow.
It's just something about getting that chicken dinner and then instantly just messing up. WINDGOD Esports got that previous chicken dinner now in this game. Off the rip. The moment the game started, WINDGOD is now starting to lose bodies. And Naksh Esports, the previous game was definitely decent. They had the smack center to play with. It was supposed to be their chicken dinner, but they messed up. But maybe in this game they can definitely recover. Circle now taking a bit of that sudden shift. Naksh once again finding themselves in the prime spot. That is going to be the best possible spot to be in. They just need to hunker it down.
Jaguar Esports must be absolutely fuming right now. This circle just puts them so far behind. There's going to be no injection points at all. I mean, they do have Godlike right up front. There's going to be Mysterious 4 who's still lining up the edge of the circle. Even if Godlike makes their way in, I'm pretty sure Jaguar, they will have to fight through multiple gatekeepers at once. And that just makes the job so much more difficult. The same can be said for K9. Look at that western edge of the circle. It's laden with players out there. There's teams everywhere in every single nooks and crannies. How can K9 Esports find a chink in the armor? I don't know.
That's a story for the later. The way K9 Esports played that previous game, in that urban warfare, K9 survival was impossible. But now in this game, ample opportunities are definitely there. But since all the good spots are being taken away by these teams, K9 now needs to adjust with whatever that's left over. Which is of course going to be problematic in the long term, but if the circle does favor them, then K9 Esports, the odds will be with them. And right now, Myth, they need to deal with this man of WINDGOD Esports. The longer the threat looms, the more it grows. And Myth needs to cut it off right now.
They will, of course, have the information that there's just one man inside, and that is the reason why Myth Official seems to be moving extremely confident right now. They've got all 4 players alive. Kaiser, of course, not in the greatest of position. Had that one nade, lobbed it already, but now has to resort back to his shotgun and M4.
Oh no.
Myth Official, they are charging forward. All 4 players galloping. WINDGOD Esports being scalped. The table toppers have been shut down brilliantly. But on the flip side, True Rippers, they've been struggling. One player being brought down, HADX. Constant utilities being thrown towards them. They are trying to get away, but 4TR, there's so many teams at the center cluster, Necro. They seem to be extremely chaotic and problematic for True Rippers.
They were stuck in a bad spot, True Rippers. As you mentioned, in between too many teams, too many eyes on top of them. And they cannot even go for the recovery just yet. The second man who's supposed to be the savior, he's taken down low. And this nade almost could have knocked him out. But he pops that first nade in the nick of time. Now he's going to once again get that man back inside of the vehicle, but can he sustain the damage? That's my question, and the answer is going to be no. Gets eliminated, takes away to a death. And now HADX, they just can't do anything against that man fading away. They have to let him go. Two Rippers, at least they survive with a 3-man squad.
You know what?
Or just 1 man.
You know what, Negro? This is the typical difference between a Group B and a Group C, maybe, because Punk was so successful inside of Group C, holding those central positions, but inside of Group B, he's been absolutely shut down in all of those fights. Have a look at this, though. Jaguar Esports still doing brilliantly. Aquino has been knocked out. No reason for Godlike to actually try and take this fight, but they're still going out of their way, out of position. That's one of the reasons why they lost a very crucial man in the form of Edmino.
There's instances when you think that this team's synergy is top-notch, and then there's moments like this.
Yeah.
And you wonder what exactly is going on. And then you start thinking, maybe the synergy is not the issue, it's just the individual players making rookie mistakes. Which they're not supposed to. Godlike now, the remaining 3 men, they retreat. Trying to find a different way of breaching inside of the circle, which is still not going to be easy anyways. 4TR Arthur gets caught. Now the remaining man, Viper as well, he's under heavy fire. Look at that heroic entrance from the opponent. But Caesar, he gets cut apart. Cypher is now close, but even he gets lapped down. The last man once again from the top. He's going to make sure that the final man who was standing, even he melts.
Is this even a movie right now? HADX Esports, the way they jumped into battle, plunged into warfare. Flying vehicles left, right and center, and of course shots being so precise. And have a look at this, Nux joining the party, the third party. The timing of it was brilliant. Executor finds the first knock, but instantly gets pushed back, and look at Nux. They are doing the same thing that HADX did so far. Cypher on the reverse gear. It still doesn't matter. Gets away to safety at least for a while, but HADX Esports wants to survive at least for now. They do have those 3 placement finish points. But now, in the search of position points, I don't think they're going to survive for long. No way. But he's getting away from JD Gaming.
He still survived for a long time.
Yeah.
Considering his position, considering the amount of HP he had, and even the vehicle was almost on fire, he still survived for a long time. But yeah, having a look at the replay of that fight once again, it kicked off in quite an awkward way, where we thought 4TR is probably going to be mowed down within seconds. There was a man who anchored it down pretty well. He was playing defense phenomenally well, but Anonymous eventually in the end got shut down by an absolute heroic entry.
Is anybody talk about that flying buggy?
Yeah.
The flying buggy with a man in the rear seat shooting you down, that is the worst scenario for any esports athlete out there. I mean, what could you possibly do? Even if you try and resist it, there's of course going to be a lot of movement. But of course, I think 4TR will have to live with that pain for now. 5 finishes for them. Mysterious 4 on the other side. They are playing too much from the edges, and I'm not really sure if this is the greatest of positions to play from.
Oh, the next circle, even that's going to be closing in soon. And Mysterious 4, right now, I highly doubt they want to do something big. They just want to hold this spot down, wait for the next circle, cross their fingers, and that's what happens. The next circle pops up, and it's going to be on the surface. It's going to be on the land, barely covering any side of water. And right now, Mysterious 4, they're spotting a lot of foes in the open, making that rotation.
I'm just looking at the circle right now. K9 Esports occupying the northwestern part of it. You've got Godsend Esports as well playing in from the edges. Mysterious 4. They do have foes right in front of them. And Jaguar Esports have been an extremely notorious squad, by the way. They've caused problems. They have been causing a lot of hurdles for the teams right now. And now they are looking to gatekeep the lads from Mysterious 4. And they're doing a terribly good job at it as well. Goku, of course, did try and shut them down, but that was unsuccessful. But on the flip side, this is a very interesting split coming in from God's Reign, Necro. Can you actually break it down? I'm not sure what the plan is.
You know what? This is what happens when you've got 4 assaulters. You don't care about a world, because you know every single man is more than capable of shutting down an entire squad. And that's why we're seeing that split.
The only problem is the numbers don't justify that for now.
But you know what? As I mentioned, every single man is capable of shutting down an entire team. So yeah, that's why they're playing with that split.
Well, we'll find out, of course, if it does give them some dividends. But Godsend from the sidelines, what are they planning, though? Spotting down Myth Official, those crosses is going to give them a lot of information. But Myth, I think they are doing something which is very trivial on the map of Miramar. They know they've got to go in for the high grounds, get those central approaches, and then try and play it from there. The only problem is now they are going to be under the crosses of Godsend Esports, and the shots from Junaid is going to be beaming down on Daddy. I'm surprised that no points of HP has been scouted out of them.
Yeah, Daddy's still standing without even taking a sliver of beating. And Godsend Esports from the top looking to apply more pressure on the sidelines. Godsend. I like the fact that Godsend is now playing around the edges, trying to get as much territorial control as they can. While K9 Esports now looking at the boys of Godlike. K9 somehow lost out on one of the main players. And now to continue the journey with the 3-man squad. This is going to be extremely tough. And right next to K9 Esports, there's also a 3-man squad of Godlike. So it will be a fair fight. But do you really want to go for it?
Absolutely not. There's no compulsion to do so as well. Godlike is in one of the greatest of positions, away from all those threats. They understand where K9 Esports is. No need to ambush, no need to charge forward. Just stay where you are, just stay put. If the circle does force you out in the open, that is when we are going to decipher what the next plan of action is going to be. But for now, Myth Official struggles for them. Snow Cloud has been established. They still want to get away from this open position, but they're so exposed from multiple angles. They've got 8-bit on their southern side. They've got GDR as well, who I believe have a line of sight on them. And they've been constantly being tapped away by Naksh and Learn from Boss. So Myth Official is basically the eye of the volcano right now.
Oh my god, Circle taking a curveballing shift down south. And majority of the teams do lie inside of the circle. So that means we might not be seeing a lot of fights happening inside of the circle, but outside of the circle, definitely a lot. K9 is probably going to be clashing against Godlike. Even Nux is also going to be under fire. Godsend Esports not sure what sort of a plan they're going to be executing, but they're definitely taking shots against those teams out in the open. The man gets confirmed. Myth is not in a good spot. They're too exposed, out in the open, looking like ants. And Godlike Esports is not going to spare them. No mercy.
This team right now is acting like absolute giants, which I'm loving it, by the way. Even if they aren't, they believe that they are the giants and they can slay down everyone. We will talk about them for a while, but have a look at this Zero Arc. Looking to ambush against 8-bit. Skips gets taken down instantly. That was an overshoot, to be honest. A 1v4, absolutely nothing could be done, but here comes the retaliation. Little bit of damage on Sarwar. He gets pushed back, but Zero Arc, nothing really to worry about.
Godlike. They have received some sort of beating. Sama is taken down low himself, but first he's sticking that revival. As Power back upon his feet, now they need to patch themselves up. They will be healthy, good and dandy. And so far only securing one finish point. It's not looking too good. The man, the IGL himself, tossing out a few meds. But if he tosses a nade, it's done for.
Just waiting to see when does Noob do that exactly. Like you said, he can just toss up a nade, but does he not have information about Godlike's presence? I guess he does, because since he's proning down, since he's keeping his head off the ground, that just means he does not want to be exposed from those angles. Still very surprising to me that Noob is not taking advantage of the situation, not capitalizing on the position where he is. And K9 from the backlines as well might actually be able to do so. Do exactly the same thing. Godlike did leapfrog them and move past them, but K9, I guess if they do decipher that dip, the nades are going to come through. No, finally! The nade comes along, but it bounces off, it ricochets off the ground and moves past him. But this one might just connect in his power. Gets knocked out.
Oh man. Things will now get even worse. The Molotov, the flames are going to start to spread, but still Godlike is fine. Revival can still be stuck. And unfortunately, Noob used both of his nades. But he still gets the confirmation on one of the players of Godlike. As Power eliminated from this game. Godlike now down to a two-man squad. That's terrible. K9 Esports as well trying to close in with some distance. And even they're just nailing down a few players of Godlike. They know Godlike is already hurt, and if they want, they can press the matters even more. And that's what they're exactly doing. Manya's position compromised, but he still slaps one player down. A crucial frag gathered by Manya. But even he's catching too much hurt. Another man from K9 Esports is going to be knocked out. Manya single-handedly is dismantling K9 Esports one after one. They're breaking down to pieces.
Captain is standing tall right now. Manya knows exactly what he has got to do. Just hold his ground and not give away his frag. Needs to keep Godlike alive for those position points. And Somraj, completely exposed, had no idea. Is heading straight towards Manya right now in order to protect his fallen comrades. But Manya, I think the pressure is just going to be sky high on this lad right now. Somraj on the flip side using his Molotovs to put that pressure, flush up this man, and Godlike.
Oh no, he's also burning his own teammate. I think there's going to be thirst. Can he survive? He does! Oh my god, barely a pixel of HP. Somraj is going to save his own teammate. I thought he was done for. The flames were spreading too quickly. But he still does it. But now he needs to go towards his second teammate and get that revival as well. At the moment that happens, K9 Esports, they're going to be feeling great. They almost avoided elimination in this game. And they know how lucky they are to survive.
You know, it's brilliant that we got to see a Somraj versus Manya. But of course, the way Somraj went up to actually protect his fallen comrade just goes to show what an IGL needs to do as well. It was a valiant effort from Manya as well in trying to get a couple of finishes. He brought down K9 Esports to a two-man squad. Is that all that you could do over there? Kotsrin on the flip side still on those high grounds, but this high ground is not going to give them any dividends. Meanwhile, the teams on the lower turf coming in from the western side of the map, they are still duking it out. This time it seems like a fight between Godsen and Naksh. But look at who comes in from the sidelines. It's JD Gaming, and he all of a sudden finds two-piece for himself. Gets knocked out by a nade from Godsen. What a comedy of errors.
And Naksh Esports as well now just left in shambles. Man, oh man, mistakes made from both the sides, and now both the teams paying the price for it. And it's just one team reaping the benefits in the name of Godlike Esports. These nades are getting a bit too close, and Skillful is not going to survive for too long. 3 finishes backed up from Godlike Esports. The first game wasn't too good, second one was good, but the third one, now it seems like even this one is not going to be that great. With 3 finishes only, Godlike Esports is not going to be able to sustain that spot in the top 6, and the last man gets eliminated eventually.
Look at Godlike Esports, by the way. 7 eliminations being picked off, 9 points. They have jumped up so many places, by the way. Now they are in the 9th spot, 10 points already for this team. I love the confidence on these lads as well, playing in from the edges, just picking off those off-stranglers, those loose stranglers who are out there without a lot of covers. And I think this is a perfect strategy to farm those elimination points as well and kind of get back onto level playing field. Potentially 5 more points, and Godlike Esports will have a decent platform for tomorrow, Necro.
God's reign against K9 Esports, and they know exactly where K9 is. But Equinox's utilities, they need to find maximum value. He needs to squeeze it out. What is K9 even doing? Just tossing nades inside of the smoke? There's no one there. Circle as well, shifting out in the open once again. Ares Esports is now going to be in a problem. And the same thing can also be said for Zero Arc and 8-Bit. All of these teams now need to move out in the open, move out exposed. And that's when those shots will be taken against him. No one survives now in those compounds. Other than Ares Esports, they just need to play defense, that's it.
Talking about Ares Esports, I guess they do have the little bit of a cover for themselves to make all 4 players inside of the circle. But like you said, the problem is not the fact that they have Mysterious 4 up front. The problem is Zero Arc and Team 8-Bit approach them from the back lines. On the flip side, Godlike Esports, how on earth are this team being able to find these loose stranglers one by one? Now they've found Myth Official. Detrox is the last player who is being left alive. We know this man all by himself on the map of Miramar can do magic. We saw that against Team Tamilas. We know that inside of the vehicle. But isn't it magical how Godlike Esports have been able to scout out such amazing players? Look at that. Fraggy, of course, is going to find an end to Detrox with the Official being eliminated. Mysterious 4 on the flip side. K9 Esports, they've been brought down.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mysterious 4 is having fun with K9 Esports. And this nade, oh, God's reign, still not able to squeeze out that value from the nade. Neo knows. Just one nade left in the arsenal. Blue's on the move. That man once again gets re-knocked. The revival was useless. And even Somraj is not going to be able to withstand that damage. Mysterious 4, he wanted that elimination point converted, but it gets stolen by God's reign. And now God's reign knows where exactly that last man of Mysterious 4 is too. Just look at the amount of territory God's reign now has in their own hands. They've got such a big split, they control so much terrain. The man from Mysterious 4 is also catching hurt from the back lines. He does not stand a chance.
Absolutely. I mean, it was Delta Peach who actually found the knock, and now with the nades itself, I'm pretty sure Godstrain is going to find yet another finish point to add to the tally. It's been a brilliant game so far, and like you said, they cover that entire ground on that eastern flank, and very deservedly so as well. This is their territory, of course. This is their home ground. We talk about God's reign, they have the high ground, but on the other side of the hill, Mysterious 4, they are going up against Ares Esports. Newbirth finished off, of course, because he was in the back lines with Mysterious 4. The rest of the 3 players, they're still going solid.
Yeah. And Goku from the top, he can definitely collect a lot of intel. They need to play defense as well, because there's also going to be Ares Esports approaching them soon. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the spectrum, you've got Learn From Past looking to take that fight against Jaguar Esports and eliminate the last pest, and he gets eliminated. Jaguar Esports too, catching a bit of those strays from the third party, but it's fine. Things are good in the hood. They will recover. And you know what? Speaking of Mysterious 4, we did see one of the players get knocked out and get confirmed by God's reign, but why was there such a big split?
Yeah.
That man was all the way up north while his teammates are down south. What are they even thinking?
You know what? If you remember back our conversation, I kind of pointed it out a very long time ago inside of this game as well. Mysterious 4, they were playing massive splits, and that is the reason why now they are going to be a man down as well. Godsen on the flip side. The nades is possibly going to push back Godsen Esports, but they don't really need to do so as well, as Neo finds a knock. Almost finishes off that man as well, and Levi has been scoffed off. Godsrain adding to the tally. They are breathing back fire inside of this lobby as well. You look at the way all these teams, they restabilize. Tabletop has been finished off. An opportunity for the teams in the mid-pack to try and make this competition even more drastic. Mysterious 4, they are still heading forward. Aries stuck in that corner. Henry knows exactly where these players are. But the shots were missing. Still hasn't really found those angles. I still believe Henry needs to just jump down and take those shots. Aries somehow might just be able to get a reset.
There's no freaking way Aries is going to be losing this fight, right? There's no way Aries ends up losing the fight. Even Godlike Esports is now right across the spectrum, and Aries now finally, they gather themselves up and try to make a pounce at the same time, but still, Mysterious 4 is playing the situation a lot better. They've got the man advantage, they've also got the positional advantage now in the fight, and Aries Esports just can't do anything with one man. But now the fight's taken down to a one-on-one, it can be anyone's cake, and it is Mysterious 4 that comes out on top. And you know what? The same thing happened to Godsrain as well. They tried to play with a big split. One of the men was almost knocked out. Could have been confirmed as well. But that revival came through.
But now we're down to the finale. All of a sudden, we had 4 teams right off the get-go. But now we're left with just 2 Mysterious 4. 1 man left alive. Naman in a 1v4. He has a Scarl and a dream against this entirety of Godsrain right now. Shots being fired, 50% HP. He needs to find those 2 knocks very quickly, but it won't be allowed. Godsrain get themselves a much-needed winner chicken dinner and push themselves on the overall standings. Certainly they come back tomorrow and will have a good start.
We talked about 2 teams being in the concerning spot. Godsrain was also one of them, and even Godlike Esports was one of them. And just look at the amount of good performances they were able to bring on the board in just this one game. Good stuff from Godlike Esports. And you were worried about that Godsrain split that they had, right?
Yeah.
But as I mentioned, every single man is capable of taking down a squad. And there we go. Godsrain, they strike with a big chicken dinner.
You know what? They certainly are capable of shutting down any team at once. I'm looking at stats, I'm adding it up. It comes down to 12 eliminations, by the way. Which means Godsrain, with just 1 game, they just found out 22 points. I'm pretty sure it's going to propel them somewhere in the top 4, at least in the top 3 as well. But Justin, Necro, somebody has to give this man a lot of credit, because we didn't really see the best of Justin ever since this man had played a third party and found the MVP award in there. It was back in 2023 I'm talking about, but finally come 2026, it seemed like Justin is one of those prime assaulters once again.
Yeah, I mean, Justin is back in form. Delta is back in form as well. We have seen recently that the entirety of Godsrain is just doing a lot better. And you know what? It's been the new meta. Get all the 4 assaulters. Don't even care about the IGL. Just get every single person as a heavy hitter. And it's been working out. Beat REVENANT XSPARK, beat Soul, now Godsrain as well. They're playing phenomenally well. But speaking of the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Junaid OG from Godlike Esports. 6 finishes, 1,005 damage dished out. Solid stuff from Godlike.
Absolutely. I mean, Fraggy and Junaid had 9 finishes shared between them. The same can be said for Justin and Neo as well. 8 finishes shared in between these 2 lands. But I'm looking at Neo, and 730 points of damage just goes to show that this man was finding those knocks every single time. Every time you see GDR find an opening, it is Neo who is finding those first knocks, but also credit has to be given to Mysterious 4, I guess, because this was the game that they needed desperately. They were somewhere lying really anonymously in the mid-pack, but I guess after this game, they are going to be somewhere in the top 5.
You know what? The real concern now is going to be that fine, the teams inside of the top 5 slipping down is now a big problem.
Yeah.
Because if you're already doing bad, your back's against the wall, the only possible way is going up. But if you're going to be in the mid-pack, there's a lot of pressure on top of you. And right now, Godlike is going to be one of those teams that is pretty much just slipping down from the overall standings.
You know what? Coming into tomorrow, I think the mindset of the players is going to be very important. Do you look at it as an opportunity to progress towards Group A? Do you see it as a threat that you might go down to Group C? I think what mindset the players approach the battlegrounds tomorrow, it will decide the course of their future. But have a look at this, Godlike Esports. I think after that first initial game, Miramars has been devastating. They could not do absolutely anything. And the struggles, the doubts that all the fans had in their minds, it just is coming true.
It's not just Godlike, even K9 Esports and Learn From Past, right?
Yeah.
For some reason, in all the 3 games, K9 Esports and Learn From Past especially, they were not able to perform that well. And Learn From Past is now going to be a major concern right next to 4TR as well, because they're somewhere around the bottom 4, and you never want to be there.
You know, it's also a hot take as well. when we started off inside of Group B, K9 Esports were absolutely dominating. And for very good reason as well. Why not? I mean, you look at the way their journey was inside of Group C. They dominated inside of Group B as well. They played fairly well. But now this Group B, it is tight. It has one of the best teams coming in from D and C as well. But talking about the match rankings, ladies and gentlemen, GDR with 22 points. I think a solid foundation for tomorrow. Godlike Esports as well, I think, has been very consistent.
Zero Arc is just crawling. Learn from past, this game was decent with 9 points. At least they're going to propel themselves outside of the bottom four, which is decent. 4TR just getting in 5 points. It's not going to be enough to do it. Jaguar Esports, even they fumbled things up, just getting 4 points. It's concerning. Ares Esports, it was supposed to be their game, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
They were inside a well-fortified compound. They had every single possible advantage, but they let the players of Mysterious 4 take over.
I'm not really sure, man, for Ares Esports, my chances of them actually getting promoted towards Group A, it seems to be very bleak. But of course, that is just calculations in my mind, ladies and gentlemen. Who trust that? I'm a bad mathematician. We do have the overall rankings in front of our screens, and WINGOD still at the top. I'm very surprised, 36 points. Nobody has been able to breach past that benchmark. God's reign, though, come the closest, 27 points, still 9 points shy of WINGOD Esports, but I think it's been a very good jump. Look at that plus sign, by the way. They jumped 9 positions.
Crazy. Massive catapult in the overall standings, but 8-Bit has actually dropped down a position in the overall standings, which is, of course, unfortunate. That previous game wasn't great. Jaguar Esports sustaining that spot in the top 4, Godlike slipping down, and Salty. True Rippers on the 16th spot. It's heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking, but it's also very confusing. How is True Rippers at the bottom 4? Not even at the bottom 4. They are in the 16th spot, by the way. But also, if you did observe that, I think the points difference between the top 8 is just like, what, mere 10 points. Absolutely anything can happen tomorrow. And the surprising part is this is going to be the last week for you to find yourself the seeding, right? After this, it is going to be qualification week. You won't get an opportunity to find yourself promoted to Group A or getting that direct slot. I think tomorrow is going to be the last shot.
You know what? Looking at the overall standings, I'm just getting stressed.
Yeah,
especially for Learn From Past, True Rippers, 4TR. What's going to happen? 3 games are already done. You've only got 3 more games in your hands. And just imagine the amount of pressure that's going to be on top of you. The only good thing is that they're going to be playing the map of Rondo tomorrow. So that's going to be a bit of a plus point for them. Rondo can definitely open up a lot of those things, a lot of new opportunities to make comebacks, and maybe they can happen as well. But right now, the elimination leader is on the screen. Dhruv is still going to be on top, unshakable.
You know, unchanged, absolutely, in the top 5 of the elimination leaderboard. I'm actually hoping that somebody from maybe Group A or maybe from Group B as well can actually come up and try and challenge them. Of course, you do have Cyrex, you do have Taurus in there, but Taurus, I think that run after the first day where he found those 25 frags has been put down to a massive, massive halt. But ladies and gentlemen, the MVP rankings on our screens right now, and Lobster apparently is a number 1. 38 finishes, 0.87 is going to be his MVP rating. Closely followed by, of course, by Dhruv, which is going to be 0.86. Cyrex, Taurus, Jonathan. It's surprising. It is, of course, going to be a massive relief. But for DAG fans as well, I guess tomorrow is going to be a surgical mission for them. Can they bounce back?
You want me to be honest? Just watching Jonathan in the MVP list and the Eliminators list, the fans are going to be satisfied. They're going to be really happy about it. As a team, the performance is missing. I get it. But Jonathan being over here, I'm pretty sure the fans are going to be happy.
Everybody has said this in the backlines as well. Jonathan was grinding as hard as he possibly did in the last 6 years. And a couple of my closest friends, they also tell me that he is looking to get back at his absolute best, which is showcased in the results as well. But why is the rest of the team faltering? I have no clue, to be honest. Jelly, Hydra, and all of these players going to be very important tomorrow. But we do have the IGL rankings on our screen, ladies and gentlemen. Punk still at the top. Adi, Goku, Fraggy, and Morty. Very surprisingly, Fraggy is actually in the list, Necro.
Yeah, from Godlike Esports, Fraggy just coming in out of nowhere. But you know what? I love to see it. Because we're seeing some new faces now on the board. Adi as well being a part of it. Punk is still on top. But today's performance, there's a big chance that Punk might just slip down.
And also is Fraggy having the highest number of team average points. 10.1. Nobody has been able to match that. The highest is actually, the second highest, in fact, is Punk with a 9.6. Wow, for Godlike Esports. There's a lot to cheer about, I think.
I mean, considering the fact that they also started the entire journey from Group D itself, it makes a lot of sense why he's got so many points, right? It's because he was just constantly pushing through. He was in a great form. His teammates as well were doing really good. So it makes a lot of sense why the man's got the most amount of points, or the average points. The performer of the day is going to be Clutch God from Mad Kings. I never expected this. 11 finishes on the board, 14 knockouts. Mad Kings in the 3 games, they were definitely like monsters.
Bro, I'm telling you, there's something wrong with today. There is something wrong. Did we, by any chance, get on a time machine? Are we sent back to 2020 once again? Because what is going wrong? Jonathan in the top 5 Clutch God performer of the day. This is glory days of BGMI back in action, ladies and gentlemen. And this is true excitement in my heart. I love these lads to perform, but this is also the day summary in our screens. Team AX started off brilliantly, but of course that journey did not really result in a lot of good things. Rising Esports, Hick Bozon did really well as well. Godlike, a similar storyline to AX. Start was brilliant, could not really follow up, but WINGOD, I think, has been the most surprising team out of everyone.
Without a doubt, the first game on the map of Wrangle was great. The second game on Miramar was decent as well, since they also got the chicken dinner. The third game, that's where they messed things up. It's always about getting that chicken dinner, and right the next game you mess things up. And it happened with WINGOD Esports. It happened with Godlike as well. But I really hope that since tomorrow they're going to be kicking things off on the map of Rondo, we will be able to see some comebacks from the latter half of the board. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the day as well comes to an end. That's going to be it from me, Necro. That's going to be it from Salty. We'll see you guys tomorrow, because it's going to be an important day.
And I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice, and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Yeah, I'm all in my prime. Yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time.
we mile high to get close. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high to get close. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high to get close. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes on the rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime.